The Way to Family by Mallory Ford. Thanks for listening. If you like Christian romance, subscribe to my channel so you never miss an upload. Prologue. New Orleans, Louisiana. Late summer, 1899. A bead of sweat dripped down Sarah Graham's face as she shoved one last piece of clothing into her valise. One extra day dress, just to change into when she got out of the house. If she left in such casual attire, the servants would certainly be curious. If only she could have packed two, she would have had one for now and when her belly grew, but she had to go with the loosest she owned. There was no way to know how long until she could purchase another dress. Hopefully, she could hide her boots under her large skirts and not have to wear slippers out of the house as well. The familiar flutters filled her belly again as the baby rolled and kicked. It was why she had to run, why she couldn't risk another of Bertram's beatings. The last time, he'd pushed her down the stairs, giving her a concussion. After yet another session with the physician their maid Twyla had found, though unwilling to treat her without asking too many questions, she knew she had to run. She put a hand to her belly and gave herself one moment to feel the calmness that came over her only when she felt the baby happily kicking. "I'm going to get us out of here, little one." She was 6 months along, large enough to show but not incredibly obvious. Though, it didn't much matter, as her mother-in-law's penchant for oversharing meant the whole of New Orleans society knew about the baby. The only ones who didn't know were her family at Hope House, though it was probably safer that way. They couldn't know anything at all, lest Bertram and his parents come looking for her there. Closing her eyes tightly, she prayed yet again that she'd make it out of New Orleans alive. No more time to waste, she had to go. A soft knock on the door preceded Twyla's entrance. She held a train ticket in her hand. "You ready to go, ma'am?" Twyla was her best friend in this terrible, cold mansion. The ornate Victorian home sat in the Garden District of New Orleans, not far from Hope House. But while Hope House was filled with love and the laughter of children who'd found a home, temporary as it was, this one was filled with cruelty and hate. "I'm ready," Sarah said as she took the ticket from Twyla's dark, wrinkled hands. "Are you sure you won't come with me? We could start fresh in California, somewhere they won't care about the color of your skin." Twyla patted Sarah's cheek and smiled warmly. "It's best I stay, dear. My family is here, and I might be able to point them in the wrong direction long enough for you to get out." "Don't do anything to put yourself at risk," Sarah said with a trembling voice. "I couldn't stand it if you were hurt defending me." Twyla pulled her in for a quick hug before stepping back and putting a hand on Sarah's belly. "You just take care of yourself and the little one, Miss Sarah. My Timothy and I will be praying for you every night." Timothy was the footman, while Twyla acted as Sarah's lady's maid. The idea that a girl who'd grown up in an orphanage had a lady's maid was beyond ridiculous. She hadn't moved into Hope House until she was 13, making her way on the streets since her father finally drowned himself in the bottle a few years prior. The police picked her up one too many times for stealing food and finally dropped her at Hope House. At first, she'd been as difficult as she could manage, but they'd loved the fight right out of her, especially Thomas and Charlotte Foster. They served as volunteer mentors for Hope House and had spent more and more time there in recent years. When she turned 18 and had nowhere to go, they offered for her to come back to Pine Creek, Texas. They'd help her find work there. But that was right about the time Bertram Graham had come to a benefit dinner for Hope House and she caught his eye. He'd been nothing but attentive and kind while they courted, though it hadn't been long. Within a month, he'd placed a ring worth more money than she'd ever seen on her finger, and the idea of running a home as grand as this one had overtaken her. She'd never had 2 pennies to rub together, but he was offering her so much more than she'd ever dreamed possible. Had that really only been a year ago? Thomas and Charlotte had been worried for her, but she assured them all was well. They told her that if she ever needed them, they'd take her in with no questions asked. It had crossed her mind to go to Pine Creek rather than California, but she didn't want to bring them into her mess. No one deserved the wrath of the Grahams that would surely befall when her in-laws realized she'd left and taken their only heir. Bertram was their only child, and their line depended on this baby. But she'd seen how they raised her husband, she'd not allow her child to become a monster. Richard and Fiona Graham were what people called old money. They had a hand in the railroad, oil, freight ships, and a number of other industries she barely understood. Their money reached far and wide, as did their influence. It was why she had to get as far away as possible. Sarah wiped the tears that spilled over her cheeks at the knowledge she'd likely never see Twyla or Timothy again. "I love you, Twyla. Please take care of yourself too." Twyla smoothed Sarah's thick, dark hair back from her face. "I will, ma'am. Now, best get going before the master comes home." Bertram wasn't due back for a few hours, but Sarah knew every moment counted. She nodded and followed Twyla down the long, ornate staircase. To look at the fine marble floors or the priceless artwork on the walls, one would never realize how much pain was experienced in the large white home. The turrets on either side didn't tell the true story, nor did the immaculate landscaping that spoke only of beauty and power. Sarah had just reached the bottom step when the front door swung open, slamming into the wall beside it. Bertram strode inside, rage radiating off of him. He was tall with his normally impeccably styled dark hair now wet with the sweat that dripped down his face and stuck in a flyaway fashion. His tie hung loose around his neck, and his suit jacket was unbuttoned. His eyes swung around the room, a few servants still about finishing their last chores. They'd have thought nothing of Sarah leaving that night, but Bertram's gaze stopped and locked on hers in a predatory fashion. The scent of whiskey permeated the air before he even reached her. "Everyone," he barked, "leave us." The servants scurried away at his order, Twyla shooting a terrified glance back at Sarah before she followed. "Stay calm." He might go to his office if she just stayed calm. "Good evening, Bertram." His eyes were bloodshot and his face red as it always was when he drank. His gaze couldn't seem to focus, and he staggered forward to place a bruising grip on her arm. "Good evening, wife," he said with a mocking slur. "Go back upstairs, I'll be up in a moment." Sarah's gut churned as she thought hard for an excuse. She couldn't go upstairs with him. She'd miss her train, and she knew the grip on her arm was just the start of what she'd experience. "I'm on my way out to see a friend who's just had a baby. If you'd like, I can stop by on my way home and get you some of those treats you love so much from the bakery." The bakery wouldn't even be open this late, but there was no way he'd realize that in his state of mind. "No," he growled and tightened his grip on her arm again. He looked down and noticed the bag in her hand. His eyes narrowed menacingly as they scanned back up to her face. "A baby, you say? Who?" "Think. Something believable." A friend from Hope House. She and her husband live near the waterfront and they've just had their first child. "A little girl," she said with a plastered-on smile. He grunted, then spat onto the marble floor. Patting her belly too roughly, he tightened his jaw. "You better be a boy, or I'm going to be very disappointed." She didn't speak, still hoping he'd let her go without a fuss. If he spotted the train ticket in the pocket of her bag, she'd be done for. He snatched the bag in question out of her hand and opened it. "Why is there a dress in here?" Her heart sank. I was bringing that to Penny, my friend. Now that she's had the baby, I thought it would look beautiful on her." She willed him not to pull it out and see the fit. Brows furrowed, he tossed the bag to the ground. "I don't think I believe you." His speech was slurred, but his suspicion must have sobered him slightly. That didn't bode well for her. He turned back to the bag, and Sarah noticed the ticket sticking out of the pocket. Her heart thudded in her chest, and she knew her forehead was damp with nerves. Striding forward, he bent and snatched the ticket out of the bag. With a roar, he ripped it into tiny pieces before stepping back to her and slapping her across the face. "Never lie to me, girl," he roared as he slapped her again. She felt the taste of blood from her lip. He grabbed her hair and dragged her off the last step and down to the large, ornate fireplace. There was no fire, but he threw the pieces of the ticket in nonetheless. Whipping back around to face her, he let out a sound she could only describe as a battle cry. She grunted as he pushed her to the cold, marble floor of the entryway. She didn't normally fight back, knowing she had little chance against his bulk, but he would kill her. He would kill her and the baby if she didn't fight with everything she had. Kicking a booted foot out, he howled when it connected with his kneecap, and she heard a satisfying crunch. Praying she was as close to the hearth as she thought, she shot a hand behind her, sighing in relief as she felt the cold steel of the poker in its case. He limped, but approached her again, his face contorted with pain and anger. Sarah swung the poker and it connected with the side of his head, knocking him to the floor beside her. She scrambled to her feet, her blood still pumping too hot to register the pain she knew she'd feel later from where he'd hit her. Blood pouring from the side of his head, he seemed to reach another level of rage as he stood as well. He half limped, half ran toward her, and she swung the poker back at his face like the boys at Hope House used to do when they played baseball. His hand came up to block the blow, but the alcohol in his blood slowed his reflexes. The poker slammed into his nose, and he stumbled backward, losing his footing. Sarah backed away slowly, grabbing her valise from the floor just as she noticed where he'd landed. Bertram's head lay just on the corner of the brick hearth, blood pooling on the white marble below him. Without question, she knew he was dead. Her nightmare was over. But then, she realized she killed him. The Grahams wouldn't rest until Sarah was behind bars and her baby theirs to turn into the next generation of monster. She couldn't let that happen. She didn't have her ticket anymore, but she probably had enough cash to get to Pine Creek, Texas. Thomas and Charlotte would help her, and perhaps she could get there quickly enough that her in-laws wouldn't know where she'd gone. Without looking back, she rushed out the door and down the steps into the black night, hopeful she'd never lay eyes on New Orleans again. Chapter 1. Tatesville, Texas. "He's going out the back," Samuel Wallace yelled to Malachi as he subdued the man's accomplice. Despite the fact that the criminal was half his age, Wallace held him easily. "Pistol. Carson. You're up." Malachi Carson and Peter Pistol Rogers moved away from the side door they'd successfully herded the bank staff out of and hopped over the counter to pursue the lead man. Neither were small men, both broader than other men, but they did their best to move silently down the hallway. They'd been chasing Preston Fairfield for weeks, but their patience had paid off. He got careless and spewed off his plans while 2 sheets to the wind outside the saloon the other night. Benjamin Hayes, Malachi's comrade in the Texas Rangers, had done what he did best and silently gathered vital information from the rooftop of the saloon. "I'll go out through the window and head him off." "You take the back door," Malachi told Pistol quietly. Pistol nodded, and Malachi dove through the window that had already been shot to bits. Tiny bits of glass dug into the small bit of skin he had left exposed, but most of him was covered by a thick trail coat, long pants, and a bandana. He hit the ground with a tuck and roll his cousin Edie taught him as a child and was on his feet in a second. He spied Fairfield moving down the long row of windows in the back room and ducked against the wall under him to avoid being seen. Pistol was probably a breath behind the bank robber, but Malachi didn't want to risk him getting spooked and bolting. The Rangers always got their man. They'd get this one too. Reaching the back of the bank, Malachi was grateful for the puffy clouds blocking some of the sunlight. The coat, while necessary protection on the trail and in many fights, had sweat pouring down his back. He paused just at the corner, knowing the door was just on the other side. They'd scouted the building the night before, and Fairfield's only hope of exit out the back was the one not 2 feet from Malachi. A low squeak sounded as the back door to the bank opened, and a footstep sounded on the steps. Malachi rounded the corner, only to find Pistol stepping out alone. "I lost him," Pistol grunted. "He was in my sights, but then he turned down a hallway and I missed him." Malachi narrowed his eyes, trying to picture the floor plan of the bank Benjamin had sketched for them the day before. If he remembered correctly, the only other way out was. A crash sounded 10 feet back, and Malachi whipped around to see a man barrel through the glass and onto the ground below him. Fairfield hit the ground but didn't stand as quickly as Malachi had. He'd not been taught to tuck and roll. By the time the criminal gained his footing, Malachi was less than 5 feet from him. "You're under arrest, Fairfield," he boomed. "Give it up." Criminals never made his job easy, and Fairfield was no different. His wanted poster showed more of his face than Malachi could see under his bandana, but the midnight black hair described there stuck out from below his hat. It was him, all right. He took off at a run one might think could best Malachi, much taller and broader by comparison, but Malachi possessed the speed of a man half his size. He dove forward, pinning Fairfield under him roughly before pulling both hands behind the man's back and slapping the cuffs on him. Fairfield choked out the mouthful of dust and dirt he'd taken in when he'd been tackled. Malachi chuckled. I tried to do it the easy way, but you had to go and make it harder for yourself. Pistol helped pull their captive up to his knees, then to his feet. Fairfield spit out a last mouthful of grime before shooting a glare at Malachi. Walking him back around front, Pistol and Malachi handed their man off to the town's law enforcement. Tatesville was large enough that both Fairfield and his accomplice would await trial there before presumably being transferred to prison to serve their sentence. Wallace handed off his man too, and he approached his men. Well done, boys. I'd say you've earned yourself the night off. I'll be headed back to camp. Y'all be ready to move out first thing in the morning. He turned on his heel and moved toward the camp they'd set up just outside town. Smirking, Malachi started after Wallace, while Pistol and McDonald headed further into town. Whatever they got up to in their own time was none of his business, and neither man knew the Lord that Malachi knew of. He'd done his best to share about his faith when it was appropriate, but he had to be careful he didn't shut them down. Ben followed silently behind them, the one of his comrades he could never get a good read on. Wallace stopped and turned to Malachi and Ben. You boys hungry? Sheriff told me there's a good cafe just down the way there, he pointed down the street a ways. He said they have the best chicken fried steak and potatoes in Texas. I don't know about that, Malachi said with a grin. My mom might take issue with that description, but I could eat. Wallace's face softened from the grisly lawman persona he'd taken on until their men were in custody. Have you written to your family recently? Not since the last time we were in Austin, Malachi replied. I try to send a letter every couple of months, just so they know I'm still alive, but we've been so busy lately that it slipped my mind. Wallace nodded. He'd developed a soft spot for Malachi's family when they'd helped rescue his sister from a kidnapping a couple years back. The Lord's provision had been on the whole situation, and he'd orchestrated it in a way that left little question. Even Pistol and McDonald had admitted as much. The chicken fried steak was indeed delicious, though not as good as his ma's of course. After dinner, Wallace, Malachi, and Ben stepped out onto the boardwalk, and Malachi nearly ran over a woman who'd come out of nowhere. Oh, I'm sorry ma'am, Malachi spoke down to her thick, dark hair. Her clothes were tattered, her braid loose in spots. I didn't see you there. Why wouldn't she look up at him? She was tall for a woman, probably 3 or 4 inches shy of 6 feet, but he still towered over her. It's all right, she said, though it was mumbled. Wallace and Ben watched the exchange with interest, but didn't speak. Ma'am, are you sure you're all right? He didn't think he'd stepped on her foot or anything, but she wasn't acting right. His whole body tensed at the idea he'd hurt a woman. I can take you down to the doctor if you need. Her head popped up. No, she said frantically. He knew she continued speaking, but his eyes were glued to her split lip that had nearly healed and the bruise around her eye akin to the ones he and Callum used to give each other as children. The color of her eyes was one he'd never seen, a slate gray, but the left one was bloodshot. Her nose was slightly off-center, though not swollen, so that could have been an old injury. Someone had hurt this woman badly, and every bone in his body wanted to hunt the man down and give him a taste of what he gave. She'd finished speaking and stared at him for a breath before widening her eyes and staring back at her shoes. It was only in that moment that he noticed the woman wore the type of dress women wore when pregnant. Her belly wasn't large yet, he probably wouldn't have noticed if the dress hadn't swallowed her, but this woman was clearly with child. Ma'am, he said, forcing his voice to be gentle. His anger wasn't directed at her, but he'd not be allowing her to go back to whatever man had treated her so poorly. I'm Malachi Carson, a Texas Ranger. He gestured at Ben and Wallace who still stood a few feet away. We can help you, just tell us what you need. Her gaze came back up to his, and he had to swallow down the bile that rose up at the second sight of her bruises. Her wide, terrified eyes moved from the star on his chest, to the men standing near them, and back to his face. Please Lord, let her trust me. She looked over her shoulder, and he noticed how she trembled. Looking over her shoulder as well, he narrowed his eyes and searched the area for any threat that might be on her tail. They'd not be taking her anywhere, not if he had to pick her up and take her to the physician himself. Ben and Wallace scanned the area as well, though not with the same fire he knew burned in his eyes. His mother and aunt had been beaten as children, his grandmother by blood beaten often for years. She'd died before he was born, but even as a child, he developed an exaggerated need to protect women from harm. Ma'am? Her head whipped back around, and he could see her shoulders raising and lowering quickly as she breathed. Her heart was probably racing, too. I promise, I mean you no harm. We'll protect you. The stage's axle broke, she said softly. They said it'll be days before it can get fixed, and I need to get further from New Orleans. Her voice trembled, but at least they were getting somewhere. Where are you looking to go, ma'am? Maybe we can escort you ourselves? She clearly had reason to believe someone was chasing her, and he'd get her away from them if he had to hand in his badge to do it. She was quiet for a moment, seemingly debating with herself. Finally, she closed her eyes and took a deep breath. I need to go to Pine Creek, Texas. Sarah couldn't begin to explain why she knew she could trust this Malachi Carson. It wasn't his badge, but something in his bright blue eyes. She'd all but given up trusting that the Lord would help her long ago, but this felt like that Holy Spirit Thomas and Charlotte were always talking about. His eyebrows shot up, as did that of the men who stood beside them. Pine Creek? Who do you know there? She looked around again, fearful of prying ears. I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything, but can we go somewhere without as many people? He nodded, and gently clasped her elbow. We've got a camp just outside town. If you'd like, we can go there. Her stomach growled loudly, and he paused. When was the last time you ate? This morning, she lied. It had actually been yesterday, but she instinctively knew that wouldn't be a good answer for him. His eyes narrowed, and she knew he didn't believe her. He stuck a hand in his pocket and pulled out a few coins. Handing one to the younger of the other men standing near them, the one with dark brown hair and a slight build, he nodded toward the cafe. Oh no, she argued. You don't need to buy me food. One of the sides of his mouth quirked up. You saying you're not hungry? Her stomach growled again, and he chuckled. That's what I thought. Any preference? It'll have to be packed up, or I'd suggest the chicken fried steak. A sandwich will be fine, she said before turning to the other man. Thank you. He tipped his hat forward in a nod. You're welcome, ma'am. Malachi led her across the street and through the low grass for a few minutes. He kept it slow, and watched for any uneven ground. She fought down the warmth that rose in her at being taken care of. She hadn't come to Hope House until she was 13, too old to be coddled, and she wouldn't have accepted it anyway. Goodness knew Bertram would never have steadied her so gently. So, he said as they approached a camp consisting of a fire and a host of bedrolls. Horses stood tied off to a tree to the side, grazing in the lush grass. Do you think you could tell us your name? Sarah Graham, she replied. Well, Sarah, can you tell us who you're going to see in Pine Creek? She took a long breath and prayed she wouldn't get two of the few people in the world who loved her in trouble. Thomas and Charlotte Foster. His bright blue eyes widened before understanding passed over them. Are you from Hope House? How on earth had he known that? Why, yes. I haven't lived there in a year. A year? Why did it feel she'd aged 20? How do you know them? They're my grandparents in all the ways that matter, Malachi said, as warmth spread over his face. They took my mother and her sister in when they were our age and have been surrogate parents for them ever since. He couldn't be telling the truth. Never in her life would she be so lucky as to run into the Foster's grandson just when she needed help the most. But then, how else would he know about Hope House? I can see you battling with yourself whether to trust me, Malachi said. I understand that. I can see the bruises on your face, read the fear in your eyes, and see that you've barely stopped shaking since I bumped into you. But there's nothing in this world that would ever make me hurt a woman, though I'd like to take a shot at the man who did that to you. She sized him up, willed herself to stop shaking as best she could. There wasn't much else she could do, she had to trust him. If he proved himself unworthy, she could always run. All right, I'll trust you. A sad smile spread across Malachi's face. I'm glad. Now, I think I see Ben coming back with your food. Why don't you take a seat and relax while you eat, then I'll walk you over to the hotel and set you up for the night. We can see it from here, and I'll stay close by in case you need me. What kind of man was this? He seemed so genuine, but she thought the same thing about Bertram. Well, that might not be completely true. She'd had her misgivings about Bertram from the start, how he talked down to staff and wanted to control her comings and goings even while courting. At the time, she thought everyone of his means spoke that way to their employees and mistook his possessiveness for love. The gut instinct that had whispered to her to rethink her relationship with Bertram shouted at her now, only in the opposite direction. Malachi Carson won't hurt you, it said, and he might just be your savior. Chapter 2. Wallace leaned back against his saddlebag and placed a blade of grass between his teeth. You sure about this, Carson? Seems that filly's got some wolves chasing her, and you're putting yourself between her and the pack? I'm sure, Malachi replied. He took a long drink from his canteen and watched the sun fall over the trees to the west. She needs help, and I aim to make sure she gets to my grandparents safely. Ben, who'd been mostly quiet through the conversation, spoke up then. Did she tell you what her plan is? Is she just going to stay with your grandparents forever? She hasn't said, Malachi replied. He'd gotten her set up in the hotel not 100 yards from their camp and asked for a room that faced their direction. He'd considered getting a room next door, but feared she'd feel uncomfortable. Not to mention, he didn't carry a whole lot of cash on the trail, and he'd need some for their lodgings the next night for sure. That, and the stagecoach once they fixed the axle. Once she got over being so skittish, Wallace said, she seemed to take a liking to you. I'd just settle for her trusting that I'll keep her safe. Despite not doing anything to warrant it, the idea of any woman fearing him turned his gut. Wallace plucked the blade of grass from his mouth. I think you're doing the right thing, and I think you need to stay home for a while once you get there. Help her get settled. His eyes twinkled, but Malachi ignored it. Stay in Pine Creek, sir? Won't you need my help tracking Trace Puckett and his crew? Malachi's crew of Texas Rangers had been assigned to take down as many bank robbers as they could along the eastern half of Texas. They'd put 4 different teams behind bars in as many months, but the next on their list was a larger outfit. We can handle it, Wallace replied with a wave of his hand. He clapped Ben on the back. With Ben here to gather intelligence, there's not much we can't do with the element of surprise. Besides, you haven't been home in 2 years, and you're due some time off. His dark brown eyes narrowed. You never really dealt with what happened in Houston, and I'd be a fool not to realize this need to see that girl to Pine Creek safely has to do with it. A wave of heat rose up in Malachi thinking about the saloon girl they'd pulled from a man in the back alleys of Houston. They'd put the man behind bars, but his nightmares still sent him back there on occasion. They'd been too late, she was gone before he carried her through the hospital doors. It had affected them all, but the knowledge of who Malachi's grandfather was had laid heavy on his shoulders. An abusive, cruel outlaw, Marcus Jones had beaten his wife and children more times than anyone would be able to count. If he were being honest, Malachi had always feared that the man's blood ran through his veins. Thank you, sir, Malachi replied. He didn't even try to deny Wallace's belief that Malachi looked at Sarah and saw the woman in Houston, saw his mother and Aunt Carissa, saw the grandmother he only knew from stories. That night, as Malachi laid under the clear night sky, he prayed that God would guide him to do the right thing with Sarah. She had every reason to be terrified, it seemed, but he wanted to be someone who provided sanctuary for her. Show me what to do, Lord. Show me your plan. The next morning, he woke to Wallace boiling water for coffee over the hot coals. Morning, Carson. You want some breakfast here or gonna take the girl to the cafe before the stage leaves? Malachi glanced over at the two-story brick building he'd taken her to the night before. They have breakfast at the hotel, I'll just eat whatever you fixed. They took turns with dinner, but Wallace seemed to need less sleep than the average man and usually made breakfast. Alrighty, Wallace replied. He looked from Malachi to Ben, who sat with his knees up and wrote in a journal on the other side of the cook site. He raised his iron skillet and the tin cup from his mess kit. Either of you want to do the honors? He snickered as he popped his head toward the still sleeping Pistol and MacDonald. Malachi chuckled. He'd been awake when they arrived at the camp the night before, as he'd woken every few hours to go do a walk about of the area beside the hotel. He hadn't heard anything troubling any of the times he'd gone, but he'd still feel better once he laid eyes on Sarah. No sir, go ahead. Ben shook his head as well, a smirk on his face. Banging the tin cup on the skillet obnoxiously, Wallace sang an old saloon song loudly and off-key. Wake up, boys. Wake up, it's a beautiful morning. He danced a little jig to go with it, just as both men who'd been out late started to rouse. We're up, Wallace, MacDonald said as he put a hand to his head. You can stop now. Wallace continued to bang his cup on the skillet. I don't know what you're talking about, boy. I'm just making a little music. His shoulders shook with laughter as Pistol awoke with a groan. Coffee, Pistol croaked. Is there coffee? Malachi leaned over and handed him the cup he'd just poured, then took up MacDonald's mess kit and poured him some as well. As late as they'd gotten back the night before, Malachi knew they'd be feeling it that morning. Once the men got settled with their breakfasts, Wallace cleared his throat. For those of you who weren't here last night, Carson's gonna be leaving us for a while. At the wide eyes of MacDonald and Pistol, Malachi filled them in on what had happened with Sarah and his intention to get her safely settled in Pine Creek with his family. Pistol shook his head. She's expecting? And she was planning on making that journey alone? She didn't seem to have much choice, Ben answered. She's got a shiner and a busted lip, not to mention walks with a bit of a limp. Malachi hadn't noticed the limp, but Ben had always been the one of them to notice things others didn't. MacDonald let out a growl. They might not have the same compulsion to rescue all battered women that Malachi did, but not one of his comrades could to the idea. You're doing the right thing, Carson. Let us know if there's anything we can do to help. Actually, Wallace said, I was thinking about that last night. He turned to Malachi. She said the stage here had a broken axle, right? Yes, sir. Then you'll need to ride over to Harper City if you want to catch a stage today and keep her ahead of anyone chasing her, right? Malachi had been mulling over that very issue, but of course Wallace was step ahead. Harper City's on our way back to headquarters in Austin, so why don't we escort y'all there at least? Relief washed through Malachi at the idea he wouldn't be out riding alone with a vulnerable, pregnant woman to get to the stage. He'd worried what he might do if they were ambushed. These men, the ones he trusted with his life, would be more than enough help. That would be much appreciated, sir. Wallace nodded, the matter was settled. Good, then go get her fed and meet us back here when you're done. We'll saddle up and ride out when you get back. 2 soft knocks sounded on Sarah's door at the hotel that morning. Her heart threatened to beat out of her chest, but Malachi's deep voice calmed her. Sarah? It's Malachi, are you ready for breakfast? It took her a second to find her voice after the fright, but she croaked out her answer. Yes, just let me gather my things. Malachi had told her not to leave her room until he came to get her, so she'd done as he asked. The hotel room was simple. A double bed of polished oak sat in the middle of the room, while a wash basin and area for hanging clothes was set up in the corner. She hadn't wanted to look in the large mirror above the vanity, but after washing as much grime off her face as she could, she decided to rinse and rebraid her hair the night before. Glancing at herself now, she couldn't help but notice how different she looked to who she'd been a year before. At Hope House, her eyes had been alight with the promise of a future. Her dark hair would always be difficult to manage, but it had been clean rather than matted with sweat, dirt, and occasionally blood. She touched her lip where Bertram had hit her. The swelling had gone down some, but it still looked angry. The same could be said for her eye. Her ankle, not Bertram's doing, felt better that morning. She'd rolled it leaving New Orleans when she stepped in a hole in the dark. It hadn't swollen, so hopefully it would be better soon. There was a time Bertram hadn't left marks anywhere that wouldn't be covered with clothing. He had demanded she always look her best when they had company or went to a function, but he'd become increasingly sloppy himself in recent months. They had stopped going out, something he blamed on her pregnancy. She hadn't reached her time of confinement yet, but still, he refused to bring her around his society friends. As she gathered the last of her meager belongings into her bag, she opened the door to find a grinning Malachi waiting patiently for her in the hallway. He leaned against the wall opposite her door but stood when she appeared. His Stetson looked out of place in his hand rather than atop his head, but it gave Sarah a better view of his face. His blonde hair and striking frame were naturally intimidating, but for entirely different reasons than Bertram. "Good morning, Sarah," he said as he extended his arm to escort her. "How did you sleep?" "Fine, thank you." The room was very comfortable. She still couldn't believe he'd paid for a room when he himself slept outside on the ground, but he wouldn't let her refuse. He tipped his Stetson politely at the hotel owner on the way into the dining room for breakfast. "I'm glad to hear that." After what felt like a feast of biscuits, gravy and sausage, Sarah realized she hadn't felt truly full in ages. She had lost weight married to Bertram, as her nerves stole most of her appetite. They had done the same with her sandwich the night before, but that morning she was able to enjoy a full meal for once. As she finished, she sat back in a decidedly unladylike fashion and took a deep breath. Before she realized it was coming, a small burp made its way past her lips, and her eyes widened in horror. "Oh goodness, Malachi. I'm so sorry." She couldn't even imagine what Bertram would have done if she'd done that at his table. The broad, blonde ranger sitting across from her only chuckled. "You forget I spend all my time on the trail with 4 other men. You'd have to do much worse than that to spook me." Sarah shook her head. "I suppose I could blame the baby dash." She clenched her eyes shut as she cut off her words, realizing she hadn't mentioned the baby to him yet. That is." Smiling reassuringly, Malachi grabbed a leftover biscuit from the basket in the middle of the table. He said he'd eaten before he came in, but he'd still ordered a cup of coffee. "Calm down, Sarah. I suspected, it doesn't change anything. I'm still going to take you to Pine Creek." "You're taking me yourself?" Sarah didn't know whether to be grateful or terrified. She supposed she was a little of both. "But don't you have work to do?" "Boss gave me some time off to see you there safely and get you settled," he said as he leaned back in his own chair. "Besides, they're going to accompany us to Harper City anyway. It's the nearest stage, and I figured you'd want to get going." She did. Every mile she put between her and the Grahams, the better she'd feel. "I do, thank you." He pulled out a few coins for what she assumed was his coffee and the tip, as her food had been included with the room, and placed them on the table. "Then let's get going." As they approached the camp where she'd eaten dinner the night before, Sarah realized 2 more men were present. She tensed, but Malachi took her elbow again and squeezed it gently. Leaning down just enough that she could hear his whisper, he murmured from beside her. "I trust every man here with my life and yours. They won't hurt you." Sarah let out a breath, willing her heart to slow. She nodded curtly, not trusting her voice, and they continued the trek to where the other men had already packed up their belongings and tacked up the horses. The 2 men she hadn't met approached slowly, and she noticed them glance at Malachi. He must have nodded, as they stopped a couple of feet from her to introduce themselves. A tall, lanky cowboy stepped forward and removed his Stetson. "Howdy, ma'am. My name's Pete Rogers, but they call me a Pistol. It's nice to meet ya." He extended his hand, and she willed herself to take it. "Nice to meet you as well, Mr. Rogers. I'm Sarah Graham."
Aww.
"Shucks, ma'am. You can call me Pistol. Mr. Rogers is my father, and you'll make me feel old." She smiled at the idea, as the man couldn't be over 30, and nodded. All right, pistol. It's nice to meet you. The other man, a bit shorter though still taller than her, stepped forward. His dark hair matched his eyes, but they didn't hold any malice or anger. I'm John McDonald, ma'am. Nice to meet you as well, John. Thank you all for taking us to the stage stop. She felt Malachi squeeze her shoulder gently and realized she hadn't even noticed him place it there. It was odd, enjoying the comfort the man's gentle touch brought. It had been so long since she'd felt any sort of comfort from anyone but Twyla that she'd nearly forgotten what it felt like. Malachi must have felt her tension as he spoke in his low bass again. Hey, are you all right? I promise you're safe with us. You both are. She did her best to fake a small smile. I'm all right, thank you. Glancing at the horses, she realized there were only 5. That meant she'd be riding double. Malachi said as he followed her gaze, I hope you know how to ride. It just occurred to me that you grew up in the city and might not. I do, she reassured him. I just realized we'd be riding double. Her cheeks flamed with embarrassment. My men and I could take turns walking, he said quickly, but it'll be faster to ride. I thought about renting a horse from the livery, but I'm not sure when I'll be back through here. I didn't have enough cash on hand to purchase one. Of course not, and she felt silly for even thinking it. It's quite all right. We can ride together. A look of relief passed over his face, and Malachi led her to a blonde quarter horse. This is Trooper, he's as gentle as they come. He looked from Sarah to the horse, as his own cheeks blushed the way she knew hers had earlier. It made him look younger, less like the tough Texas Ranger he seemed to be. Would it be easier for me to lift you or just give you a leg up? Her eyes dropped to her belly, and she realized it would be a bit of a trick to even mount the horse. She didn't want to think about how it would affect her riding double. A leg up is fine, she said as the rest of the men mounted their horses around her. He nodded and knelt, placing his hands ready to accept her foot. Up you go, then. I won't let you fall. To her great relief, she mounted the horse easily, and her belly wasn't big enough to cause too much trouble holding on to Malachi's coat. The man who'd introduced himself during dinner the night before as Wallace clicked his tongue, and his horse started forward. The rest of them fell into step behind him, and they set out for Harper City. With one last glance behind them, Sarah breathed out the nerves she'd felt since she realized she'd be stuck in Tatesville longer than she planned. If the god Thomas and Charlotte always talked about cared about her at all, and she seriously had her doubts, they'd make it to Harper City quickly and the Grahams wouldn't have any idea where she'd gone. Clutching the coat of the strong man in front of her, however, she felt less vulnerable than she had in nearly a year. As her baby kicked in her belly, she closed her eyes and relished in the sensation. She knew she had to figure out what her long-term plan was, as she couldn't just stay with Thomas and Charlotte forever. But for the first time in what felt like a lifetime, they might finally be safe. Chapter 3. Fiona Graham glared at their man, Wade Potter, while her husband Richard paced from one end of the ornate parlor to the other. Sitting on the edge of the expensive leather chair, she projected calculated calm. What do you mean she's gone? A trail of sweat dripped down Potter's weathered brow, no doubt brought on by the tirade Richard had gone on moments ago. His black hair had turned mostly gray in the years he'd been working for them. Richard paused his pacing long enough to take a long pull on his glass of whiskey, his face red with anger. Men always overreacted with these things. The servants were sent away 2 nights ago. Some heard a scuffle, but they didn't want to return until summoned. It was quiet for a few hours before any of them dared open the door, and they found Bertram lying on the floor in a pool of his own blood. Hickam loosened his tie the slightest bit, his hands shaking. One of them believed they heard the door open and shut, but couldn't be sure. He pulled out scraps of paper from his pocket and handed them to Fiona. These were found at the foot of the stairs. Slowly perusing the paper in her hands, Fiona pieced together that they belonged to a train ticket. So she ran, that much is obvious. Pursing her lips, Fiona studied Potter. But if this was her ticket, how did she leave? Hickam thinks she could have hopped the train, ma'am. Or she could have taken the stage. She'd have needed money for that, but it's not inconceivable she might have stolen some. Fiona shook her head. She'd told her idiot son Bertram that he shouldn't have married that street urchin. She might have grown up in a fine home in the Garden District, but it was only because Abigail Hunter had donated it to the unwanted children and their keepers. If her parents knew what she'd done with the home they worked so hard for, they'd roll over in their graves. Calmly, Fiona placed the papers on the end table beside her chair. Find her, Potter. She has my grandchild and the sole heir to the Graham family legacy. Find her, and bring her here alive. They might have had a weak, sniveling gambler for a son, but this was their chance to do it again. That is, if the child was a boy. She refused to entertain the possibility that it wasn't. Once she had the child, it shouldn't be too difficult to stage her death. Women died in childbirth all the time. But they had to find her first. Go to that orphanage she grew up in, Fiona said. Start there, and offer a reward for her whereabouts. At least one of those greedy little rats would talk, if not all of them, for the right price. Malachi shifted over to make more room on the hard wooden seat for Sarah. She'd more or less stayed huddled against the side of the stagecoach all of the day before, as though he'd burn her if his legs so much as brushed hers. True, his broad body took up much of the seat, but she had more room than she allowed herself. Are you sure you're comfortable, Sarah? She nodded, and a small smile lifted her lips. Her brown hair had been rinsed and braided again, but he didn't think she'd had a chance to truly get clean since leaving New Orleans. He knew he certainly hadn't had a proper bath in at least a week. But that was just life on the trail. Still, Sarah deserved better, and he aimed to ensure it was one of the first things she had access to in Pine Creek. Another man climbed into the stagecoach, and he nodded at Malachi. The man looked to be a few years older than Malachi's 24, but not by much. He wore a pair of slacks and simple shirt, his clothing not all that different from Malachi's, but something in his expression when he noticed Sarah rose Malachi's hackles. Malachi wasn't sure he'd call what the man did leering, but his hazel eyes were certainly fixed on the woman who looked as though she'd like to jump straight through the stage wall. Howdy sir, ma'am. The man tipped his Stetson downward, and Malachi spied dark hair under it. Where y'all headed? North, Malachi answered simply. And yourself? The man eyed Sarah again, and Malachi's fist clenched. If he didn't stop looking at Sarah like she was a fine meal to a starving man, he'd find himself thrown out of the stage by the scruff of his neck. A coincidence, I'm headed north as well. Malachi didn't point out that of course he was, this coach was headed north. Are you and your wife going or coming? The man's eyes twinkled with something Malachi didn't trust, so he latched on to the lifeline he'd unknowingly offered. Scooting back to Sarah once more, he wrapped his arm around her shoulders and pulled her close to his side. It broke him a little to feel her tremble, but she stopped after he'd tucked her into his side. Headed to visit my wife's family, Malachi answered. He figured the Lord would forgive the lie, particularly if it spared Sarah from any more of the man's gaze. He still didn't know exactly what Sarah was running from, hadn't felt the need to make her expound to that point, but he needed to know soon. It was harder to fight an unknown enemy than a known one. Their traveling companion nodded, and his eyes flitted back and forth between them. Sarah's bruising had faded more overnight, but it was still obvious if she looked high enough that one could see below her bonnet. Malachi would have felt better if the man across from them had glared at him, thinking him responsible. Instead, his expression was unreadable. He fell silent, and Malachi prayed he'd stay that way for a while. It would also help if he got off the line before Pine Creek. Sarah stayed tucked into his side for the next few hours, despite the heat in the coach. Malachi hated that she was afraid, but felt a measure of pride that he'd been able to offer her the security of his protection. And he would protect her with his life. They rode along without incident through the morning, passing fields of crops and pastures full of cattle. They passed a small town or two that weren't on this coach's particular route, and Malachi was grateful they didn't run into any trouble. He had a pistol on his hip and another in his bag, but fighting an outlaw while protecting the woman beside him would prove tricky. It'd be easier if she could shoot, but they hadn't broached that subject just yet. Around noon, they stopped to eat at a town southeast of Pine Creek called Lehi. Malachi leaned his face towards Sarah's ear and spoke softly. "Are you hungry?" "Yes," she replied. Her mood had lightened significantly when the man who'd started the journey with them got off at the last stop. Malachi hadn't moved her from his side, however, and she'd made no attempt to scoot over herself. It was a little jarring how right she felt there, like she'd been there all along. He stepped out of the coach and held a hand out to help her. Once her feet were firmly on the ground, Malachi turned to the grizzled stagecoach driver. "Will an hour be all right for us to eat?" The driver grunted and jerked his chin up in agreement before leaning back in his seat and moving his hat over his eyes. "I guess that's a yes," Malachi mumbled to Sarah. "There's a cafe just down here. The owners are a kind older couple." Sarah hesitated. "Do you think they'll be suspicious of how I look right now?" Her hand came up to the slightly yellowed bruising under her eye. "I don't want anyone causing trouble for you." "The Hendersons know me," Malachi said. He'd been in a number of times over the years when his pa had to come into Lehi for supplies. "And I keep my badge on for others who might have questions. Most will assume the truth, that I'm bringing you somewhere safe." "If you're sure," she said. But she didn't look sure at all. He offered her his arm and led her down the street a ways to the cafe run by Dwight and Coral Henderson. He didn't know how old they were, as he'd thought them ancient as a child. Lehi bustled with activity, and Sarah pressed close as she had on the stagecoach. Her eyes darted around as though looking for a thread around every corner. A group of older men who sat talking outside a barber shop let out a loud chorus of laughter, and she jumped next to him. Otherwise, she kept her head down. What could he possibly say to help her calm her nerves? Before he could think of anything, she squeaked out a sound and darted behind his broad frame. "Sarah," he said with a low growl as he surveyed the area for whoever had spooked her. "What is it? Who did you see?" Sarah groaned behind him and stepped back to his side. "No one. I thought it was someone who works for my in-laws, but it's not." He stayed silent as he led her through the door into the cafe, and Coral pulled him into a hug. "Malachi, it's so good to see you, son." Her eyes glanced at Sarah, her wounds visible the second she lifted her head enough to greet Coral. The matronly woman's eyes filled with compassion as she studied her face and the small bump under her dress. "Coral," Malachi said, "if you'd lead us to the most private table you have we would be mighty thankful." Coral nodded quickly. "We've got just the one, dears. I'll make sure it's clear and we'll get you set up." As soon as she bustled away, Sarah lightly squeezed Malachi's arm. "Thank you." "You're welcome." Coral returned quickly, leading them through the light and airy cafe to a table toward the back. Sarah kept her head down, but Malachi noted the light blue walls had been painted since the last time he came in. The white tablecloths and place settings were the same as always, though. He'd have to tell his pa he'd been by. Once they'd ordered their food, meatloaf for Sarah and fried chicken for Malachi, Coral bustled off to the kitchen and left them alone. "Sarah," Malachi started hesitantly, "I wonder if you'll tell me just who you're running from. I can't protect you from something I don't understand." Sarah nodded, her shoulders rising as she sucked in a breath. "You're right, it's not fair to you. Please just be honest with me, I just want to know how to help you." Malachi spoke softly, but there were no other patrons near their table anyway. "I won't judge you." Sarah clenched her eyes shut, and he felt the tension rolling off of her. "I don't think you can promise that, Malachi." Her gray eyes bored into his as she spoke the last words he expected to hear. "I'm a murderer." Malachi's brows furrowed, his surprise and confusion evident. He nearly whispered her words as he repeated them. "A murderer? Sarah, how?" "I killed my husband before he killed me or the baby," she said. The whole story came rolling out. How she'd planned to escape that night by train. How Bertram came home early and thwarted her escape. How Twyla had helped her. Oh, what if Twyla had been found out? The Grahams would kill her out of spite. Malachi shook his head lightly, as though to shake off a fog. "You said earlier you thought a man outside worked for your in-laws. Is that who's after you?" Yes. Bertram's parents are powerful people with both old money and more acquired in recent years. I'm not sure everything they invest in is strictly legal, but they have unlimited resources and people at their disposal to find me. If they're looking, they'll be successful. It was why she couldn't stay in Pine Creek very long. As they'd rumbled along the road in the coach, she'd pondered her options. A mail-order bride agency that sent women out west was likely her best choice. She simply needed a place to stay until she could contact an agency. A combination of anger and understanding fell over Malachi's face. And your father-in-law, what will he do when he finds you? Oddly, it might not even be him pulling the strings. My mother-in-law, Fiona Graham, is as cunning and vengeful as they come. And she's always hated me. With Bertram gone, they'll want the heir to their family name. They won't keep me around long once the baby's born. Malachi let out a low growl. I won't let that happen, Sarah. You have my word. They won't get you or your baby, and we'll see them behind bars. Sarah smiled sadly. That's kind, and I know you believe that, but their connections run deep in New Orleans. Besides, I did murder their son. At best, they'll want me in prison. You killed him in self-defense, Sarah. That's not murder. Malachi's voice was firm, but Sarah didn't dare believe she might go free if captured. Though, she supposed her traveling companion was a lawman. He'd have a better understanding of the law than she did. Still, Graham's pockets ran deep. Their food arrived, and both ate quietly. Studying Malachi, Sarah saw the anger in his quick movements as he ate his food. She'd not ask him if he was angry with her, but each rough movement he made her flinch. Malachi finally looked up and noticed her. She didn't doubt her face had drained pale.
Ah.
Sarah, I'm sorry, he said apologetically. It's not you I'm angry at. It's your fool husband who thought it was his right to hit a woman and his parents who have you fearing for your life. Sarah willed herself to relax, telling herself for what felt like the 100th time that she could trust him. I won't be a burden to you long, Malachi. I'll figure something out. Why she didn't go ahead and tell him about her plan to write a bridal agency, she couldn't say. My family will take care of you. You don't have to worry about getting a job or anything until the baby's here safely and a little older. In fact, my cousin Edie is the town physician, and I'd like to get you and your little one checked out when we arrive. The stress can't have been good for either of you. He didn't mention the beatings she'd endured while pregnant, but his eyes blazed with silent recognition. Edie, that's an odd name for a man. It was an odd name for anyone, she supposed. Malachi chuckled, though the mirth didn't quite reach his eyes. That's because Edie's not a man. Her name is Edith, but everyone's called her Edie since she was born. That is, unless we're calling her Ed. Sarah smiled her first real smile in days. I'm sure she loves that. How did she become a physician? She'd heard of a few female physicians being trained in recent years, but hadn't met one. Edie has always been the type to go after what she wanted, regardless of what everyone else was doing. She went to medical school in Chicago and graduated in the top of her class. His pride was clear in his voice. She initially returned to Pine Creek temporarily, while she waited for a city hospital to let go of their prejudice long enough to hire her. But she fell in love with Pine Creek again, not to mention Lucas Brown, and decided to stay. They married a few years ago and have 2 little ones. His love for his family was clear, and Sarah found it relaxed her rather than made her long for what she'd never had. Do you have other cousins? I do, he said with a grin as Coral approached again. He checked the time. But we've got a couple hours yet to ride. I'll tell you about them on the road. I look forward to it, Sarah replied. Chapter 4. Leaning back onto the seat of the bouncing stagecoach, Malachi was pleased to find Sarah neither stuck to the wall furthest from him nor cowering under his arm. No one else had gotten on in Lehigh, so they'd be all alone for the next few hours until they rolled into Pine Creek. After they'd pulled out of Lehigh, Sarah sat back from where she'd been studying the terrain as they passed. So tell me about the rest of your family. How many cousins do you have? In all, there are 9 of us. Edie's the oldest, and she's married to Lucas. She's this interesting mix of grace and stubbornness that I don't think I've ever seen in anyone else. Her heart to help people is full of compassion, but there's fire there when she needs it. She and Lucas have 2 children, twins, Titus and Penelope. She sounds like a lovely person, Sarah said with a soft smile. It seemed talk of his family made her feel more comfortable, and he'd oblige nearly anything that accomplished that. She is. I'm next in line, followed by Edie's brother Callum. He works at the ranch my father owns, and it wouldn't surprise me if he didn't take it over one day or buy his own land. Her brows rose as a welcome breeze fluttered through the windows and washed over them. You don't want to take it over? No, ranching had never been my passion. Thankfully, Pa's got a nephew and 2 sons who enjoy spending their time there. Between the 3 of them, it'll stay in the family. Next in line is my sister Lily. She's much quieter, more gentle, than Edie. She's married to Alex, and they have a little boy named Hunter. I imagine it's great fun to have small nieces and nephews, Sarah said. Malachi felt a bit of guilt rise in his chest. I actually haven't met any of them yet, he admitted. I've been gone with the Rangers for the last couple of years and haven't been back since before my sister and Alex got married. It was common for Rangers to not return home for large events, but many of them didn't have much family to speak of. That must have been awfully hard for you. Not as hard as going back and then leaving again, he said. He hadn't meant to speak the words aloud, but they'd spilled out before he could pull them back. The hurt in her eyes nearly undid him. I didn't mean it like that, Sarah, he said hurriedly. Don't feel like I don't want to take you back, it's just always hard to leave again. Sarah stared at him for a long breath, and she wished she knew what he was thinking. I know this is a sacrifice on many levels for you, Malachi. Please know how grateful I am. That hadn't been the response he expected, but it was better than he could have imagined. We've barely scratched the surface of my family, Malachi said with a smirk. I still haven't told you about the time I convinced my brother, Simon, the ice on the creek would hold his weight. As you might imagine, it didn't, and I had to go in after him. Sarah let out a sound somewhere between a laugh and a gasp. Was he all right? He was, he said as he chuckled at the memory, and they got me back by putting a skunk in the outhouse just after I went inside. Why do I get the feeling there are quite a few stories like that from your childhood? The mirth dancing in her gray eyes was the first genuine joy he'd seen there since he'd met her, and he'd keep it there if he could. Because you're a smart woman, Sarah Graham. He leaned his head back on the wall behind his head and launched into tale after tale of the shenanigans they'd gotten into as children, and about the rest of his cousins. She relaxed a little more with each mile, and by the time they reached the outskirts of Pine Creek, he couldn't help but try to bring out as much laughter from her as he could. The driver's gravely voice shouted from atop the coach. Pine Creek, he bellowed. Next stop, Pine Creek. Sarah straightened again, her body tight with tension as it had been in Lehigh. She pulled on her bonnet and pulled the brim low enough that one would have to be shorter than her to see her bruised eye. With the lip mostly healed, it shouldn't cause any attention as he rented horses to take them to see Grandpa Thomas and Nana Charlotte. He'd rather take her to the Circle H, as she'd no doubt be safer there than anywhere else in town, but he knew he had to let her lead. If he tried to force her into anything, even for her own good, she'd balk and likely run. Dozens of voices buzzed as the driver slowed to a crawl in town. Malachi leaned his head out the window to see what had everyone out during the middle of the day. At least 200 people, a good portion of the town, stood in front of Mayor Hinson's office and talked excitedly with one another. What in the world? The driver shouted again from his seat up front. Are you both all right if I drop you here? The crowd's blocking the normal stop. Malachi turned his head toward the man. Yes, sir, we'll be fine. The stage jerked to a stop, and Malachi pulled his head back in the window to see a trembling Sarah with her face drained pale. Sarah, it's all right. I grew up with these people, they will protect you. I just didn't expect a crowd is all. They're not here for us. I'm not sure what they're doing, but they had no idea the stage was coming. Who knows? My grandparents might be there, and you'll get to see them quicker than you thought. She took a deep breath and nodded curtly. He could see the mental game she played with herself, convincing herself she could step foot off the stage. Would she even have tried if he hadn't been there? Malachi stepped out the door before turning to hold out his hand as he had in Lehi. Stay behind me if you're nervous, he said as he took her bag from her. Holding his small bundle of belongings under his arm, he couldn't deny the relief he felt when her foot actually touched the dirt in Pine Creek. If nothing else, he knew his family would take care of her and her baby. The stage driver pulled away, and just on the other side stood nearly his entire family. They wore wide grins and stared at the mayor's office. Pa held Mama against his side, just as Uncle Cade did to Aunt Abigail and Uncle Matthew to Aunt Carissa. Uncle Matthew and Callum each held one of Edie's children, and Alex knelt beside his son Hunter, lifting him in the air as well. The rest of his siblings and cousins stood and chatted happily amongst themselves. Rose Gilbert, Callum's sweetheart, stood next to Callum making faces at Edie's son Titus. Mama was the first to spot him. Malachi. Without warning, she broke into a run and crossed the 20 or so feet between them in the time it would take a woman half her age. Her blonde hair was peppered with gray, but she was as beautiful as ever as she slammed into his chest. You're home, she sobbed. Pa closed the distance quickly as well, closely followed by the rest of them. Knowing better than to pull Beth Carson from her son, he closed them both in a quick hug. Welcome home, son. We've missed you. Simon spoke up from behind Pa, why are you home? His smile was mischievous. Not that we don't want you here, just wondering if you got sacked or something. Nicholas slapped him on the chest. Dummy, can't you see he's still wearing his badge? Lily stepped forward, and Mama made room for her to sob against his chest as well. I can't believe you're really here, she whispered. Mama finally pulled back and wiped her eyes with the handkerchief Pa handed her. Did you send a letter? Should we have known you were coming? Is something wrong? The concern in her eyes was clear, and Malachi hurried to put her mind at ease. Everything's fine, Mama. He felt behind him to where Sarah still stood behind his back. He could feel her discomfort radiating from her body, but he gently clasped her arm and pulled her to his side. Everyone, I'd like to introduce you to Sarah Graham. Sarah prayed her bonnet was pulled low enough to block the bruising on her eye. She knew they'd see it eventually, but here in front of the whole town just felt like too much. Already, other groups of people turned and she could nearly hear word spreading of the town hero's return. Malachi's mama's eyes shot from her to Malachi and back again before she stepped forward and pulled her into a warm hug. When she released her, she must have caught sight of Sarah's face. She gasped, and her alarmed eyes went to Malachi again. The woman Malachi had told her was named Beth Carson put a gentle hand on Sarah's cheek, and her brilliant blue eyes bore into hers the same way Malachi's did. You're safe here, dear, she whispered. Family member after family member approached and pulled Malachi into a hug. They introduced themselves, and only the women seemed to notice her face under her bonnet. The men were taller than her, and it blocked their view. A tall, beautiful brown-haired woman approached. I'm Edie. It's nice to meet you, Sarah. Her eyes went to Sarah's belly the way no one else's had, and she nodded in understanding. Did Malachi tell you I'm a doctor? Sarah nodded. He did. He told me about you all. The corners of Edie's mouth turned up even as a cheer rose through the crowd. We'll get together soon. Relief spread through Sarah, and she realized she carried more anxiety over the baby's well-being than she realized. Feeling it move and roll around had been comforting, but she didn't know what was normal and what wasn't. Malachi put his arm around Edie. I told her all about you, Ed. A brown-haired man nearly as tall and broad as Malachi stood behind her with his hands on her arms. His grin was broad and proud, his brown eyes happy. Welcome home. Malachi shook the man's hand. Happy to be here. He turned back to Sarah and introduced them. Sarah, this is Lucas, Edie's husband. Sarah kept her face lowered but smiled and hoped he could see it. It's nice to meet you, Lucas. She continued receiving hugs from a few more women, two beautiful redheads Malachi told her were Aunt Abigail and Helen. The men in Malachi's family, even the ones not related to him by blood, were all incredibly tall and broad. Not one of them stood under 6 feet, and a few were easily a foot taller than her 5.5 feet. Malachi stood behind her with his hands on her shoulders and squeezed reassuringly when a few, particularly large men walked forward. "Sarah, this is my Uncle Cade, his son Robert, and Lily's husband Alex." The man called Alex still held a toddler on his shoulders, which caused her to relax somewhat. Whether Malachi had shot them a look over her head or they just sensed her discomfort, all three stayed a few feet further back than the rest. Alex was the only one to speak, the red-headed mountain of a man. "It's nice to meet you, Sarah." Another cheer rose up from the crowd as Mayor Hinson stepped out onto the porch, propping the door open. Malachi's curiosity must have gotten the better of him. "What's going on?" "Lucas brought the first telephones to Pine Creek," Edie answered with pride. "The other is at the mill, and one of his men will be placing the first phone call in a few minutes." "A telephone? That's so progressive of you, Lucas." Malachi spoke teasingly, but Edie rolled her eyes at him nonetheless. One of the twins, she couldn't remember which, stepped toward Lucas and slung an arm over his shoulder. "If you've got money to burn, we've got some excellent investment opportunities for you." Lucas's shoulders shook with laughter. "I'll take that under advisement, Simon." He stepped out of Malachi's brother's hold and picked up his daughter who'd wiggled out of Callum's arms. Familiar voices sounded from behind them. "Did we miss it?" "We got here as soon as we could." It was Charlotte's voice, and it rose above the fray like a balm to Sarah's soul. She turned just as the rest of the family did, but the two spotted Malachi first. "Malachi," Charlotte said as she moved to hug him as his mother had. "We've missed you so much." Sarah smiled at the older, graying couple who'd been such a sanctuary for her in her time at the orphanage. Her bonnet was still pulled low, so they didn't recognize her until Malachi put his hand on her lower back and gently pushed her forward. "Grandpa, Nana, I think you know Sarah Graham." Charlotte's mouth dropped open. "Sarah, honey, what are you doing here?" She pulled Sarah in as tightly as she could with Sarah's belly in the way. Charlotte noticed quickly, and gentled her hold a bit. Thomas did the same, his eyes full of confusion like his wife's. That is, until Charlotte lifted her bonnet, and they took a gaze at her face. Nearby, the ringing of a phone sounded, as did another cheer from the crowd, but Sarah barely heard them. Tears filled Charlotte's eyes as she placed her hand on Sarah's belly. "Oh, dear." She sounded heartbroken, and it brought tears to Sarah's eyes as well. Malachi mostly blocked them from the view of the crowd, but his hand remained on Sarah's back in support. "I met Sarah in Tatesville. She was trying to get to you too but was delayed. When she said where she was going, I decided to escort her to ensure she arrived safely." Thomas put a hand on his arm. "Thank you, son." Tears filled his own eyes at the sight of her bruising, but none spilled over. "Would you like to come back to our cottage with us, dear?" The younger version of Malachi's mother, his sister Lily, approached then. "Everyone's coming back to our house for dinner if you'd both like to join us. The parsonage is on our property. You can talk at the cottage, or if you'd like to tell the rest of us how we can help you, come straight to the main house." "That sounds nice, thank you." Sarah had stopped shaking from her nerves, but her heart still felt like it might jump from her chest. She looked up at Malachi, her defender and friend. "Is that all right with you?" He smiled and moved his hand from her back to her shoulder, sending a current of warmth through her. "It's perfect." Chapter 5. His entire family gathered in the parlor of the parsonage, the familiar white walls soothing to his soul. The children were all down for a nap in the upstairs room, while the adults waited patiently for what Malachi had to tell them. Their bellies were full from the spread Lily had prepared. When Alex and Lily had gotten married, they moved into the parsonage that Alex had asked Grandpa and Nana to stay in until then. Even though the parsonage had been included in Alex's contract with the town, he'd been happy in the cottage, and they'd only swapped when his grandparents insisted leading up to the wedding. Grandpa entered the room last, placing a hand on Malachi's shoulder. Just be honest, son. Tell us what you need. This family looks after one another. Malachi nodded gently, unexplained nerves calmed. The only explanation for his quickened heartbeat and the brick in his stomach was that he'd come to care about Sarah. She was more than just someone he wanted to protect, but he couldn't understand how. He'd only met her a few days before, yet he knew that he'd protect her with everything in him. Grandpa settled in the same wingback chair he'd always sat in next to the fireplace. It had been left open for him, as it always would be. Nana sat in a chair pulled from the dining room next to him, as did his mother and aunts. Edie, Lily, and Helen sat on the sofa, while Lucas and Alex stood behind them. His father and uncles stood off to the side, casting curious looks from him to Sarah. Callum had walked Rose home but entered the room then to take a spot next to the twins, Simon and Nicholas. Sarah stood off to his side, looking as though she'd love nothing more than to sink into the wall at her back. He reached behind him and grasped her hand, pulling her gently forward to stand next to him. Thank you all for being willing to hear me out. Sarah's in trouble, and she needs our help. Mama reached up and clasped Sarah's other hand from her spot in the dining room chair. Gratitude at her immediate trust of him and the situation rushed through Malachi. Sarah still hadn't taken off her bonnet, still kept her face to the ground, but he reached up and untied the bow, fastening it then. She allowed him to do it, though he saw the way her hand tightened in his mother's. The bonnet gone, the bruising around her eye was visible to anyone who hadn't spotted it already. Pa hissed in the corner, and Uncle Cade crossed his arms over his chest with a glare that could take down a lesser man. Uncle Matthew, with the well-trained eye of a lawman, didn't look surprised. Still, his jaw tensed at the sight. Compassion and anger filled the eyes of his sister, mother and aunts. Edie studied Sarah with little emotion, but when Sarah's gaze lifted to hers, she smiled reassuringly. As you can see, Malachi said, having returned his hand to hers. Sarah's been hurt. He looked to Sarah and waited until she nodded. He could tell his family the full story. Breathing a sigh of relief, he took in the room again. Sunlight streamed in through the open windows, a light breeze gently lifting the curtains. Tears filled Nana's eyes once again. Grandpa put a comforting hand on her arm. Uncle Matthew stepped forward then, wearing the face he did when questioning victims of violent crimes. Is the person who hurt you still alive, Sarah? No, Sarah said. Her voice was strong and steady despite the slight tremble he still felt. He was my husband. Pa let out a low growl, as did Alex. Not wanting Sarah to fear their ire was directed at her, he removed his hand from hers and placed it around her shoulders. The men in my family don't cotton to anyone hitting a woman, ever. Nana, who'd had a snake of a first husband before he passed early and she married Grandpa, stood and crossed the room to take Sarah in her arms. I'm so sorry, Sarah, she sobbed. We would have never let you marry him if we knew. It wasn't your fault, Sarah said. I was blinded by the lifestyle, the ease he brought. It didn't occur to me to think he'd be anything but genuine. While Sarah and Nana held each other, Malachi continued. Sarah feared for her life and planned to escape New Orleans a few nights ago. Her husband came home early and discovered her plans. The bruises you see are from that confrontation, but Sarah did what she had to do to protect herself and the baby she carries. The men, most of which likely hadn't noticed her belly, gasped before narrowing their eyes further. Beating a woman of any sort was inexcusable, beating a pregnant woman took it even further. Aunt Carissa, the eldest daughter of Malachi's outlaw grandfather, fiddled with the ring Uncle Matthew had given her when he proposed. You said he's no longer alive. We understand if it was at your hands. Her head turned, and her eyes locked on Sarah's. Few people can understand how we do, but we just want to know what you're facing so we can help you fight it. Malachi started to speak, but Sarah cut him off as Nana released her, her voice stronger each time she spoke. I pushed him off me, and he hit his head on the hearth. He'd stopped breathing before I left, and blood nearly filled the floor of our entryway. He didn't survive. His cousin, Helen, sat back with relief. So that's good, right? He can't hurt you anymore? Sweet Helen, a forever romantic who believed the best of the world around her. Unfortunately, Sarah said, his family is what concerns me most. They have money and connections, and they won't just let me run without a fight. Aunt Abigail looked up, curiosity etched across her face. Who is his family? She shook her head, and her eyes widened. I don't mean to pry, but I grew up in New Orleans among those with money and connections. I wonder if I might be able to help you with connections I still have. I know who you are, Sarah said with a small smile. Your photo hangs in Hope House, our gracious benefactor. Aunt Abigail reddened. I asked them to take that thing down. I haven't been back in years, but I receive frequent updates on you all from Thomas and Charlotte. It's easy to be blinded by what you think money will offer you, and I can only imagine how much more so for someone in your position. We'll never hold that against you. Sarah's eyes misted slightly. Thank you. My in-laws are Richard and Fiona Graham, my husband was Bertram. He was their only child. And now you carry their only heir, Abigail added with understanding. I know them. My father laid down with his own dogs, but even he gave Richard's father a wide berth, Fiona's as well for that matter. His associates might have been dogs, but to hear him tell it, the Grahams were snakes. Well-connected snakes, Sarah said. It's why I had to leave New Orleans. I had no way of knowing whether I'd receive a fair trial there, as some judges are clean while others. The room was silent for a moment, the only noise the light rustle of Lily's curtains in the breeze. So, Uncle Matthew said, do you have a plan of what you will do now? We want to help you any way we can. Sarah nodded, surprising Malachi. He didn't realize she'd formulated a clear plan. Yes, sir. I think my only option is to become a mail-order bride. I hoped I might stay here until I can get in contact with a sending agency my friend told me about in Dallas. Nana nodded. There's an agency there that many of the young ladies who age out of Hope House use since none exist in New Orleans. Malachi feared his heart would beat out of his chest. A mail-order bride? It was just as likely she'd get another snake like Bertram as she'd marry a good one. No, you're not. Sarah turned to him, shock and fire in her eyes. Excuse me? I don't have many choices, Malachi. It's not like many businesses will hire a woman who's 6 months pregnant, and what will happen when my baby gets here? I need to support us. You'll not be a mail-order bride, Malachi ground out. What was she thinking? The shock was replaced fully with fire then, and Malachi briefly saw his brothers elbowing each other with wide grins on their faces from the corner of the room. I'm afraid you don't get a vote, Malachi. She wasn't yelling, but it might have been easier if she was. The venom with which she said her words had him wishing he could take a step back. I'll not be a burden to your family. I appreciate you bringing me here, but I don't have any other options. You do, he said. You have an option standing right in front of you. His mother sat up in her chair, eyes wide. Smiles spread over the faces of Edie, Helen, and Lily. His brothers wore Cheshire cat grins, as did Alex and Lucas beside them. His father's expression was unreadable. Sarah's brows furrowed. Mercy, was she pretty? The bruising on her face twisted his gut every time he looked at her, but her beauty was undeniable. I don't understand. He reached down to Sarah's free hand, the one that didn't still hold his mother's in a death grip. I'll marry you, Sarah. Don't send off letters for some mail-order husband who might or might not be kind to you. Marry me. Sarah froze in her spot, staring up into Malachi's bright blue eyes. She had to be dreaming. Had she fallen asleep in the stagecoach and concocted this whole situation in her slumber? I don't know what to say. Son, the blonde cowboy Malachi had introduced as his father stepped from where he'd stood in the corner and approached them. Why don't you two go out to the porch and discuss this without all of us listening in? Oh, right. I'm sorry. He turned pleading eyes to her. Please, I won't force you to do anything you don't want to do. Just come with me, and we can talk. Not sure if she could trust her voice, Sarah nodded and allowed him to lead her back into the light and bright foyer. A few pieces of simple art hung on the white walls, as did fabric that had been embroidered with a Bible verse she recognized from the book of John. For God so loved the world. Was she included in that? She'd never felt very loved by God, more forgotten than anything. Could Malachi's offer be the answer to her hopeless prayers? He opened the door and held it for her while she stepped onto the porch. Taking her hand again, he led them to the porch swing to sit and look out at the town. The parsonage sat on the edge of town, close enough that one could see the bustling town center, but far enough away that she didn't have to fear being overheard. Malachi dash. No, he said quickly. Listen to me for just a minute, then I promise I'll let it go. He angled his body so she could either stare straight ahead, or shift slightly to look him in the eye. She chose the latter. If you go out west, I'll not rest not knowing if you're safe. Why leave the comfort of the life we could have here to journey halfway across the country, especially when the baby will be here soon? She didn't relish the idea of sitting on a train for days and days, that much was true. Malachi ran a hand over his face. Edie's here, and she can help you leading up to the birth. I can have the money I've saved wired from the bank in Austin, and we can build a house on my family's ranch, or buy something in town if you'd like. Malachi, Sarah said as she shook her head. You're a Texas Ranger. You won't be here for any of that. His words sounded wonderful, but the logic made no sense. There are Texas Rangers who are married, and they make it work. I can request leave after being married, I can be here until after the baby's born. They would grant you that? He nodded. I haven't taken any leave since I took the job. Besides, I'm not even certain it's what I want to do long term. I haven't decided yet, but the immediate future could have me here. I can work the ranch or for Uncle Matthew if he needs help. She couldn't do this to him. He deserved to marry a woman he loved, a woman who didn't come with a target on her back and more baggage than he could ever imagine. You're so kind, Malachi dash. You're about to refuse me, Sarah, I know you are. The reason will be diplomatic, and you'll try to spare my feelings. But you can't deny that this, marrying me, is what would be best for the little one. He moved his hand, as though to touch her belly, but then pulled it back. I won't take liberties that aren't mine, Sarah. But if you marry me, I'll love this child as though he or she is my own blood. And what would you want in return, from me? She couldn't believe she was even entertaining this ridiculous idea. His eyes darkened, and he let out a breath. In time, I hope that we'll fall in love the way I've seen over and over in my family. I'll pray every day that the Lord brings us closer together. But I won't ask more of you than you're willing to give. If this baby is the only child we ever have, I'll be a content man. He couldn't be real. No man would give that up willingly. But he had a point. This was clearly the best choice for her and the baby. And she would be harder to find with a different last name. Just promise me you'll think on it. One more thing, then I'll stop arguing. If we marry, the baby can take my name. The grandparents won't even know where to find either of you. That was it, the kill shot. Shooting a glance toward the sky, she prayed to anyone who might be listening. Let this not be a mistake. All right, I'll marry you. But know that if you change your mind and want an annulment after the baby's born, I'll grant you one. No questions asked. That was the only fair way to handle it. His gaze narrowed, though not in a scary way like Bertram's always had. He lifted his hand from hers to hold her chin. As he leaned closer to her, she could feel his breath on her face. Make no mistake, Sarah. I'm in this for life. I'll give you my name, my home, my protection, and my love. I'll not be asking for any annulment. He thought that now, when he'd not settled into the day-to-day life of a marriage in name only. He'd not had to wake her from one of her nightmares, the nightmares that had both starred Bertram and made him so angry. He'd not lived with a skittish woman who overreacted when she was backed into a corner. But still, as his breath fanned her face and he leaned in closer, Sarah's reasons for refusing felt less and less clear. At the last second, he lifted his lips from their path to hers, and pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead. Please say you'll try, Sarah. That's all I ask. Placing a hand on her stomach and feeling the baby kick and roll inside, she sighed. I will. I promise. Chapter 6. Fiona Graham took a long drag on her cigarette before tapping it on the ashtray beside her. What have you learned? She sat in the chair behind her husband's large mahogany desk, though the last time he sat there was beyond her. The curtains were nearly drawn, only a few inches of light in the room, lest passers-by grow curious. The air smelled of stale whiskey, that was Richard's, and smoke. Hickam, the private investigator known to them only by his pseudonym, cleared his throat and looked through his papers again. He ran a hand through his short-cut brown hair as he gathered his thoughts. It seems your son came home to find his wife with her bag packed and a train ticket to Houston. You've seen the ticket, and I was able to put it back together. It was one way, and it's unclear where she planned to go from there. We didn't find the bag, and only know about it due to a few of the servants. A knock sounded at the door, and she raised her eyebrows at Hickam. It seems our friend from the police department is here. But the man who walked through the door of her husband's study was not the detective they'd specifically requested, the one with whom they had an understanding. Good morning, the young buck of a man who couldn't be any older than Bertram said as he extended a hand. His eyes shone confidence, as did his stance. I'm Detective Paul Turner from the New Orleans Police Department. Detective Turner, she said stiffly without extending her own. I'm Fiona Graham, and this is Hickam, the investigator we've hired to help us find our daughter-in-law and the grandchild she's taken. The detective's eyes narrowed, as though he didn't trust her, but he didn't address Hickam. Shall we wait for Mr. Graham, then? No, Fiona said as she fought the urge to roll her eyes. Her idiot husband was nearly as useless as her son had been. You may discuss the issue with me. Are you sure, ma'am? The details aren't pretty dash. I'm quite sure, detective. Now tell me, have you found my poor daughter-in-law? Terribly unfortunate, her quick demise into hysteria. Turner pulled out a notepad and glanced through it, placing a pencil behind his ear. Hysteria? None of the servants we've spoken to, nor those who knew Sarah at Hope House, have spoken of such things. Bertram kept it well hidden, lest she be humiliated. Fiona took another long drag on her cigarette and blew the smoke in Detective Turner's direction, a clear message. She hasn't been right in the head since she got pregnant. The lawman crossed the room, away from her puff of smoke, and toward the window. It is odd, isn't it? A wife killing her husband unprovoked when she was as pregnant as she is. A quick look passed between Fiona and Hickam, though it wasn't clear if the detective had noticed. Yes, it's odd indeed. Say, where is Detective Barber? Our family has worked well with him in the past, and he's proven himself to be more than competent. I'm afraid he's been relieved of his duties, ma'am. The man, barely more than a child, didn't look sorry at all. An ethics violation, as it were. A shame. His eyes pinned her with an intensity that would have shaken a lesser woman. As it was, she simply took one last drag and held his gaze. Where his expression was suspicious, hers was intentionally casual. She'd considered playing the part of the grieving mother, but everyone who knew them knew that would have been an act. Instead, she chose affected indifference. What a shame indeed, Detective Turner. Malachi waited at the head of the aisle, Alex just behind him, his brothers and male cousins off to his side. She'll come, Alex said quietly. But if you don't loosen your jaw, it'll stick and you won't be able to kiss your bride. A blush rose up Malachi's cheeks at the reminder of that very thing. He'd feel better once he could see Sarah, see that she was safe and intended to go through with the wedding. Half of him feared she'd run, the other half feared she wouldn't. He wanted to marry her down to his very soul, but she deserved someone whose feelings she could eventually reciprocate. If that man wasn't him, was it fair to subject her to a lifetime of friendship? The church was warm, though the clouds overhead had provided some shade. Only his family sat in the pews, mostly whispering amongst themselves. Ray, Paula, and their children were there too, though they were as much family as anyone in the room. Ray shot him a wink as he bounced their youngest, Rudy, on his knee. Rose Gilbert attended as well, her sweet face turned up in a kind smile. Malachi noticed her look up at Callum and wink, and he wondered how long it would be before they'd make their vows. Mama, Edie, Lily, Helen, and Nana were all helping Sarah get ready. She hadn't had any dresses other than the one she wore on the road, but Lily and Edie each had dresses from their own pregnancies they thought would look nice on her. But only if she went through with it. Grandpa sat next to Pa in the front row and sent him an encouraging smile. Pa and his uncles had all been understandably concerned at the rashness of his decision, but acknowledged they'd have done the same thing in his shoes. He hoped whoever received his wire in Austin at headquarters would be so understanding. He'd asked for 3 months, not unheard of after a man married or had a child, but it was always a case-by-case basis. Uncle Matthew had agreed to hire him on as a deputy for the time being, as his longtime deputy Oliver Grady had recently decided to retire by the end of the year and had already cut back his hours. Whether Uncle Matthew would ever follow suit was a different matter, but Malachi was thankful for the temporary position. The back door opened, and Malachi's head shot up to catch a glimpse of his bride. But it was only Mama, shooting him a knowing grin as she walked up the aisle to sit with Pa. Nana followed and took a seat next to Grandpa. After whispering something in his ear, he stood and walked out the back door of the church. Before his heart could begin galloping too hard, she turned back and nodded reassurance. She turned to Aunt Abigail, who stood and took her seat behind the upright piano. Suddenly, a gentle melody filled the air. Helen appeared in the doorway first, a simple bouquet of wildflowers in her hands. She wore a light green dress with white lace that favored her red hair well. She walked slowly down the aisle and winked at Malachi as she went by. Why Sarah had insisted on a wedding party was beyond him. She seemed to be under the impression he'd be disappointed if his brothers and cousins didn't stand up with him, but he truly didn't care either way. He hadn't fought her on it, though, giving her some measure of the control he knew she'd lost. Lily appeared next in a soft blue gingham that he knew had once been his mother's. He heard Alex's intake of breath behind him and smiled despite himself at the reminder that his sister and best friend had fallen in love. Lily deserved someone who'd treat her like a queen, and Alex did just that. She passed their son Hunter, who sat wriggling in Aunt Carissa's lap, and blew him a quick kiss. Edie followed in pale yellow with the same simple wildflower bouquet Lily and Helen held. She brushed her hand on Lucas's shoulder as she passed, sending her own blown kisses to Titus and Penelope. Once she reached the front, she lifted her chin to Aunt Abigail, and the music changed. What had been a soft, gentle melody turned into something much grander as Sarah appeared in the doorway with Grandpa at her side. Lit from behind from the sunlight as she was, Malachi thought she looked like an angel. Her dark hair was pinned back in an elegant bun, with a few tendrils pulled down to frame her face in gentle curls. The dress itself was nothing overly fancy, a cream bodice cinched in just above her stomach, still not overly large yet. Her sleeves went down just below her elbows, and ribbons tied them off. A similar cream ribbon wove through the bottom of the dress, making it even more special. She was so beautiful. He had no doubt Mama and Aunt Abigail had worked to fancy up the dress between the time they'd made their decision 2 days before, and that morning. He didn't realize it until Sarah and Grandpa had nearly reached him, but he could barely see the bruising around her eye anymore. Not only had it faded with the extra few days, but someone must have had a little powder to cover the last yellowed bits. The music filled the room, and he was barely aware anyone else was in the room as she floated down the aisle. Her shy, hesitant smile only served to make her more endearing, and he felt pride rumble deep in his chest that she was his. That is, if he could convince her to stay that way. When she'd mentioned an annulment, it had gutted him, though he tried not to show it. For him, marriage was a commitment, a covenant, and he'd not be reneging on his vows. Alex placed a hand on his shoulder and shoved him forward lightly. She'd reached the end of the aisle, and Malachi stepped forward to greet his bride. Sarah was somewhere between wishing she could run back down the aisle and out of the church and wishing she could bolt into Malachi's arms. She'd thought she was going to be sick just before Thomas opened the doors, but seeing Malachi had calmed her nerves to some degree. He was a good man. She knew that much. He'd give her baby a name that wasn't Graham, and he'd treat her with kindness. Seeing the way his father treated his mother, the way he treated all the women in his family, it was no wonder they all adored him. Alex, the most intimidating pastor she'd ever seen despite his friendly manner, stepped forward behind Malachi. Who gives this woman to be wed to this man? Thomas unwrapped her arm from his and placed a gentle kiss on her cheek before pulling back with misty eyes. His brows raised in silent question, and Sarah nodded. They hadn't been at her first wedding, the one to Bertram. Fiona had insisted that it be a small affair but grand nonetheless. They never made a secret of their shame that Bertram had married an orphan street urchin. She'd been mildly tolerated at family dinners, but as Bertram had spiraled deeper into his gambling and alcohol, they'd blamed her entirely. Placing her hand in Malachi's, Thomas spoke. "Charlotte and I do." It was odd, the feeling of being cared for. Sarah hadn't allowed herself to grow close to many of the adults at the orphanage, really only Thomas and Charlotte. Not arriving until she was a youth, it felt scarier to be loved than to be alone. When you were alone, you had nothing to lose. Malachi pressed a kiss to the back of her hand before leaning forward and whispering softly in her ear, his low rumble sending a jolt down her spine. "Are you sure about this?" Sarah nodded, though he couldn't see her face. "Yes, are you?" "More sure than I've ever been," Malachi replied with a wink. How could he be so steady about something so life-changing? In the span of a day, he'd gone from a single man escorting a woman to safety to a man at the altar claiming a ready-made family. It was enough to make her head spin, so why did he seem so unaffected? Alex had backed up again to stand under the stained glass rendering of Jesus at the Last Supper. The way the window was affixed, light shone in at this time of day and made splotches of color on the floor beneath it. She studied the painting and wondered whether Jesus cared what happened in her life. Whoever the artist had been, they'd taken great care to show the compassion in Jesus's face, his humble position below his followers. Bertram would have never taken such a weak position, nor would his father and mother. But there, as Alex welcomed their guests, she stared into Malachi's bright blue eyes and saw the same humility there. If God did care about her, the way Thomas and Charlotte had insisted he did, she had no trouble believing he'd sent Malachi to her. "Sarah," Alex said gently, "are you ready to take your vows?" "I am," she said. This wedding was so different from her first. Even on her wedding day to Bertram, she'd had a nagging feeling of doubt deep in the pit of her stomach. This day, as she repeated the vows after Alex, she felt no doubt whatsoever. Her nerves were still evident in the fluttering of her stomach and the moisture on the back of her neck, but something about the day felt right. Malachi repeated his vows next, and Sarah let herself enjoy the comforting warmth that spread from her toes to the top of her head. She didn't know this man, not really, but she knew enough to hope he was the answer to all her childhood fantasies. She hoped he would be her family. As he spoke, the baby rolled and kicked in her belly, as though it wanted to participate in the day. One of her hands held Malachi's, but the other she placed on her belly. She supposed, in a way, it was her reassurance to her little one that all this was for him or her. Before she realized it, Alex was beaming behind her. "Then I suppose, by the power of the Lord above and the state of Texas, I pronounce you husband and wife. Malachi, you may kiss your bride." A cheer went up around the room, and the butterflies she'd felt in her stomach turned to large birds as Malachi placed his large hands on either side of her face, and gently pulled her closer. He stepped forward as well, her belly lightly colliding with his flat stomach as he placed his lips to hers. It was a chaste kiss, but all of a sudden the baby rolled and kicked again, startling Malachi back. "Was that," he said with a mixture of amusement and awe on his face. "Was that the baby?" She blushed, but couldn't fight the smile that overtook her face as she nodded. "Apparently, he or she approves." Chuckles filled the room as Malachi placed his hand on her stomach. "I'm so glad to have your approval, little one." The affection in his eyes for the child he'd only just learned existed was nearly too much for her. Tears filled her eyes, but a glance to his mother and Charlotte on the first row showed her she wasn't alone. Tears rolled down both their cheeks, and Beth sent her a warm smile. It felt too good to be true, this ready-made family who loved and supported one another, but Sarah would let herself bask in it for the day. If it all fell apart around her, well, she'd been there before. She'd dust herself off and keep moving, but this time she'd have her own ready-made family in her and her baby. Malachi turned them to face the small gathering of guests, and Alex spoke from behind them. "Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Malachi and Sarah Carson." Chapter 7. Malachi watched Sarah move hurriedly around the small cottage on the parsonage property. "Are you sure there's nothing else I can do to help you with dinner?" He'd lit the wood stove for her, but she had shooed him away before he could do anything else. His grandparents had moved in with Uncle Matthew and Aunt Carissa temporarily, until Malachi and Sarah decided where they wanted to live. He'd grown up hearing stories from his mothers and aunts about how that cottage had provided a place of healing when they lived there. Lord, let it be the same for Sarah. "No, I'm all right." Sarah brushed her hair back from her face impatiently. "I'm just trying to get my bearings." She searched through a cabinet beside the stove and pulled out both a skillet and a stock pot, the latter an odd choice for a quick dinner. Malachi studied her for a moment as she searched through the food items the women in his family had stocked them with, despite there not being very much room to hold it all. "Lily sent over the chicken and bread. I don't mind sandwiches this evening. It would give you a chance to rest and put your feet up after the long day." He saw the sweat on her forehead and wasn't sure if it was from heat or anxiousness. The windows were open, a slight breeze working its way through the room. "No, I'm fine. Why don't you go over and visit with Alex and Lily for a while? I'll have dinner fixed by the time you get back." Her lips were set in a thin line, and Malachi didn't know what he'd done wrong, but he knew better than to argue. "All right, holler if you need me. Otherwise, I'll be back shortly." He moved in to kiss her on the cheek, but she flinched in a way that had his stomach curling. What had happened? At the wedding that morning and their lunch at Aunt Carissa's after, she'd seemed fine. She'd huddled up into his side, and he'd thought the smile on her face more beautiful than anything he'd ever seen. But that smile was long gone. Trying not to take her clear rejection personally, he moved out the door and over to where his brother-in-law and best friend chopped wood. Alex stood to his full height, a few inches taller than Malachi, and wiped the sweat on his brow with a handkerchief. "Didn't expect to see you this evening. Why aren't you spending time with your new bride?" Malachi grunted and took a few of the logs Alex had chopped to stack them on the wood pile. He knew what Alex had meant, and what he hadn't. Alex knew all about their arrangement. "Beats me. She more or less told me to leave her alone while she cooks dinner." Alex nodded in understanding. "Lily doesn't like anyone in the kitchen while she's cooking either. I'm sure that's all it is." Glancing toward the cottage, Malachi debated whether to tell Alex she'd flinched away from him when he tried to kiss her. Before he got a chance, Alex put his axe down and crossed to the wood pile. He put a hand on Malachi's shoulder. "It'll take time, Malachi. Thomas said she didn't come to Hope House until she was 13, though her father died when she was 7. That's a long time to be alone in the world. Not to mention, from what Thomas says, her father started drowning himself in the bottle just after her mom left when she was even younger." A wave of shame washed over Malachi that he hadn't known such an important, and heartbreaking, piece of information about his wife. "What do I do?" "You love her," Alex said. "You love her well, even when she pushes you away. Serve her, protect her, have compassion for her. I know what it's like to feel rejected and let down by the people who are supposed to love you unconditionally. If she's mean to you, know that it's probably not you she hates. It's herself." A lump formed in Malachi's throat at the idea that his beautiful, strong Sarah would think herself unlovable. Before he could dwell too much on it, his heart sank to his stomach when a puff of smoke billowed out the kitchen window of the cottage. Both he and Alex took off at a sprint toward the house, and he felt 10 years shaved off his life when he spotted Sarah jumping around, trying to stomp out a spot on the hem of her dress that was on fire. "Hold still." As Alex tossed him a rag he'd dunked in the wash basin, Malachi quickly snuffed out the flames that burned much too close to Sarah's skin. Malachi had grabbed the handle of the skillet with a mitt and dunked the whole thing into the sink until it was completely covered in water. He put his arm around Sarah's shoulder and guided her out the door. "Come on, the smoke isn't good for the baby." Tears flowed down Sarah's cheeks as she allowed him to lead her out the door, but she jerked away the moment they stepped foot on the grass. "I'm fine, Malachi. It was an accident." Of course it was, he'd never have thought she'd done it on purpose. "Are you all right? Come on, why don't you sit down for a dash?" "As I said," she spoke through gritted teeth, "I'm fine. I'm sorry you married a woman who doesn't know how to cook and started a grease fire on the very first meal she tries to make her husband, but I really just need to be alone right now." She glanced back at the house where Alex had opened the door and the other windows and sighed. Turning the other direction, she stomped off toward the main house, passing an alarmed Lily who held Hunter on her hip. "Malachi," Lily said with wide eyes. "What happened?" He ran a hand over his face before answering. "I didn't know she didn't know how to cook." Understanding washed over Lily's face. "Oh dear. Well, that makes sense." It did, didn't it? She'd lived more or less on the streets, surviving on the kindness of strangers and likely whatever she could steal. Then she'd moved to Hope House where they had a house mother and a cook. It was unlikely she'd ever learned. Alex approached then, wiping the sweat and soot off his face. "No harm done. Give it a few hours to air out, it should be fine by this evening." Staring into the direction Sarah had gone, Malachi sighed heavily. There might be no harm done to the cottage, but he couldn't be so sure it applied to Sarah as well. Sarah could barely see through the tears that filled her eyes and poured over her cheeks, but she could see well enough to move into the small smattering of trees behind the parsonage. She didn't intend to go far, just enough so she could fall apart in peace, but she needed to be alone. The very first meal she'd cook Malachi, and she nearly burned the house down. He deserved better, that much was obvious from the beginning, but the chasm between her happiness of that morning and the utter humiliation she felt that afternoon threatened to choke her. She wasn't sure how long she stayed there, leaning against a tree in the small forest, before she heard footsteps cracking on twigs and leaves behind her. "Sarah," Malachi said softly. "Please don't," she croaked out. "Don't try to make me feel better right now." She couldn't take any more of his kindness, not yet. He appeared in her sight then, his face pinched with concern. "Just tell me what I can do to make this better." She took a deep, trembling breath. "Is the cottage aired out?" "Yes," he nodded. "No damage was done." "Then just let me go to bed," Sarah said. She'd never been so exhausted in her life. Some of it had to do with the baby, to be sure. But she couldn't even put names to all the emotions she felt. Humiliation she couldn't be the wife Malachi deserved. Fear that the Grahams would find her and the baby. Confusion over her feelings for Malachi. Desperation to create a stable environment for her baby. It all came together and weighed on her shoulders like the weight of 100 horses. She'd carried herself through the past few weeks with sheer terror and then distracted herself by setting up the cottage and planning the wedding. It all crashed down, and Sarah wasn't sure she wouldn't buckle under its weight. She left Malachi alone in the woods and quickly reached the parsonage property. Acting as though she didn't see her sister-in-law hanging clothes on the line as the sun set behind the trees, she hurried into the cottage and shut the door. A faint whistle of birds sounded in the air as she shut the front door. The smoke was gone, though a light scent remained. Malachi was right, she'd not permanently damaged anything, except perhaps her dress. Thankfully, she'd changed out of the beautiful wedding dress Malachi's mother and aunt had created for her out of one of Lily's. Without bothering to undress, she rinsed her face in the wash basin that someone had kindly cleaned and refilled, walked through the door to their small bedroom, and fell into bed. The next morning, she awoke to find the spot next to her on the straw tick mattress empty. It didn't look as though Malachi had come back to the cottage at all the night before, and the familiar shame rose in her again. It had to be early, the sun had only just begun to light the sky. Stars were still visible out the window, as was the bright moon. A rustling from the floor on the opposite side of the bed startled her, and she popped to a sitting position. She visually searched the room for something to attack an intruder with before her logic caught up with her sleepy mind, and realized a thief wouldn't be lying on the floor. Malachi sat up, rubbing sleep from his eyes. He turned and Sarah couldn't help but notice how tired he looked, how hesitant he was to say anything to her. "Good morning. You could have slept in the bed." "I wasn't sure you'd want me to," Malachi said. "I wanted to give you your space and let you get more comfortable." "And in turn," she said with an embarrassed smirk, "you sacrificed your comfort?" He waved a hand in front of him. "I've slept on the ground 20 days to everyone in a bed over the past few years. It's nothing new to me." "You could have at least gotten a pillow," Sarah said. She felt bad her new husband had spent his wedding night on the floor, though she wasn't sure what she would have wanted him to do. "Don't worry about it," he said with a smile. "Lily told us to join them for breakfast this morning before church, if you're hungry." His tone was light, but his eyes told her how hesitant he'd been to bring it up. Was it really already Sunday? That would be nice, Sarah said. Everything seemed a little lighter that morning. The burdens she'd carried felt more bearable after her first good sleep in ages. Unsure whether it was Malachi's presence close by, or the knowledge that she at least had some backup to face what came, she felt truly rested. The two got moving and she changed into a second dress that Edie had given her. She was grateful she was close to the same size as Malachi's cousins, or she'd have had to wear the same dress over and over. Both Lily and Edie said they wouldn't be needing their looser dresses anytime soon, and Sarah had done her best to express her thanks. As a child, she'd dreamed of sharing dresses with sisters, but everyone at Hope House had so few things. Not to mention, she was the only girl her age for most of the time she lived there, as the older girls had married and left. The next oldest was Trina James, but she was 3 years younger than Sarah. It had touched her more than she cared to admit that Malachi's family had accepted her so readily. Breakfast was a simple affair of biscuits and ham, and Lily had even asked Sarah to help her make a few things for the picnic they had after church every week. "It would really help me out," Lily said with a grin. "The men can watch Hunter while we finish things up." "Are you sure you want me anywhere near your stove?" Sarah knew she'd overreacted the night before and was thankful no one could see her embarrassment. "We didn't get much cooking instruction at Hope House." "Of course," Lily said lightly. "In fact, if you'd like, I'd love to teach you a few basics until you feel more comfortable. We can cook together and split our meals, or you two can just eat with us for a while. I know you'll be a quick study." Sarah glanced at Malachi then back to Lily, feeling this family had to be too good to be true. "Are you sure?" "Absolutely," Lily responded. "Once Hunter came along and I decided to stop teaching, I find the teacher in me itching to come out. It'll be as much for me as it is for you," she said with a wink. "Then, I suppose I'd love to." "Thank you so much." Lily pulled her in for a quick hug before bustling off to the kitchen. "We're family now," Lily called over her shoulder. "It's what we do." Once Alex stood and took his dishes to the kitchen, Malachi put his hand over Sarah's where it lay on the table and squeezed. "My family can be a little overbearing," he said quietly. "If it's ever too much, please let me know." He probably suspected that anyone who grew up an orphan would long for family, but he had no idea how many times Sarah had wished and prayed for that very thing. It was her heart's greatest desire, and unless the rug was pulled out from under her again, she hoped she'd finally found it. "I'm sorry about last night," Sarah said. His thumb brushed over her hand. "It's all right. I'll admit I'm not always the most steady woman," she said, "but it seems like the baby has me much more reactive than I typically am. Not that that's an excuse." Alex poked his head out of the kitchen. "Don't feel bad. When Lily was pregnant with Hunter, she threw a spoon at my head because I suggested the potatoes needed more salt." He chuckled and ducked as his wife swatted him with a dish towel. "Keep talking, Alex Hall," Lily said as she tried and failed to affect sternness, "and it'll be more than a spoon next time." Alex pulled her into his arms and pressed a kiss against Lily's blonde hair. "You keep doing the actual growing and delivering of our children, and I'll duck everything you throw at me. Deal?" "Deal," Lily said as she rolled her eyes. Hunter squealed from where he played on the floor of the parlor, and Alex went in to check on him while Malachi stood from the table. "Deal," he said quietly as he pulled Sarah in his arms the way Alex had done with Lily. She let herself breathe against his broad chest for a second before pulling back. "I should go help your sister." Malachi winked and let her go. I'll go try and teach my nephew a few bad habits. Let me know if you ladies need anything. Chapter 8. Alex pulled the brake in the wagon just outside the church while Malachi hopped down to help Lily and Sarah to the ground. Sarah came first, followed by Lily. As she held Hunter in her arms, Lily handed the baby down to Sarah while Malachi offered her his hand. Just as Lily's feet hit the ground, Hunter placed two pudgy hands on Sarah's face and blew bubbles. Sarah laughed and pressed her lips to the tot's head. She was a natural with Hunter, just like she'd be a natural with her own baby. With their baby. After returning Hunter to his mother, Sarah took the arm Malachi offered her as they followed Alex into the white chapel. He leaned down and whispered, "I don't think I told you how beautiful you look this morning." It was true. Her simple white shirtwaist was gathered just above her small belly with a thin blue belt. Her skirt was light blue with white flowers, and, were it not for the placement of the belt, it'd be hard to notice she was expecting with the way it flared out. Her hair was pulled up in a simple bun, but just as she had at the wedding, she'd pulled down a few tendrils in front to frame her face. He'd noticed earlier that morning, but hadn't felt he could broach the subject until they had their talk that morning. Sarah blushed prettily next to him. "Thank you." She turned her face up to him, her eyes suddenly awash with uncertainty. "You don't mind that I'm wearing a little makeup to cover the bruising, do you?" Her voice shook, and Malachi stopped them both and nodded for his sister and brother-in-law to go on in. He placed gentle hands on each of her upper arms. "Why would I mind?" "I wouldn't mind either way, but I imagine it makes you more comfortable." Her gaze dropped to her feet. Bertram didn't allow it. He said only certain types of women wore makeup and his wife wouldn't be confused for one. Familiar anger, the same he felt each time he thought of her late husband, rolled through his body. "So what did he do when you had bruises on your face from his beatings? Did people see you like that and not say anything?" Suddenly, it wasn't just Graham and his family that he burned against, but the whole of those around her. They'd had to have known, yet they did nothing to help her. She hesitated, "He normally didn't hit my face for that reason. He was lost to the bottle when he did this." She pointed to her face. "I don't know that I've ever seen him quite that drunk." Malachi couldn't take it anymore and pulled her to his chest. The way she relaxed there calmed him somewhat, but the fire still raged within him. "I'm so sorry, Sarah." He pressed a kiss to her head. "But there are very few things I'll ever expressly forbid you to do. I may have preferences, and I might do it to keep you safe, but I'd never tell you not to cover something that makes you uncomfortable." He pulled back and pressed a soft kiss to the spot just below the bruise he could only faintly see on her cheek. Sarah's eyes misted, but a few deep breaths dried them. "Thank you." "Come on," Malachi said as he took her hand and led her up the stairs, pulling open the creaky white door. "We're early, but there are probably a few people already inside. I want to introduce them to my wife." Within minutes, more parishioners had gathered inside and nearly swarmed Malachi and Sarah. She held her own admirably, answering their curious questions with grace and poise, but he didn't fail to notice how she stayed as close to his side as she possibly could. He was happy to oblige, holding her hand tightly and squeezing it softly on occasion to reassure her. Mrs. Finch, a woman Malachi swore had been ancient when he was a child, pursed her lips tightly at the news. "Well, I suppose it's admirable that you're doing right by that girl, Malachi Carson. Though, I would have thought your parents raised you to know better in the first place." Sarah's eyes widened, and a blush much darker than the one that rose earlier colored her cheeks now. "Oh. Malachi isn't dash. Sarah is a widow, Mrs. Finch, and I'll thank you to not believe such gossip in the future." Malachi stared the woman down with a glare honed from years with the Texas Rangers. He didn't mind people thinking poorly of him, but he'd not allow anyone to besmirch Sarah's reputation that way. Lily's voice cut through the crowd then, and he had the distinct feeling she'd heard everything. "Sarah, would you like to come sit down? Hunter and the twins would love to spend some more time with their new aunt." She winked at Malachi before taking Sarah's hand and pulling her away from the new well-wishers and gossip-mongers that pressed in on them. He was grateful to his sister for pulling Sarah from the fray, but couldn't help but feel a little out of sorts without her right beside him. It was silly to believe she might be in danger from the Grahams there in church. He didn't know what he'd do when he started work officially the next day and had to leave her for hours at a time. Still, his heart thudded a little harder in his chest. The church continued to fill, and Malachi pointed Sarah out so many times he thought he might just have her hold a sign. Word traveled fast in such a small town, though it probably didn't help that they'd arrived in the middle of a town celebration. He waved at Ray and Paula as they passed by, as well as a few of the other ranch hands and their families. The school board might not have allowed Black and Mexican children to go to school with the white children, but Grandpa Thomas had refused to segregate the churches. He said anyone who loved the Lord or was curious about him was welcome in his church, and Alex had held the same hard line. A few of the white families had grumbled and stayed home for a few months, but they'd all trickled back. Grandpa always said it took more courage for the minorities to step foot inside the church than it did for him to stand up for them, but the community eventually came around. Malachi Carson, is that you? He fought down a groan at the affected accent of a fine Southern lady. Not Belle. Anyone but Belle Thurston. She moved through the crowd as though none of them were worth an excuse me, and many gave her a wide berth due to her ridiculously poofy dress. He didn't know how many layers she had under the bright red monstrosity, but everything from the skirt to the sleeves poofed out around her. Hi Belle, Malachi said with a tight smile. How's your family? She laughed as though he'd said something hilarious and threw her arms around him to lock him in a hug. She pressed a noisy kiss to his cheek, and he had to reach back and physically remove her arms from around his neck. Belle didn't seem to notice the rejection, as she simply waved her dainty lace fan in front of her. I heard you came back, but I thought it just must have been petty gossip. You know how I don't cotton to such things. He knew no such thing, and in fact knew the opposite to be true. I'm here, and my wife is over there in the beautiful blue and white dress. He pointed again to where Sarah sat with Lily, Edie, Helen, and Emily. The women in his family wore scowls that only Lily attempted to hide when Belle barely glanced in their direction, but the shock and hurt in Sarah's eyes made Malachi's heart sink. I do believe I did hear something about that, poor girl. Belle lowered her voice conspiratorially. You were such a hero to marry her like that and save her from scandal. Her voice grated on his nerves. Even Aunt Abigail, who'd grown up in Southern society, didn't speak like Belle did. You don't know what you're talking about, Belle, so I'd appreciate it if you'd just refrain from talking about my wife and me at all. Ignoring her gasp of shock, Malachi did his best to reach Sarah without causing too much of a scene. He worked his way through the crowd, stopping only long enough to accept polite congratulations from folks, and reached Sarah's pew just as Alex took the podium. Welcome everyone, I'll ask you to take your seats. As I'm sure most of you have already seen or heard, Malachi Carson is back in town with his lovely bride Sarah. We couldn't be more thrilled to welcome her to Pine Creek and to our family. I know you'll all make her feel welcome. Sarah shifted uncomfortably beside Malachi, and stiffened when he tried to take her hand in his. Excellent. They'd made a little progress after last night's disaster, and now the likes of Belle Thurston would set them back again. As Alex continued his announcement, Malachi ran his thumb over her hand the way that had relaxed Sarah that morning at the table. Fine, if they were destined to take 2 steps forward and 1 step back, he was all right with that. It was progress, and he intended to show the woman next to him that he had eyes for no one but her. It jarred him a little, after only a day of marriage, that he could say that so readily. But, as they sang an opening hymn and Aunt Abigail accompanied on the piano, he realized it was completely true. Who was the woman in the red dress? Sarah fought the tears that threatened for the 3rd time that morning. Truly, she'd be happy when the baby came and she could keep a tighter rein on her emotions. Of course, she'd been through a good bit in the last few months, but she'd never fallen apart at the drop of a hat like she did then. The blonde woman with the dress more at home in a New Orleans society ball than a small-town church service, looked back from where she sat a few rows up and to the right. She caught Malachi's eye and waved with a twiddle of her fingers, turning back around quickly. Would he have waved back? Did he wish he could? When the blonde had approached him, with her trim waist and thick, shiny hair, both Edie and Helen had groaned. Lily had leaned in and whispered to Sarah that she was nothing to worry about, but the knot settled in Sarah's stomach nonetheless. When she'd kissed him on the cheek in front of God and everybody, Sarah had vacillated between wishing she could deck her and wishing she could run out the doors of the church and cry by the creek. Lily sat on her other side and shot her a sympathetic look, while Malachi tightened his grip on her hand. Angling his body toward her, she felt his breath on her ear before he spoke softly. I'll explain about her later, but just know that she's got no claim on me and never has. Lily snorted softly from Sarah's other side. Not for her lack of trying. Alex's sermon on Abraham and Isaac was a good one, she was sure, but she'd only caught bits and pieces. She'd managed to convince herself that everything Malachi and his family told her was true about the beautiful blonde woman in front of them, but then the woman would turn back and flash a perfect smile their direction. The blonde was beautiful, while Sarah hardly recognized her body anymore at her point of pregnancy. Some days were better than others, but she tired easily and hadn't seen her waist in over a month. Her skin didn't glow, as she'd always felt other women's did when they were pregnant, unless you counted the constant sheen of sweat she carried from an inability to get comfortable. Her hair was thicker, but it was also harder to manage, and Sarah didn't try all that hard to do so. The woman in red was everything a man wanted in a woman, everything Bertram had told her over and over again she wasn't, so she couldn't blame Malachi if his eyes wandered. It might have all been his idea, but Sarah knew Malachi wouldn't have married her if she hadn't been pregnant. There was no way she'd have agreed. Alex finished the sermon, and everyone rose for a closing hymn before being dismissed to the yard for a picnic. Perfect, more time in the presence of the woman who looked more angel than human. Malachi, Alex said as they'd begun to head toward the door, will you help me set up the tables for lunch? Malachi hesitated for just a moment, and she knew she was the cause. Go on, she said. I'll go out with Lily and the others. He pressed a kiss to her hair that lasted a little longer than necessary before pulling back. Save me a seat next to you, he said with a wink. He'd barely let go of her arm when Lily took it in hers, Helen following close behind with baby Hunter. Please don't worry about Belle, Lily whispered as they stepped outside into the bright September sun and down the stairs. She pulled Sarah further away from the church, with Helen and Edie following. The twins were in the arms of their grandparents, and Emily came close behind. Lily bit her lower lip and looked as though she had something to say but didn't know how. I would normally never talk poorly of any one of our church members. That's fine, Helen interrupted with a scowl. I'm not the pastor's wife. Belle has been after Malachi since they were in school. When he left to join the Texas Rangers, she spread around town that they had an agreement they'd marry when he got back. Sarah's stomach dropped to the ground. That was one of the fears she harbored, that she'd kept Malachi from true love. Lily placed her hand on Helen's shoulder. Only that was a complete lie. As long as she's been chasing him, Malachi's been running. No doubt, it hurt her pride to see him show up with you on his arm. Edie glanced back to check on the twins before putting an arm around Sarah's shoulder. Malachi was only a year behind me in school. I can tell you with no hesitation that he has never shown her one lick of interest. He's never once looked at her the way he looks at you. The way he looked at her? Before she could ask Edie to explain, a small group of young women exited the church, the woman Lily called Belle at their helm. They stood roughly 20 feet away from where Sarah and her new family stood, all four of the women with Belle shooting glares her way. Malachi placed the last table on the ground, and Lily and Edie moved away to lay out the food they'd prepared. He looked around, his gaze finding Belle first. She waved, and Sarah noticed the way his jaw clenched as he quickly jerked his head in greeting. When he spotted Sarah, his icy expression melted into a grin. He quickly crossed the churchyard to where she stood with Helen and Emily. There's my best girl. Helen stepped forward and barreled into his chest.
Aww.
Malachi, that's so sweet. You're my favorite cousin too. Hey, Emily said with mock offense. I'm right here. Helen chuckled and pulled back. Don't worry, Malachi, we've already filled your bride in on the finer points of Belle Thurston. She took Emily by the hand and patted Malachi on the arm. And if either of you need anyone to remind Belle not to flirt with married men, Lily might be convinced to resume a prank war with a different target. She winked, and both young women skipped away, their laughter echoing through the air. Malachi ran his hands up and down Sarah's arms. I'm a little afraid to ask what they told you. Sarah decided honesty was best and relayed the conversation nearly verbatim. Gritting his teeth, Malachi shot a glare in Belle's direction. I had no such arrangement with her, never would have. I promise you, this is the first I'm hearing of that. You don't owe me any explanations, Malachi, Sarah said. She's beautiful, and I know you only married me out of some duty you felt to protect me. If you did have an arrangement with her, it's not me you should be explaining anything to. Honesty went out the window with her next statement as she lied through her teeth. I'll understand if you'd rather be with her. Truly, I would. An annulment is still an option. A low growl sounded in Malachi's throat, but it didn't scare her the way it had when Bertram did it. I told you before we married, Sarah. If this marriage falls apart, it won't be me ending it. I'm all in with you, and I hope you'll be all in with me rather than keeping a window open as an escape route. Sarah shook her head. Malachi, I've needed an escape route for most of my life. I won't be giving it up now that I have someone other than myself to think of. She placed her hand on her belly, praying he would understand. He stared at her for a long moment, his blue eyes full of compassion and kindness. All right, he said as he took her hand and led her toward the line where other church members had begun to gather for food. Then rather than convince you to drop your escape route, I'm going to just show you over and over that you'll never need one with me. Birds chirped around them, and muffled conversation filled the air. Toddlers and babies either cried from hunger or squealed with delight, while parents attempted to corral their children to come eat. Sarah didn't know how to respond. Malachi handed her a plate and picked up his own. I'm a patient man, Sarah Carson. He lowered his voice to a whisper. And something's telling me you're worth every minute. Chapter 9. The next morning was slow in the sheriff's office, nothing more than typical rounds and a visit to the sawmill. Malachi had stayed back for that one in case anyone needed assistance, as Deputy Grady was off doing their normal walkthrough of the town. Uncle Matthew walked through the door with a basket that looked suspiciously like sandwiches and a grin on his face. I stopped by to see Carissa and the twins on my way back through, and she told me to bring these up here for lunch. Malachi's stomach growled at the thought, and he stood from the desk to take one from the pile. Tell her I send my thanks. He unwrapped the sandwich and nearly groaned at the sight of ham, cheese, and enough of Aunt Carissa's special sauce to make a man as wide as he was tall. I could get used to this. She doesn't always have time to make lunch, especially on the days she keeps the twins, but it happens pretty regularly. Aunt Carissa kept Edie's children on the days she had to work at the town clinic. Malachi took a large bite and savored the salty sweet flavor of Aunt Carissa's sauce. He swallowed and wondered if he could get an extra to take home for Sarah. How has Edie adjusted to working since she's had them? She's done well, Matthew replied. At first, she kept a crib at the clinic and only brought them to our house when she had to do a house call. They adjusted pretty quickly, and the town hired Sophie Hightower to come in and help her out. Once they started walking, it was much harder to keep them safe, so Edie just works in the mornings and Sophie treats mild cases in the afternoon. It works well enough as long as there's not an emergency. Malachi nodded, impressed at the ingenuity of their system. Sophie planning to be a doctor? Edie's not sure. She's doing her best not to push, but we're all hoping she does. Uncle Matthew snickered. It'd serve Tate Hightower right if his daughter became a doctor. The door swung open and Deputy Grady sauntered in, eyeing the basket of sandwiches with interest. One of these for me? Of course, Uncle Matthew said as he gestured toward the basket. 2 of them, if you like. Excellent, Grady replied. Tell Carissa I said thanks. He checked his watch. Matthew, do you mind if I head on home? Diamond's not feeling well and I'd like to be there to help out if she needs me. Go on, he responded. Malachi and I can take care of things around here. Take Diamond a sandwich so she doesn't have to cook, and tell her we hope she feels better soon. After Deputy Grady left, Uncle Matthew turned back to Malachi. How's married life treating you, son? The question was a loaded one, and one Malachi wasn't certain he knew how to answer. I feel a bit like I'm tiptoeing through a field of dynamite, to be honest. 1 minute, she's happy and content, the next she's so wrapped up in feeling like she's not enough that I can't get through to her. He realized Uncle Matthew might know more about the situation than he'd first realized. What was it like when you married Aunt Carissa? She hadn't been through the same things as Sarah, but a hard time nonetheless. Did it take time for her to trust you? Matthew leaned back in his chair and joined his hands atop his lean stomach. By the time we married, we'd been able to work through most of it. But sure, in the beginning of our relationship, she was pretty skittish. Carissa's situation was different from Sarah, though, and she'd had time to work through it before we met. Everyone deals differently with pain in their life, and I can imagine feeling unloved for most of your life would mess with someone's heart. He sat back up in his chair and took a drink of his coffee. Does she know the Lord? I'm not completely sure, Malachi said. I reckon I should have asked, but it all happened so fast. And, to be honest, it wouldn't have changed anything. I can understand that, his uncle replied. I know Thomas and Charlotte have worked with her for years, but I can imagine it'd be pretty difficult to trust the Lord when you've been through what she has. Your mother and Aunt Carissa had worked through most of their hurt before they married, making it easier for them to give their heart to someone. Sarah's still in the thick of hers, not to mention pregnant, which can turn the most level-headed woman into someone you don't recognize. Chuckling, Malachi wiped his face with a napkin Aunt Carissa had included with the meal. Lily and Alex said something similar. Your aunt broke down sobbing over a stain that wouldn't come out of my work pants when she was pregnant with Callum. Had I not heard her from the jailhouse and gone to see what was wrong, I feel confident she'd have fed the stove with them pretty quickly. I tried to tell her that it didn't matter if they were stained, I'd just get them dirty again, but she nearly rubbed a hole in them, she scrubbed so hard. The door opened again, cutting off their conversation as an exasperated Mayor Hinson stepped through it. Mrs. Hattie's pigs got out again, and they apparently stomped through Mrs. Jenkins's rose garden and dug up her whole crop of carrots and radishes. Mrs. Hattie was an elderly widow who lived about a quarter mile to the north of town. Her pigs had been getting out at least 4 times a year since Malachi was a boy. She and Mrs. Jenkins had a long-standing feud over the issue, but Mrs. Jenkins had yet to make good on her threat to shoot one of the hogs. At this point, they weren't kept for meat, as Malachi didn't believe Mrs. Hattie had ever slaughtered one. They were basically just expensive and troublesome pets. Someone has got to fix that fence for Mrs. Hattie, Uncle Matthew said as he shoved his Stetson on his head and took a last swig of coffee. This is the second time this summer they've gotten out. Mayor Hinson shook his head. I tried to do it myself, but she shooed me away, told me she could handle it herself. Of course she did, Uncle Matthew responded. I'll talk to her again, see if I can't get her to see reason. He turned to Malachi. Ready to go round up some pigs? Sarah's heart thumped in her chest as she walked through the door of the clinic. The room was cheery, with a pretty pastel blue wallpaper and big windows that let in plenty of light. A vase filled with fresh flowers sat on a table with a sign and book, and 6 wooden chairs were lined up against 2 of the walls. The bell over the door had jingled as Sarah opened it, and the sound of Edie's soft steps on the floor announced her arrival before she exited the examination room. Sarah, welcome. She stepped forward and pulled Sarah into a quick hug. Malachi said you'd be by this week. I'm looking forward to getting to know you a little better. Sarah wasn't sure how to respond, so she just nodded with a smile she hoped was genuine. Edie had been kind to her in the few interactions they'd had, but something about the confident woman still intimidated her. Was that the kind of woman Sarah could have been if her story had been different? Come on back, Edie said as she turned and headed for the door. Have you had any prenatal care yet? Just one appointment, Sarah said. The one where the doctor confirmed I was pregnant. I was to have had another appointment after that, but Bertram had left marks on her the physician was sure to see, so he'd forced her to skip the appointment. She hadn't made another, and a sudden fear overtook her that something could be wrong with her baby. Edie opened the exam room door and turned with compassion in her eyes. I understand, and I'm sure everything's fine. We'll get it all checked out today. The exam room was a similar color to the waiting room, with white curtains over the window and an area she assumed was for patients who needed longer care. Oh good, Edie said as she washed her hands in the basin. You wore a skirt and shirtwaist. That'll make things a little easier. If you'll just unbutton your skirt and the bottom few buttons of your shirt, we'll get going. The door to the exam room opened and another young woman Sarah hadn't met came in. She carried a tray of surgical instruments, and Sarah felt her eyes widen at the sight. Oh, Edie said with a chuckle. Don't worry, Sarah. Those are not for you. We had a minor procedure this morning, and Sophie cleaned these for me. Sarah, this is Sophie, my nurse. Sophie, this is Malachi's wife Sarah. The young woman who had to be within a year or two of Sarah's 19 placed the tray on the counter and held out her hand. Congratulations on all accounts, Sophie said. On marrying a wonderful man and your baby. Sarah searched, but couldn't find any judgment or malice in the woman's eyes. Thank you. It's nice to meet you. All right, let's get started. Sarah, just lie back for me. That's it. Edie felt her stomach for a moment, her hands gentle but cold. How far should you be? I believe about 6.5 months, maybe 7. The doctor hadn't been able to tell her more accurately, and she didn't know that it was possible to truly pinpoint anyway. And you feel the baby move regularly? The question was answered by a sudden roll and kick to the spot Edie's hand pressed on Sarah's belly. Both women chuckled, and Edie's gaze softened. I suppose that answers my question. Hello little one, she crooned, this is your Aunt Edie and I'm going to spoil you rotten. Sarah felt tears spring to her eyes at the thought that her baby would have aunts and uncles. Even though Edie was technically Malachi's cousin rather than his sister, he knew they'd more or less been raised as siblings. She blinked them away as Edie pulled her stethoscope from her bag. Let's take a listen to the baby's heartbeat. I should be able to get one this far along. Edie moved the cold metal around on her stomach until it stopped just above her left hip. There you are, baby, she cooed. Everything sounds great, Sarah. The baby responded with a swift kick, and Edie chuckled. Someone would like me to stop poking on their mama, it seems. You can button your clothes back up and we can talk some more. She turned away and busied herself with stripping the beds in the back and handing off the linens to Sophie to wash. When Sarah had settled herself again, Edie took the chair across from the table and sat down. Are you having any nausea or cramping? Headaches? No, not anymore, Sarah replied. I had some nausea early on, but it wasn't too bad. It's been gone for a few months. Praise the Lord. She didn't know how she'd have survived the trip on the stagecoach if it had been as bad as it originally had been. And how are you feeling overall? About everything? The concern in Edie's voice nearly made Sarah cry, though apparently everything did these days. Some days are worse than others, Sarah responded. She wasn't sure why, but she trusted Edie easily. I worry for my baby, that the Grahams will find us. She also worried that Malachi would come to his senses and ask for an annulment, but she didn't say that out loud. They might find you, but they won't take you. Edie stood and walked to Sarah, taking her hand. Malachi won't let that happen. And neither will our family. You're one of us now, that means you'll get the meddling of a nosy family, but also the protection and care of one. She made it sound so sure, as though someone the Grahams hired couldn't be hiding outside the clinic at that moment. I hope so. They finished up the appointment, and Sarah stepped out of the clinic feeling a little lighter than she had when she had gone in. The knowledge that her baby hadn't suffered from the lack of medical care calmed her greatly. She stepped off the boardwalk and started the short walk back to the parsonage, deciding to take a detour through a field behind the buildings and pick some wildflowers that were still blooming. Lily was going to teach her to make beef stew that evening, and she might as well at least bring a few fresh flowers. A light breeze blew across her face, rustling the flowers as she stepped through the field. A small grove of trees shaded a patch of flowers that looked promising, so she headed that way. She could see the parsonage and the town in the distance, but she wouldn't stray any further. She didn't know what wildlife she might find in the field, and she'd rather not test her luck. Approaching the beautiful flowers, those of blue and red and yellow, she dropped gently to her knees and started picking as many as she could fit in her hand. She hadn't brought a basket to the clinic, but made a mental note to come back with one on another day for fresh flowers in the cottage as well. An odd sound split the air behind her, and the hairs on her neck stood up. Slowly turning around, she spotted two massive pigs barely 10 feet behind her, eyeing her as though she were lunch rather than the flowers she held in her hand. Dropping the flowers and standing slowly, she backed away as the pigs approached. Their snorts grew louder, more angry, and Sarah had no idea if she could outrun them. She'd grown up in New Orleans, they didn't exactly have many wild pigs. She'd heard stories of mean hogs with massive tusks in other parts of the country, but these didn't have tusks. They continued to move toward her, and she stepped further back until she was abruptly halted by the rough bark of a tree digging into her back. Feeling behind her, but not daring to look away, she noted a sturdy feeling limb just low enough for her to climb. If she could get into the tree a ways, maybe they'd leave her alone. Or they wouldn't, and she'd die of thirst alone in a tree within sight of her cottage. After all she'd survived in her life, that couldn't be the way she went. Turning away just long enough to gain a handhold, Sarah heaved herself on the low branch, about 4 feet from the ground. She scrambled up another branch, then one more. Please don't let them climb trees. She wasn't sure who she made her petition to. Maybe the Lord Thomas and Charlotte had told her so much about, maybe something else, but make it she did. The pigs nosed around on the ground, eating the flowers she'd abandoned and snorting all the way. She wasn't sure how long she stayed there, perched on a tree limb 7 feet off the ground, but the pigs didn't seem in any hurry to move. In fact, one of them laid down and rolled down on the ground, almost as though they didn't intend to eat her for dinner. Her stomach growled at the thought, and she realized she'd missed lunch waiting on the pigs to leave. Surely, someone would find her eventually, and she supposed she could always call out for help if it got too late. Sometime later, she had no idea how long, two figures appeared in the distance. Her heart raced as it had since she left New Orleans anytime she saw someone unfamiliar, but it calmed when Malachi's confident gait came into view. His blonde hair and beard were visible next, as was his broad build. His uncle Matthew was with him, and Sarah wondered why they were on foot. There they are, Sarah heard Malachi say. That's the last of them, right? The hogs? Had there been a scourge of wild hogs on Pine Creek? She hoped no one had been hurt. Tightening her grip on the branch with one hand, she waved her other. Malachi, watch out. They're aggressive. Both men stopped, and she realized they hadn't noticed her behind the leaves of the tree. Sarah. What are you doing out here? And why are you in a tree? I wasn't sure if I could outrun them, Sarah said sheepishly. I've heard stories of wild hogs and didn't want to take my chances. Matthew and Malachi burst into laughter, and Sarah narrowed her eyes. I'm sorry, Malachi said as he did his best to rein in his mirth. I don't mean to laugh at you, but these aren't wild hogs, honey. The term of endearment nearly soothed her irritation that they were laughing at her, but not quite. So they're not going to hurt me? No, Malachi's uncle said. Peaches and Tallulah wouldn't hurt a fly, but Mrs. Hattie might if I don't get them home soon. He produced a bag and pulled out an apple, making a clicking noise with his tongue. Both pigs stuck their noses in the air and took in the scent before trotting happily toward Matthew. I'll get the girls home, Malachi. You just get your wife out of the tree and back home. Malachi chuckled again but bit his lip in an attempt to stop when he spotted her glare. I really am sorry, honey. It's just that everyone around here knows Mrs. Hattie's pigs aren't dangerous to anyone but Mrs. Jenkins's garden. Sarah let out a huff and started to climb down. You're both lucky I'm so hungry that my desire for food outweighs my annoyance for you laughing at me. Hang on, Malachi said as he stepped forward with arms stretched upwards. Let me help you get down. Her belly, nearly unnoticeable as she'd climbed the tree, now felt impossibly awkward. Fine. Malachi guided her climb down one limb with a calm voice, one that soothed her shaking limbs. Looking down, she realized he stood directly below her. He wouldn't let her fall. That's it, the other leg now. Hold on to the limb just above you. She did as he asked, then felt gentle hands take her by the waist. You can let go now, Sarah. I've got you. Are you sure? If he so much as grunted at the extra weight she carried now that she was pregnant, her humiliation would be complete. I can just step down one more limb. You could, but this is faster. Come on, Sarah. I promise I'll take care of you. There it was again. His promises that she didn't think it fair to hold him to. He'd sworn he'd protect her, vowed he wouldn't let the Grahams take her baby, promised he'd be faithful to her for all of his days. There would be no annulment, no way out for him. It hardly seemed fair. All right, here I go, she said with a sigh. She shifted her weight to where she faced him, and felt his hands tighten around her waist, higher than her protruding belly. As though she weighed nothing more than a baby herself, he lowered her to the ground. But he didn't let her go. The sun had begun to set over the trees in the distance, the wildflowers casting shadows on the ground below them. The air had cooled a little, something she hadn't noticed while she contemplated getting down. His bright blue eyes, the color of unblemished sapphire, remained locked on hers, his big hands on her waist. She started, thank you. Why couldn't she catch her breath? Even before she knew what kind of man he was, Bertram had never affected her this way. You're most welcome, Mrs. Carson. His easy grin would have disarmed her had he not mentioned her married name. She couldn't fall in love with him, a man who would be so easy to love. One day, he'd study her closely and find her lacking. Her mother hadn't loved her enough to stay, her father had chosen the bottle over her, and Bertram had told her over and over again what a failure she was. To see the disappointment of shattered expectations in Malachi's eyes would be too much. She wrenched herself from his grasp and spoke over her shoulder as she hurried toward the parsonage. I told Lily I'd help with supper preparations. No doubt she'd be wondering where her pupil had gotten off to. Tears threatened, but she choked them down. The baby kicked in her belly, as though protesting its mother's decision. You don't understand, little one, she whispered as she placed her hand on her belly. I can't do it. Not with him. She'd stay with him for the safety of their baby, but she couldn't love him. He was a Texas Ranger, and eventually duty would come calling, not to mention the all-too-real possibility he'd fall in love with another woman. No, she couldn't love him. It would hurt too much when he left. Chapter 10. August bled into September, and Sarah fell into an easy rhythm with Malachi. Her stomach seemed to grow by the day, and he'd continued giving small bits of physical affection, but Sarah didn't return them. It wasn't because they weren't welcome. Bertram's touch had always left her ice cold, but the simple brush of Malachi's fingers against her cheek left her warm all over. She just couldn't help but guard herself against hoping this marriage would last. That morning, before Malachi left for work, he pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead. He'd done it plenty, but Sarah always felt a twinge of guilt. That morning, as she swept the dust and dirt from the dark wood floors of the cottage, she pondered the story Lily had told her of her courtship with Alex and how they'd had to rescue her from a kidnapping by outlaws. Lily and Alex seemed like the perfect couple, but over Lily's lessons in cooking and general household tasks, she'd learned they'd overcome a great deal to get where they were. Between Alex's past as an illegal fighter and Lily's fear he'd never see her as more than Malachi's sister, they'd overcome the odds. Sun streamed in the front windows of the cottage, windows open to allow a breeze inside. Birds chirped in the large oak just outside, and Sarah felt a twinge of pride as she looked over the newly cleaned floors. She'd spent the last few days tackling the cleaning she'd neglected since she arrived, and her cooking skills had improved as well. A pot roast on the stove filled the air with the mouth-watering scent of the beef and seasonings she'd used, as well as the carrots and potatoes she'd thrown in from Lily's garden. Sarah had to admit, she looked forward to starting her own garden in the spring. Provided she was still there, of course. Malachi hadn't brought up a site to build or purchasing a home. Sarah didn't know if it was due to her pregnancy or because he was dragging his feet. When he'd asked her to marry him, he'd mentioned that the cottage was only temporary, but he'd given no timetable. Pushing down the familiar fear that their marriage had a date of expiration, Sarah focused on feeding a little more wood in the stove to keep the pot roast cooking appropriately. As long as she was there, she'd make a good wife for Malachi. The front door opened, and Malachi stepped through, making the room seem smaller every time he stepped into it. He wasn't that much larger than the average man, but his presence and her awareness of it seemed to fill up the place. He took a big whiff, and a grin spread over his face. "That smells delicious, darling." Crossing the room, he took the broom from her hands and kissed her cheek. "Is that pot roast?" "It is," she said with a surge of pride. "Lily came over this morning and showed me what to do." Lily had needed to leave soon after, and Sarah had simply followed her instructions. If smell was any indication, she'd done it correctly. She moved to take the broom back to finish the last bit of sweeping, but Malachi pulled it behind his back. "What do you have left to sweep?" Shaking her head, she reached for the broom again. "Just the last bit by the door, I'm almost finished." He chuckled and tweaked her nose before moving back to the door and removing his shoes. "Put your feet up for a minute, I'm sure you're getting uncomfortable these days." "Let me help." It was on the tip of her tongue to argue, but the muscles surrounding her belly and back had truly begun to ache. "Thank you. I'll just sit for a minute before I plate up dinner." As she did, they fell into easy conversation. He told her about how he and Matthew had needed to track down a group of schoolboys who'd taken to spooking horses with a slingshot, and she shared about how his Aunt Carissa planned to come for tea that week. After Malachi finished and hung the broom back on the wall in its place, he took a seat in the chair beside her. "Have you heard about the Harvest Festival this weekend?" "I think so. Is there a flyer about it at the Mercantile?" She'd brushed by it but briefly registered the words. "Yep," Malachi said as he swept the last of the dust into the pan. "It's tomorrow, and I thought you might like to go." "I'll be there for work anyway, but my sister and cousins will be there to keep you company if Timmy Corden gets it in his head to switch out the contest pies for some of his own creations again." He winked, and Sarah realized how much she liked this version of Malachi. He usually had the stoicism of a lawman, quiet in the chaos around him, but his teasing side was especially attractive. "I'd love to." The next day, they set off for the center of town while Malachi told her about some of the other town events they hosted there. "The Harvest Festival has been going since I was a kid and the Christmas one for longer than that. They just started a basket bidding contest in the spring a few years ago, and that's morphed into its own festival as well. I hear they're going to add a barbecue competition to this spring's event, where each of the ranches compete against each other. Simon and Nicholas are apparently determined to win." Sarah's eyes widened at the plethora of booths, games, and tables that lined the street and branched out into a clearing between the livery and the blacksmith shop. "Who plans all this?" "Mayor Hinson's wife apparently loves a celebration, and she spearheads everything. It's really not so much for one person, though, since everyone does their part." A flash of red to their right caught Sarah's attention, and she turned just in time to see Helen skirt around a table whose sign said Grandma Ruth's Soaps and Salves and come flying toward them. "I'm so glad you two made it." She crashed into Malachi for a hug before turning to Sarah with only slightly less gusto. "I was really hoping you'd come," she said as she pulled Sarah in close as well. "Wouldn't miss it," Malachi said as he tweaked her on the nose. "Where's everyone else?" "Mama is manning our booth, Aunt Carissa and your mama are helping put out the food and get everything set up for the pie contest. Edie went to watch the sack race and Lucas is with her and the kids. Simon and Nicholas are apparently competing in the tug-of-war against Papa and Robert, and Dash." "Wait," Malachi interrupted, "Simon and Nicholas are competing against Uncle Cade and Robert?" A wide grin spread over his face as he turned to Sarah and took her hand. "I've got to see this." Helen's eyes lit up at the sight of Sarah's hand in his. "They should be starting any minute, you better hurry." "I'll ask Mama if she can spare me and join you if so." Malachi pulled Sarah through the crowd to watch what she assumed would be his brothers losing handsomely. Both were strong and agile, but his uncle Cade was second in size only to Alex, and his son Robert wasn't far behind him. They reached a crowd over near the creek. Uncle Cade and Robert were on one side, as was Malachi's father. The twins stood on the other side of the bank, chests puffed out as though they fully expected to win. Alex brought up the rear of their team. Malachi let out a guffaw at the sight, and his brothers turned to him quickly. "Come on, Malachi, join our team," Nicholas said. At least, she thought it was Nicholas. They looked so similar that Sarah couldn't be certain. Malachi glanced at Sarah and raised his eyebrows. "Do you mind?" "Of course not," she said with a wink, "but if you end up in the river you're doing your own wash." He snickered and jogged off to join his brothers and Alex just before Lucas approached for the other side. Edie came with him, holding Titus on her hip and holding Penelope's hand. Lily and Helen followed shortly after. Sarah took in the size and strength of both teams as they took up the rope. "Who do you think will win?" "Definitely Uncle Cade," Lily said with a giggle. Edie turned toward her with narrowed eyes. "Lily Hall, are you and Alex in a prank war with the twins again?" Lily's brown eyes sparkled. "We might be." She knelt down to place Hunter on her hip. "And this, son, is what we call payback." Helen shook her head. "What did they do this time?" "They taught Hunter how to use his spoon as a slingshot," Lily answered. "And this was after they loosened the screw on Alex's desk chair at church and sent him toppling onto the floor." Edie raised an eyebrow. "And they still asked him to be on their team?" "This was about 3 months ago, we've been biding our time." Sarah didn't think she'd ever met a family like this one. They loved each other deeply, but they also teased each other mercilessly. Her baby rolled in her stomach, and she imagined the babe cheering on the contest as well. Thomas stood on one side of the creek to officiate. Sarah watched Alex and Malachi exchange a glance with each other, then with Malachi's father on the other side of the creek. 3, Thomas counted down, 2, 1, go. Both teams began pulling, every man's muscles straining as they clutched the rope. Malachi's shirt bulged with the effort, and Sarah wondered if she'd need to borrow a needle and thread from Lily that evening to repair any tears. They looked to be evenly matched, and the crowd grew greater every minute. Lily grinned from ear to ear, as did Malachi and Alex from the back 2 spots on their team. First, Robert's feet were pulled close to the creek bank, then his team rallied, and they made headway. Malachi's team looked to be losing steam, though it was clearly an act for the men in the back. Simon shouted at them to pull harder, and Alex made a show of grunting and helping them gain about a foot of traction. Just as Simon's feet were roughly 6 inches from the water, she spotted Alex in the very last spot speaking into Malachi's ear. Both men let go immediately, sending Simon and Nicholas splashing forward onto their faces in the shallow creek. Nicholas landed on top of his brother, and they scrambled a little before gaining their footing. Both came up sputtering to the roaring laughter of their family and all the townsfolk who'd rallied around them. Sarah's cheeks hurt from laughing so hard, and she realized she hadn't felt that much pure joy in a long time. The twins rose good-naturedly and sandwiched Malachi and Alex in big, wet hugs before moving to find something to dry off with. A velvety female voice sounded behind them, one that sounded incredibly out of place at a small-town Texas festival, and Sarah fought back a groan. Wasn't that such fun? The women turned to see Belle Thurston standing behind them in a fancy green dress with a lace collar. It looked beautiful on her, but Sarah couldn't imagine it would be comfortable. She willed herself not to look down at her own simple purple and white gingham maternity dress she'd borrowed from Edie. "It was," Edie replied coolly. "How are you today, Belle?" "I'm lovely, though it's still a mite hot out, isn't it?" She made a show of waving her lace fan in front of her face, though no sweat shone on her forehead the way Sarah knew it dripped down hers. "Sarah," Belle said as she turned her attention, "I don't know that we've been formally introduced." "I'm Belle Thurston." She put her hand out for a dainty handshake, one Sarah took quickly. "Nice to meet you, Belle, I'm Sarah Carson." Belle's eyes narrowed at her use of the last name. "Yes, and how is married life treating you?" "I do hope there are no hard feelings," she said with a smirk. I completely understand Malachi's desire to help you and your baby. I won't let what we had come between you. Helen let out a highly unladylike snort. What you had? In your mind, Belle, what exactly did you have? Especially because you and your mother had set your sights on Alex the minute Malachi left. Belle's eyes blazed, and Sarah found herself grateful for Malachi's outspoken cousin. Something about Belle Thurston rendered her a blubbering mess of insecurity. I'm sure I don't know what you mean, Helen dear. But then, I wouldn't expect you to, seeing as how you've never had any serious suitors. Helen opened her mouth to speak again, but Edie cut her off. Did you need something, Belle? Or did you just come over here to cause trouble? Belle placed her hand on her chest and opened her mouth in a dramatic gasp. Edie, I don't believe you. I just came over to introduce myself to Malachi's bride, and I've been treated nothing but poorly. She turned back to Sarah. Don't worry about it, Sarah, first loves can be difficult to get over, but I'm sure in time Malachi will forget me. Had she seriously just said that? Sarah rolled her eyes as a small glimmer of the fighter she'd been on the streets of New Orleans surfaced in her soul. And I hope you'll do the same, though I understand my husband can be quite unforgettable. If there was anything to forget, Helen murmured under her breath. Belle let out a huff and turned on her heel. Sarah stared at the ground until she could get her unruly laughter under control. Turning back towards where the men congregated by the creek, she saw Malachi watching her. He lifted his eyebrow in question, and she answered with a grin. Edie, Lily, and Helen all giggled beside her. I'm so proud of you, Lily said. Belle can be intimidating on a woman's best day. Helen held her stomach as she'd yet to curb her laughter. Did you see her face? You might as well have slapped her, Sarah. Let's let it go, Edie said. As much as Belle can try your nerves, especially with all the lies she's told about our family over the years, she's still a person. Fine, Helen said, I know you're right, but I still don't have to like her. No, you don't, Lily answered. But remember that children don't come into the world acting like Belle Thurston. They're trained that way, and at times, it's a response to hurt they've experienced. You take all the fun out of hating her, Helen grumbled. That's because we're not supposed to hate her, Edie said with a chuckle. We're supposed to love our neighbors, even the ones we'd rather not. Sarah knew they spoke the truth, even if she didn't know exactly where she stood with the Lord. She'd learned enough scripture to know that, at the very least. Well, hopefully that'll be the last of it. I think we understand each other now, and I hope I won't have to remind her in the future. Edie grinned Sarah's direction. Exactly. Despite her self-assured words, the doubt creeped in throughout the rest of the festival, and every time she saw Belle she was all too aware of her own shortcomings. By the end of the event, she just wanted to go home and crawl into bed. Malachi wasn't sure what had happened between Belle and Sarah, but she'd closed off to him again. She'd been polite at the rest of the harvest festival, and she'd never been particularly affectionate, but her spine stayed so stiff he felt certain she must be uncomfortable. They waved goodbye to the rest of the family, and Malachi took Sarah's elbow to walk her home. Did you have a good time? I did, Sarah replied coolly. Thank you for taking me. Again, her words were fine, but her tone clipped. Sarah, I saw Belle come up and talk to y'all. Is everything all right? I know I've said it already, but I never gave her any reason to believe I had any intentions with her. She cut her eyes to the side and stared at him in disbelief. Really? Nothing at all? No stolen kisses after church or long walks? I don't understand how she conjured it all up in her head if there was never anything to it. Malachi let out a breath. He had to handle this right, or it'd be more steps back than they'd taken forward. Belle was interested in me throughout school, she was a year behind me in it. She made a point to sit next to me when she could, followed me around, and I didn't correct her for a while, because I didn't know how. He'd asked himself since if he just liked the attention, but truly didn't think that had been his motivation. When I finished school, the word around town was that she and I would become something official once she finished. I never had any intention of that, and by then I'd told her. He supposed he should have been more forceful about it, but he hadn't wanted to hurt Belle's feelings. So when did you finally correct her? Sarah's voice sounded hesitant, but at least she was speaking. My mama heard Mrs. Thurston telling someone at the mercantile that they were hoping for a fall wedding. She came flying home and asked me if I planned to propose to Belle. I told her I didn't, that I'd sooner put a bullet through my foot, and she sent me out that day to set the record straight. Crickets and cicadas sounded in the distance as the sun set behind the trees. Sarah paused for a moment before answering. If you set the record straight, why did she spread that rumor after you left, and why does she act like I'm a charity case and you're her true love now? He heard the hitch in her voice and wished he could pull her in close, but sensed that would send her running scared. Because she's Belle and she is used to getting what she wants. Her father was a wealthy rancher who set them up well before he passed. Once he did, they sold the ranch and live in a nice house in town with servants and everything. I guess she assumed that if she deems something to be so, that's what will happen. Sarah stayed quiet the rest of the way to the parsonage, and Malachi wasn't sure what to say. That night, as he spent another night on the floor, he asked the Lord for wisdom. The ceiling was silent, but his vantage point on the wood planks gave him a clear view out the window. As much as he'd have preferred to be in the bed with his wife, something she told him was fine multiple times, he just couldn't bring himself to lay beside her if there was any chance she was afraid of him. He'd rather lay on a stiff plank floor and study the stars through the window, than lay next to a stiff wife whose posture told him just how attractive she found him. No, he'd not take the bed until he was certain she wouldn't be awake all night in fear, not simply out of a desire for comfort. Chapter 11. Sarah stood on the precipice of a cliff and stared, horrified, at the sight before her. Some logical part of her mind shouted that she was only dreaming, but the rest was fully focused on the couple standing there with hands clasped. Malachi and Belle Thurston exchanged vows with delighted smiles on their faces. Thomas married them, while his entire family sat in pews atop the cliff. Her blonde hair was styled perfectly, her light blue dress made of finer material that Sarah would ever be able to afford. Lace accented its clean lines in all the right places, and the bustle cut her figure beautifully. Belle giggled before looking past Malachi and catching Sarah's eye. She winked, and as badly as Sarah longed to call out and beg for Malachi to give her another chance, her voice had been taken from her. She tried to lunge forward and pull Malachi away, but it seemed her feet were tied to the ground. Suddenly, the cackle she'd come to dread from Bertram filled the air, and he appeared beside her. Thought you'd gotten away, didn't you? His mother and father stood on her other side, something she hadn't noticed until that moment. Fiona Graham cut her eyes at Sarah, and her lips spread into a terrifying smile. You may only be a street urchin, darling, but you carry the heir to the Graham name. Tears flowed freely down her face, and Sarah fought with all her might to get to Malachi, but it was no use. Neither her feet nor her arms would move, her voice still impossible to use. She attempted to call out anyway, but it seemed her words were snatched away before they even left her throat. You might as well let it go, a familiar voice sounded just before her father appeared. You couldn't keep your mother with you, couldn't keep me from the bottle. Malachi deserves better. No one in Malachi's family seemed to notice what happened behind them, they all sat happily watching the exchange of vows. When Malachi pulled Belle in for their first married kiss, Sarah felt her heart break into 100 tiny pieces. She glanced down at her belly, hoping to gain some comfort from the child that grew there, but it was flat as though the baby had never existed. No, she tried to shout, as her knees buckled. Bertram and his mother grabbed her arms and began to pull her away, a white fog clouding her vision. A voice appeared somewhere above her. Sarah, the voice was kind but worried. Sarah, wake up honey. Warm arms engulfed her, and something rough but gentle stroked her face. You're safe. You can wake up. Her eyes opened to a mostly dark room. Where was she? Where was the cliff? Slowly, her faculties returned to her, and she remembered it had all been a nightmare. Malachi sat beside her on the bed and pulled her into his lap. The backs of his fingers stroked her face slowly, tenderly, and she realized the tears that had flowed during her dream came in excess awake. Shh, Malachi whispered. It's all right now. You're all right. Warmth spread through Sarah at the idea that might be true. The baby turned in her belly, and she breathed a sigh of relief and stroked her bump. I'm sorry I woke you. Her nightmares with Bertram had usually starred him exclusively, but he'd given her material for new ones each time she'd woken him. Malachi pulled her back a little so she could see his face. His eyes, lit just a little by the moonlight outside, were filled with concern. His brows furrowed. You don't need to be sorry. I'm just sorry it took me so long to wake you. He pulled her back into his arms and rocked there for a moment, humming a soothing tune in his low bass voice. Sarah let herself melt into his embrace for a moment, until she remembered the contents of her dream. The more she allowed him to comfort her, the worse it would be when her nightmares were realized. She stiffened and felt his arms quickly loosen around her. A glance outside told her that the sun had just begun its ascent for the morning, as dawn's colors sprinkled the horizon. Pulling away, Sarah wiped the tears from her eyes and scooted to the edge of the bed. I'll just go get breakfast ready. Anything to get away from the man who'd embraced her so tenderly. Malachi's face was unreadable, but he shook his head lightly and ran a hand over his face. All right. But if you want to talk about it, I'm here. No need, Sarah said with a feigned brightness. I just have nightmares sometimes. Thank you for waking me. Turning her back so as to not see the disappointment on Malachi's face, Sarah made her way into the kitchen to cook breakfast before church. She willed her pulse to slow and breathing to return to normal. Wiping one last tear from her cheek, she pulled the heavy iron skillet from the cabinet beside the stove. Malachi sighed heavily as Sarah scurried away from their wagon when they pulled up to the church. Alex looked after her curiously. Is everything going all right? Shaking his head, Malachi watched her stand by the creek and stare off over the field and woods. I don't rightly know. She had a nightmare early this morning. I woke her up and tried to comfort her, and she accepted it for a minute. Then she pulled away, and it was like I'd done something wrong. Lily put a hand on his. I noticed she was a little distant this morning on the way to church. Hunter reached up and clasped a hand around a lock of her hair, giggling as he pulled. She gently opened his hand and tweaked his nose. But I thought it might have been because this one didn't stop babbling. No, Malachi assured her, whatever the nightmare was about, it spooked her. Uncle Cade used to have terrible nightmares, Lily said. It took him a while before they subsided. Maybe it's something that Sarah will heal from as well. She was right, Malachi had forgotten about Uncle Cade's nightmares. That morning hadn't been the first time he'd heard her whimper or toss and turn, but he'd been hesitant to wake her and scare her further. But when she'd called out his name that morning, and he heard her sobbing into the pillow, he jumped up next to her. Had a real threat scared her so, he'd have fought any foe to ensure she felt safe again. Malachi studied his bride as he helped Lily down from the buckboard. I'm praying that will be the case. We'll add our prayers to yours, Alex said as he walked around the wagon. He clasped Malachi's shoulder. Our God still does great things. We'll pray this is another one. The rest of the morning passed in a blur for Malachi. Other than Sarah stiffening at the sight of Belle Thurston, most wouldn't pick up on her mood. She was polite and cordial to his family, even sharing a laugh or two with the girls, but he might as well have not been sitting next to her for all the attention she paid him. Alex closed his sermon with a benediction that they hold fast to the Lord and his promises. He tells us he will not leave us nor forsake us, Alex said. Like a child clinging to their mother's skirts in a crowded room, let us cling to the Lord in the difficult places of life. The congregation streamed out of the church and down the steps for that afternoon's picnic, but Malachi noticed Callum hurrying out of the church after Rose Gilbert, his face pinched in distress. Rose's strawberry blonde hair flew behind her as her feet hit the ground, and she took off running in the direction of her home. Since her father had taken over for Mr. Jacobs as the president of the bank, a position he'd been next in line for years, they lived just down the street from the mercantile in a home next to the bank. Rose. Callum called after her but didn't chase her any further than the churchyard. He stood and stared after her, his posture defeated. Malachi reached him quickly, His own problems with Sarah put from his mind as his cousin ran his hands through his hair and let out a pained groan. What's happened? Callum nearly vibrated with anger and hurt, and Malachi placed a hand on his shoulder. Callum, he repeated, what's happened? Thankfully, they'd been some of the first out of the church, and only a handful of people saw Rose run away. Most paid them no mind. She broke off the engagement, Callum croaked out. Engagement? Malachi knew he'd been gone for a while, but figured someone would have shared if Callum had gotten engaged. We hadn't told anyone yet, Callum said. I asked her on her birthday last month, right after y'all got married, but she asked that we keep it quiet for a while. That didn't make any sense. Why? Something's going on with her family, Callum said as he continued to stare in the direction she ran. I haven't seen her mother out in weeks, and her father's acting odd. She's also been working a lot more than normal. She didn't go to the harvest festival yesterday, so I went to see her after it was over. Something wasn't adding up, and Malachi battled with whether he should stay out of it or meddle. And that's when she broke it off? Callum nodded with a heavy sigh. I wanted to talk to her this morning, get her to explain, but she ran away. I'm really sorry, Cal. There was really nothing he could say that would help, but it didn't mean he wouldn't try. If something's going on with her family, do you think she needs help? He knew from his own experience that women didn't always want to be helped, but it might be worth it to dig around. She told me to stay out of it, Callum said. The rest of their family had all exited the church, and some glanced their way with curiosity. Listen, he said as he glanced back at their family as well, I can't deal with everyone right now. Can you just let them know I went home? Don't tell them anything about Rose, just say I had a headache. I can do that, Malachi said as he watched Callum walk over to his horse and untie him. He'd also pray the same prayers for Rose that he did for Sarah, that the Lord would make a way for them in what felt impossible. A gentle touch on his shoulder jarred him from his thoughts. Sarah's voice trembled a little behind him. Is he all right? I saw what happened. Malachi turned, needing to take her in his arms as much as he needed to breathe. She stiffened a little with shock at first, but relaxed quickly and wrapped her arms around his waist. He will be, but they have a hard road ahead of them. Secrets will do that. Sarah didn't speak for a moment, and Malachi hoped she caught his meaning. Slowly, she lifted her eyes to meet his. Will you go on a walk with me? Surprised by her offer, it took him a breath to respond. Of course, but don't you want to eat? He didn't know too much about his bride, but he knew she got irritable when hungry. In a bit, first I think we need to talk. His gut clenched at her words. Was she about to tell him she didn't want to be married to him anymore? He wouldn't let her go without a fight, even if that fight was with her. All right, he said as he pulled back and took her hand in his. Which way would you like to go? Sarah did her best to get her breathing under control, but her pulse raced nonetheless. Seeing Callum chase Rose out of the church, the pain so clear on his face, it was as though Sarah felt his pain. She didn't know Rose very well, but the time or two she'd met her at the bakery with Helen she'd seemed kind. But Sarah could recognize pain and secrets when she saw them, likely because she had so many herself. Rose's eyes harbored plenty, and Sarah feared those secrets would hold her back from any sort of happiness. It was the same thing Sarah had been doing to herself. Malachi took her hand in his, and they walked down the creek from the church with the familiar sounds of the picnic fading into the background as they walked further away. Soon, the church steeple was just in sight, but none of their family and friends were. What was it you wanted to talk about? She could do this. She could be honest with him and tell him her whole story. She had to if they had any chance at all, and if they didn't make it, it wouldn't be because she hadn't been forthcoming. Seeing Callum like that, seeing him chase after Rose, it made me hurt for him. She led them to a log that sat on the edge of the creek and sat down, her belly making it more difficult than it had been a few weeks before. I suppose it scared me a little. What scared you about it? Malachi's voice was gentle and steady, but the confusion was clear. A fish jumped in the water, sending a drop or two within inches of Sarah's feet. Am I wrong to assume there are secrets between them, things he doesn't know? Malachi paused for a long breath. No, I think that's safe to say. Where she'd been looking at the creek, Sarah turned to meet Malachi's bright blue eyes. He was patient and waited for her to speak, even when she struggled to find the words. I don't want secrets between us, Malachi. I want you to know my past, all of it. The compassion in his gaze was nearly her undoing. Tell me. A tear slipped down Sarah's cheek, but her voice was steady as she launched into her tale. My mother left us when I was little more than a toddler. I barely remember her at all, but my father was sure to tell me that she just didn't feel cut out to be a mother, that it was my fault. His brows furrowed, his hand tightening on hers. Your father was wrong. I know he was, but it didn't stop him from seeking his solace in the bottom of a bottle. It killed him when I was 7, and I didn't know what else to do but join the other street children we'd seen walking home so many times. Papa had stopped working years before, so we were basically homeless long before that. Sleeping outside was nothing new to me. Something blazed in Malachi's eyes. There was anger there, but something else as well. I'm so sorry. I wish I'd been there to help you. Sarah lifted her hand to place it on Malachi's cheek. You'd have been, what, barely 13 yourself? There's not much you could have done. I did all right for myself, stole most of my food, but some restaurant owners and Christian folks took pity on the street children and fed us fairly often. Malachi shook his head and ran a hand over his face. When did you come to Hope House? I was 13 and a police officer caught me stealing bread from a bakery down by the docks. At the time, I thought an orphanage was a fate worse than death, but I realized he was saving me from a much worse experience. She stopped, unsure how to proceed without upsetting Malachi further. I'd begun developing into a woman, and the dock workers had started taking notice of me. The policeman knew what would happen to me if I stayed with the street children. To his credit, Malachi's face didn't betray the emotion she saw burning in his eyes. There was tension to the set of his jaw, but he didn't speak. Hope House was a good place for me, but it took a few years before I was willing to accept it. I suppose I'd spent so much time waiting for something bad to happen that I'd conditioned myself to believe it would always be the case. In time, I found happiness there. Malachi removed his hand from hers and wrapped it around her shoulders, his other coming up to push back a stray lock of hair from her face. When did Bertram come along? I met him at a benefit he attended with his family for a series of charities, Hope House included, in New Orleans. I was the oldest girl in the house at that time, and they'd brought me along to see what it was all about. Bertram had sauntered up to her at the garden party, looking suave and cultured. He was charming, at first. His parents didn't approve of our courtship, but he said he loved me, and they'd have to adjust. Within a few weeks, he asked me to marry him. I was about to turn 18, at which time I had no idea what I was going to do, so I said yes. It never occurred to me that he was lying, that he was a bad person. A breeze flowed through the trees and over the creek, bathing her face in the peaceful flow. Malachi was silent, but Sarah didn't need him to speak. She finished her story, how his abuse started small and escalated quickly. By that time, she had no friends to turn to, and she was too ashamed to show up on the doorstep of Hope House after so long. He knew the end of the story, but she'd never told him the beginning. My only ally was Twyla, a servant in Bertram's home, she said. She was the one who originally got me the train ticket. Malachi cleared his throat, and Sarah realized her eyes had been closed while she told the story. Opening them, she took in the tears rolling down his cheeks. I'm so sorry. I wish I knew what to say. You don't have to say anything, Sarah said. You're here, and you're listening. But there's one more thing, she said as she tried to find the words to explain her dream the night before. It humiliated her more than any other piece of her story, and that fact frustrated her to no end. He took her chin in his hand and steadied her gaze on his. Tell me. As if she were jumping off the cliff from her dream, Sarah just blurted out her fears. I'm afraid you're going to leave me. Maybe for Belle Thurston, maybe for someone else, but I'm afraid you're going to realize that you could truly love someone else and leave. My dream last night was that you did just that. Malachi's mouth fell open, and his eyes went wide as saucers. You thought I was going to leave you? He chuckled, though it lacked mirth. I've been terrified you were going to leave me in the middle of the night, that I'd wake and you'd be gone. That couldn't be the truth. But you just married me because you felt sorry for me, because you have some need to protect wounded women. That was why I did it at first, Malachi said, but I've grown to care for you, Sarah. I know it hasn't been long, but, he shifted on the log. I'm falling in love with you. A herd of stampeding horses couldn't have shocked her more. You are? In answer, Malachi lowered his lips to hers. One hand wrapped around her waist and pulled her closer, while the other landed gently in her hair. He'd kissed her before, on their wedding day, but it was the first time he'd kissed her like that. She felt cherished, desired, all the things she'd never believed possible before that day. He pulled back and rested his forehead on hers, his breath coming rapidly. I told you before we wed, and I've told you since, I'm all in on this marriage. You and this little one here, he placed a hand on her belly, are my family now. Chapter 12. Sarah couldn't believe she'd been in town nearly 8 weeks already, married for 7. She still didn't initiate as much physical affection as Malachi did, but after their conversation at the creek a few weeks before, she'd grown much more comfortable with it. As she kneaded bread dough the way Lily had shown her, she thought about how different the idea of a simple touch from him was from when she'd first arrived. In fact, it frustrated her a little that he hadn't initiated any other kisses like the one he'd given her that day at the creek. He kissed her on the cheek plenty, gave her occasional kisses on the lips when he left for work, but the passion from the day after church wasn't there. She couldn't really blame him, as she wasn't really in any condition for passion at 8 months pregnant. Still, as much as she'd worked to move past her jealousy of Belle Thurston, there was always the nagging doubt that she could attract him as much as Belle could. The night before, she'd finally convinced him to move from the floor to the bed, thinking it'd be nice to finally feel his presence beside her. He'd agreed after a barrage of assurances from her, but he'd still nearly hugged his side of the bed all night long. A man the size of Malachi should have taken up at least half the bed, but he'd barely taken a quarter. Rolling the smooth dough over the counter, she added a little more flour to keep it from sticking. Her cooking had improved drastically, at least, and Lily had thoughtfully helped her sew a few baby items. She and Edie had both told Sarah she was welcome to anything they had at home as well and just to let them know whatever they needed. The baby was starting to run out of room in her belly, with only a month or so left until it was due to arrive. That didn't seem to stop the little tyke from rolling and kicking all night long, while sleeping during the day. Sarah hoped that wasn't an omen of things to come. Perhaps once the baby arrived and Sarah was healed, she and Malachi could move forward in marriage the way she hoped they would. Taking out her frustrations on the bread dough once again, she stopped and did what Charlotte had been teaching her to do, pray. For the past few weeks, in addition to lessons on household chores from Lily, she'd also been meeting with Charlotte whenever they could to read through the Gospels. Malachi, too, had read scripture with her in the evenings after supper. They prayed together, and while the first few nights she felt a little jittery and uncomfortable, it had become her favorite part of the day. Lord, she spoke aloud, Charlotte says it doesn't matter how we pray, but I'm just telling you I won't be fancy. I don't know if I'm allowed to ask this, but would you reassure me that Malachi isn't just with me out of duty? I know he cares for me, but it'd be nice if I could tell he was attracted to me too. She felt a little nervous praying for such things, but he was her husband. Where did passion belong if not in a marriage? As pregnant as she wasn't hoping for him to exercise all his marital rights, just for a few deeper kisses and for him to actually feel comfortable taking his full side of the bed. But of course, he could feel uncomfortable due to the fact that it wasn't his baby she carried. Having the dough into 2 well-floured loaf pans, she placed towels over them to allow them their rise. She checked her watch, it was later than she thought. If she didn't get a move on, she'd be late for her appointment with Edie at the clinic. The water of the wash basin felt good as she rinsed off the film of flour that had stuck to her hands. It might have been October, but Texas still turned into a scorcher most days. Heading to the clinic felt different than it had the first time she'd gone. The walk had felt intimidating, and Sarah had felt eyes on her from every direction. This time, she waved at a few folks from church as she passed, including Emma Archer from the Mercantile, where her toddler Katie pressed pudgy hands against the window. Sarah smiled and waved back. She could hardly believe she'd be cleaning her own grubby handprints off things before too long. As though it sensed her thoughts, the baby kicked in her belly. With a chuckle, she placed her hand atop her bump. There now, save it for Aunt Edie. Her words surprised her, as they'd come as naturally as they did when Edie's children called Malachi their uncle. The bell above the clinic door jingled, and Edie led an elderly man out of the patient care room. Sophie followed with a grin on her face, the opposite of the grimace the man wore. "You're tellin' me I can't have no more fried chicken, Doc?" "You can have fried chicken, Mr. Hightower," Edie said with a sigh, "just on special occasions." He huffed and slammed his hat on his head before stomping out the door, grumbling all the way. Sophie shook her head. "Paul come around, he usually does." "I still can't believe he actually came to see me," Edie said before turning to Sarah with a wide grin. "Are you ready?" Sarah didn't think it possible to be more ready. "I'm just hoping you're going to tell me the baby's coming this week. I don't know if I can handle another month of this." She pointed to her belly and giggled. "I'm not sure there's any more room in there anyway." "Oh, there's room," Edie said with a wink. "Just think, it could be twins." Sarah's eyes widened. "Oh goodness, I hope not." She paused, realizing who she spoke to. "I'm so sorry, Edie, I didn't mean dash." "It's fine," Edie said while her shoulders shook with mirth. "I'd have said the same thing before mine were born. They're twice the trouble but also twice the fun." Edie led Sarah into the patient room while Sophie shut the door behind them. "I'll just leave you two alone unless you need me, Dr. Brown?" "We're fine, Sophie," Edie said as she helped Sarah lie back on the table. "I'll call if I need anything." Once they were alone, Edie turned back to Sarah. "Have you had any undue discomfort? Other than my belly itching and feeling as though I'm breathing fire every night, no." The nights had been difficult, and she'd woken more than a few times needing to drink a glass of water to stop the burning. "That's normal," Edie said as she felt around on Sarah's belly. "The good news is that baby is very active in there. I think he or she is ready to come meet you." Sarah could hardly believe it. "It's incredible that I'll be a mother within a month." "You're already a mother, Sarah. For fathers, it's not so real until the baby comes out. For a mother, the moment you feel that first flutter in your belly, the moment you weigh the discomfort as worth it for the tiny life inside you, you become a mother." She placed a hand behind Sarah's shoulder and helped her to a sitting position. "How are things going with you and Malachi?" Should she tell her? Edie was Malachi's cousin, practically his sister. But then, she was also a married woman very much in love. Edie cocked her head to the side. "Out with it." "I suppose," Sarah started with a deep breath, "I suppose we're in an awkward phase." "What type of awkward phase?" Sarah couldn't believe she was sharing this with Malachi's cousin of all people, but Edie was also a friend. "He told me a few weeks ago that he was falling in love with me." "That's wonderful," Edie exclaimed. "So what's the problem?" Deep breaths, just say it. "That day, he kissed me like a husband kisses his wife, but he hasn't done it since. He's been so kind and courteous with me, coming home every day to finish chores so I can put my feet up and telling me to leave things for him to do. He's also so protective, constantly making sure I don't do too much and stocking the wood stove before he leaves every morning. I really shouldn't complain, I just..." Edie smiled knowingly. "You just want him to act like your husband, not a manservant and guard." There it was. "He moved from the floor to the bed last night, but he left so much room for me that he nearly ended up in the floor anyway." "Have you talked to him about it? Told him how you feel?" Sarah's cheeks flamed. It shouldn't be so embarrassing to speak to one's husband about such things, but she couldn't help it. "No. I'm not sure how." Edie chuckled and took Sarah's hand in hers. "Sarah, Malachi doesn't have any more idea what he's doing here than you do. He's a confident man, but few men will put their feelings on the line again without assurance they'll be reciprocated. He's been honest about his feelings for you, now it's your turn. She was right. Sarah knew it. But how in the world to go about it? Malachi lifted the steaming cup of coffee to his lips, thankful for the extra jolt. He'd have thought that finally moving into the bed would help him sleep better, but he'd been on edge all night listening for Sarah. She hadn't acted as though she was afraid of him, but he didn't know if he could take it if he'd caused a nightmare. Well, another nightmare. The one with Belle had been more or less about him. The coffee was bitter and burned going down, but Malachi gulped it quickly nonetheless. He'd just returned from doing rounds with Uncle Matthew and checked the post office to see if headquarters had responded. They hadn't, but he hadn't expected them to just yet. Most newly married Rangers took off a few months, and Wallace had all but pushed him to. Uncle Matthew peered out the window from his desk and stood. That posse look familiar to you? Malachi turned and, had the coffee not already been so bitter, it would be now. That's my crew of Rangers. Wallace rode in front, a sentinel of strength atop his mount. MacDonald and Pistol behind him, while Ben Hayes brought up the rear. Each paid close attention to his surroundings, and Malachi got the feeling this wasn't a social call. Despite his happiness to see his comrades, no news was good news when it came to the Rangers. Standing to his feet, Malachi secured his gun belt just as Uncle Matthew did the same. Rather than waiting for the men to tie up their horses outside the jail and come inside, both made their way onto the porch. "Afternoon, gentlemen," Uncle Matthew said with a tip of his Stetson. "What can we do for you?" Wallace pierced Malachi with a look of regret, his full gray mustache twitching. "It seems your girl's family done put out a reward for her return. If you can point us in the direction of water for our horses, we'll come inside and tell you all about it." Malachi inwardly groaned. An investigation was one thing, but a reward would bring out all kinds of unsavory characters intent on receiving the purse. There was no telling what one of them would do if they got hold of Sarah. He couldn't let that happen. "Pumps over there," Matthew said as he gestured to the left side of the jailhouse. "There are plenty of buckets there to fill up for your mounts." He paused and studied the street, where a group of boys were walking in the direction away from the school. Was it already that time? "Johnny," Matthew called, "come here a sec." Johnny Blackburn, the 16-year-old brother of James and Justin Blackburn, jogged toward them. His floppy brown hair bobbed atop his head. "Yes, Sheriff?" Matthew pulled a couple of bills out of his pocket. "Run over to the livery and get a bag or two of feed from Pete to empty into these troughs." He pointed to the ones at the base of the jailhouse placed for just this purpose. "Make sure each mount can reach it, and keep whatever you don't use." Johnny's eyes lit up. "Thank you, Sheriff. I'll get right on it." He jogged off toward the livery, the excitement of a few dollars giving a little extra oomph to his run. Malachi might have grinned had it not been for the news his commander had just delivered. Wallace tipped his chin down at Uncle Matthew. "Thank you kindly, Sheriff." "It's my pleasure, sir. Y'all come on in and get some water or coffee if you'd like, and we can get to the bottom of this." Boots clapped on the floor as each man moved over the threshold and into the office. Each man filled a cup of coffee and took their place throughout the room. Wallace sat in the chair across from Malachi's desk, while MacDonald and Ben stood next to the window. Pistol turned the chair across from what was normally Oliver's desk and straddled it, leaning on the back. "So they went and put out a reward," Uncle Matthew said as he took his own seat and pulled out a notepad. "I can't say I didn't expect that." "Yep," Wallace responded, "and they're saying she's not right in the head. They're saying she murdered their son in a fit of hysteria, and she's a danger to herself and the baby." Malachi's eyes narrowed. "I'm sure they're playing the role of worried grandparents well." "Of course," Wallace scoffed. "The detective doesn't believe it, mind you, he thinks they're crooked as a sidewinder." Matthew furrowed his brow. "I'm a little surprised they don't have the police in their pocket." "That's where they got tripped up," Wallace said as he took a swig of the bitter stuff as though it were the finest grounds in Texas. The detective who requested the case initially was fired due to ethics violations. They've got some young buck on the case eager to prove himself, a fella named Paul Turner. He was able to guess that Sarah came to Texas, and he's the one who gave the Rangers a heads up that they'd put out the reward. When we got to Austin after helping with a prisoner transfer last week, they asked us to keep an eye out since they imagined she'd have passed through our area. Fear rose up in Malachi at the thought that anyone knew where she was, though he shoved it down. He could trust these men and the other Texas Rangers. They were his brothers. So the Grahams know she's here? A sly grin spread over Wallace's face. They do, and it's the most confounding thing. They also had a request from one of my men to stay in Pine Creek for a while due to getting newly married. He chuckled and took another swig. Didn't take long to figure out what had happened. I guess congratulations are in order? Thank you, sir, Malachi said. It wasn't my intention initially, but you gotta do what needs doing, Wallace said. I understand, and your request for leave is granted, by the way. Relief sluiced through Malachi. He hadn't admitted to himself how badly he hoped the Rangers wouldn't make him turn in his notice before he knew for sure what he wanted to do, but he was prepared to put Sarah and the baby before his job. Uncle Matthew stood and ran his hand over his beard, something Malachi had noticed he did when thinking something through. How much is the reward? $1,000 and they're to bring her back to New Orleans unharmed, Wallace answered. I imagine, if folks didn't already know where she was, they will soon. What should he do? Taking her and leaving sounded like a fine option until he realized he'd likely end up delivering the baby in the woods somewhere. If he did that and something happened to one of them, Malachi would never forgive himself. They could move out to the Circle H, as it would give a little more space between her and town. Not to mention, there were nearly 20 ranch hands who could be called upon to help at a moment's notice. Malachi, Uncle Matthew said, and he realized the man had been speaking to him. I can see your wheels turning, but we don't need to do anything rash. He glanced out the front window. Here comes Deputy Grady now. I'll send him to get Abigail and see what she knows about the family and how things might work. He hadn't even thought to talk to Aunt Abigail. If anyone knew the seedier side of the New Orleans upper class, it was her. That sounds good. I'll go get Sarah, and we'll meet you back here. McDonald pointed at something down the street a ways. You might not have far to go. Isn't that her right there? Leaving the clinic? The clinic? Had something happened or was it just one of her routine checkups? Quickly confirming McDonald's sighting, he slipped out the door and jogged across the street to where Sarah waddled down the boardwalk. She had a basket of preserves and bread on one arm, and Malachi took that from her before taking her elbow to help her down the stairs. Is everything all right? His heart pounded despite how much his head repeated she looked just fine. It is, Sarah said, a little breathless. Edie says everything with the baby looks perfect. She studied him for a breath, brow furrowed. Where did you come from? I was at the jailhouse, and we saw you out the window. I wanted to make sure everything was all right, but I also need to tell you there's been a development with the Grahams. He refused to call them her in-laws. It wasn't technically true anymore, but it went deeper than that. Her eyes widened, their slate gray filled with dread. What's happened? Come with me over to the jailhouse, and I'll tell you. But try not to worry. I'll protect you, I promise. The Lord will fight for us. We just have to trust him. Sarah nodded, her eyes filling with unshed tears. Malachi pulled her close to his chest and breathed in the fresh, clean scent of her hair. No matter what the Grahams had planned, they wouldn't be taking Sarah and the baby. This was his family now, and he'd protect them with his life. Chapter 13. Sarah worked to swallow down the panic that climbed up her throat as Malachi held her close against his leather vest. She felt his beard against her forehead and wished she could draw some of his quiet strength. Her worst nightmares were coming true, she felt it in her bones. Without knowing what all Malachi had to tell her, she knew the Grahams were coming for her. Malachi pulled back just a few inches and gently guided her chin up to look in her eyes. We're going to do whatever needs to be done to keep you and the baby safe, he vowed. His voice was low, almost a growl, but more tender. Let's go over to the jailhouse and I'll tell you what's happened. She nodded, unable to speak past the lump in her throat, and didn't protest when he took her hand to lead her across the street. They climbed the sturdy wooden steps, and Sarah noticed more horses than normal were tied up outside the jailhouse munching oats and lapping water out of buckets. Sarah's eyes widened at the sight. "Who else is here?" "My comrades from the Rangers," Malachi said. "They heard about the situation and came to warn us." Warn? Sarah tried not to let anxiety creep in. Didn't scripture tell her not to be anxious? She thought that was what Charlotte said. "Lord," she prayed silently as they crossed the wood plank porch, "help us." Charlotte had said that prayers didn't need to be fancy to reach the Lord, that he heard the cries of his followers. Sarah didn't know that she'd count herself one of his followers necessarily, but Charlotte had said that was all right too. As long as Sarah kept seeking him, she'd find him. Familiar faces turned to greet her as they opened the door. Wallace, Pistol, MacDonald, and Ben all removed their Stetsons and nodded in greeting. "Congratulations, Mrs. Carson," Wallace said with a twinkle in his eye. "I wish we'd been able to tell you that under better circumstances, but I'm right happy for you no matter." Sarah couldn't help but grin at the grizzled lawman's words. "Thank you, Wallace." Malachi led her to a seat across from his desk that Pistol had just vacated. "Are you thirsty?" "I'm fine," Sarah replied. She wished he'd just tell her what had happened. "Then I suppose it's best to just be out with it," he said as he dragged a hand through his blonde hair. "The Grahams have put out a reward for anyone who can find you and return you to them. They're making it look like you're mentally unstable and a danger to yourself and the baby." It wasn't unexpected. "What about a warrant for my arrest?" She glanced at the Rangers who just a moment before felt comforting. "Are they here to arrest me?" "No, ma'am," Wallace said as he stepped forward. "We're here to protect you from those snakes. The detective on the case doesn't trust your in-laws, and the one they paid off was let go. There are no charges against you, and I doubt there will be." Sarah placed a hand on her stomach, turning up her eyes to Malachi. She knew they glistened with her tears, but she tried desperately to keep them from spilling over. "What does that mean for us? What does that mean for the baby?" Malachi knelt beside her chair, taking both of her small hands in his large ones. His sapphire blue eyes bore into hers, the sincerity in them clear. "Nothing changes. You're my wife, and this baby is mine. No one is going to take either of you from me." The door opened again, and Matthew walked in with Mayor Hinson, the only lawyer in town. "Thought it best he join us," Matthew explained to the group. He turned to Malachi. "Does she know?" Malachi nodded, not leaving Sarah's side. "Good," Matthew said. "I've filled Mayor Hinson in on the trouble, and he agrees that they have no rights to bring her back." "That's right," the mayor confirmed. "Since you're married to Malachi now, the baby is legally his regardless of who your late husband was. No court will side with your in-laws unless they can have you declared mentally unfit." Wallace stroked his mustache. "Which they're trying to do." "It's not ideal," Mayor Hinson said, "but it's much more difficult to prove you're unstable than it is to prove you're mentally capable. A few character witnesses from both here and New Orleans, ideally a doctor if you had one there, and that angle can be thrown out the window." Matthew approached her and looked on her with kind eyes. "You know them best. Do you think they'll try to go the official route or utilize more underhanded dealings?" "I don't know," Sarah said. "But this child is their only heir." Bertram was an only child. The door opened again, and Malachi's Aunt Abigail entered. Sarah wondered briefly what she'd be doing there until she remembered Abigail probably knew her in-laws from her days in New Orleans. She might even know them better than Sarah knew them, as they were around her age and would have run in the same social circles. Abigail spotted her quickly and knelt to hug her. "It's going to be all right," she said as she looked Sarah in the eye. "We're going to help you." If only she could guarantee that. No one truly could. Matthew filled Abigail in quickly and asked if she knew the Grahams well. "I knew Fiona as a girl," she replied. "She had her debut the same time I did and met Richard fairly quickly. He was a good bit older than us. Fiona wasn't precious about morality, but she did hold appearances in the highest esteem." She paused and bit her lip. Sarah, are you sure you want to be here for this conversation? Yes, she said with more strength than she felt. It concerns me and my baby, I can handle it. Abigail placed a hand on her shoulder and turned back to Matthew. They want her brought back to New Orleans, unharmed, correct? Wallace nodded, and Abigail continued. Then I imagine, were they to get to her, they'd keep her locked up until the baby comes. Malachi let out a low growl. And dispose of her after. Yes, Abigail said sadly. The official word would likely be that you'd died in childbirth. Malachi's hold on her hands tightened, and she could feel the tension rolling off him. Mayor Hinson stood from where he leaned against Matthew's desk. Sarah, do you know if Bertram had a will? Did he update it at some point in your pregnancy, perhaps? Bertram wasn't exactly forthcoming with his legal dealings, Sarah said. I imagine he had one, but I don't know if it was updated before his death. I don't want anything of his, though. It's possible, Mayor Hinson replied, that everything was left to the baby. If so, you might be the trustee of the money until the child comes of age. I'll do a little reading to refresh my memory of estate law and get back to you about that. And you're sure they can't charge me with Bertram's murder? That was a sure way to get the baby from her permanently. The idea made her heart pound like a herd of galloping horses. They can charge you, he said, but I don't think it'll stick. Not only are you a woman, but a bevy of Texas Rangers all saw you with a face full of bruises. It's a pretty open and shut case of self-defense. They talked a bit more, though it all sounded like gibberish to Sarah. All she cared about was that she and the baby were safe. She didn't want to be involved in the planning past that. Malachi would work it out for her, she knew. After a while, whether it minutes or hours Sarah couldn't say, Malachi leaned in close to her ear. Would you like to go on a walk by the creek? She would. More than he could possibly imagine. The well of fear felt deeper than she could imagine, even though she knew Malachi would do everything in his power to keep them safe. He was only one man, and the Grahams' power and money stretched further than he possibly could. Yes, she replied. Her voice sounded strained, even to her. That would be nice. Eyes full of understanding and compassion, Malachi helped her to her feet. She took in the crowd that looked a mite different than it had earlier. It must have been longer than she realized, as a few of the Rangers had gone, though Wallace remained. Malachi's father had been summoned, and he stood with Matthew and Mayor Hinson poring over a large book Sarah imagined had to do with estate law. Thank you all, Sarah said as she addressed the group. I can't tell you how thankful I am for all your help. It means more than you know. Wallace looked up from across the room where he held a steaming cup of coffee. With a clink, he set it down and wiped his mustache. His boots clapped on the floor as he closed the distance between them and placed gentle hands on each of her upper arms. Don't you worry, he said, his eyes steely with determination. You're not going anywhere but home with your husband tonight, even if it means I'm about to get a resignation letter from one of the best lawmen I've ever trained. He glanced up and winked at Malachi, then back to Sarah. This isn't just a woman being chased by some snakes in New Orleans anymore. Malachi is part of the Texas Ranger family. You are too, as is the little one. Sarah didn't even try to stop the tears that flowed down her cheeks at his words. All her life, all she'd wanted was a family. She'd thought she found it with Bertram, only to have the rug pulled out from her again. This family, the one she inherited when she married Malachi, came from all sides and was so perfect it was a little overwhelming. Thank you, she croaked out. Wallace's eyes widened at her tears, and he let her go and backed up a step. No reason to go blubberin', ma'am. His mustache twitched, and Sarah heard Malachi's deep chuckle at his boss's discomfort. The same deep voice comforted her every time it spoke. I'm going to take Sarah for a walk, then back to the parsonage to rest. If you need me, I'll be there or back here as soon as Alex gets home. I'd rather not leave her alone. Jake and Matthew nodded, and Malachi led Sarah out the door and back to the street. Rather than simply taking her arm as he normally did, he wrapped his arm around her shoulder and pulled her close into his side. To her, it felt like he was holding her up, but she felt him relax beside her as well. As they passed behind Matthew and Carissa's house to where the creek flowed gently, he ran his hand up and down her arm. "How are you feeling about things?" How was she feeling? If she were honest, Sarah had to admit she wasn't sure. Overwhelmed, I guess. I knew they'd do something like this, so I'm not sure why I still feel like I've been hit in the face with it. They walked in silence for a few minutes, around the trees that sat close to the water, taking comfort in the view. Sarah noticed the health and vitality of the great oaks they passed, much healthier than the few in town. After pondering it for a while, thankful for a distraction, her curiosity got the better of her. "Why are the trees here so much larger than the ones over there?" "They're planted by the water," Malachi replied. "At this point in the fall, there's usually been a drought like this year. The creek's lower than normal, but nowhere near dry. The trees by the water have everything they need, whereas the ones further out will be fine, but they don't look so pretty right about now." Sarah said as she pondered. It made sense. "There's scripture about that," Malachi said a little hesitantly. "Have you and Charlotte done much in the Psalms?" "No, we've stayed mostly in the Gospels for now. Though I heard Psalms at Hope House during devotional time." Malachi led her to a large rock at the creek's bank and helped her sit down. In Psalms chapter 1, the verse says, "And he shall be like a tree planted by the rivers of water, that bringeth forth his fruit in his season, his leaf also shall not wither, and whatsoever he doeth shall prosper." He smiled softly at her. "That's one of my favorite verses, one of the ones Mama made us memorize as a child. Before that, it talks about a man's delight being in the Lord, that he keeps his thoughts on the Lord rather than the things around him. How nice that would be, to not worry about what would happen tomorrow." Charlotte does talk about that, setting our minds on things above. She'd been told for years what she was supposed to do, but it didn't mean she could do it. "I wish I could be like those trees, like Charlotte, even like you." "Like me?" "Your faith that God cares about us enough to step in." "I wish I could share it." There it was. He had to have known that despite her church attendance, her relationship with God wasn't in the same place as his. "I'm not as far along as you are there, I'm afraid." He slid off the rock and knelt before her, taking her chin gently in his hand. "It's not a race, my love. And even when you surrender your life to the Lord, you're still going to have doubts and fears. I'm terrified that God's plan for this family isn't as good as my plan for this family, but I have to trust him. He sees a bigger picture than we do, he has a greater perspective." It all sounded lovely, but could she ever get there? "You have doubts, but I don't know that your doubts and mine are the same." Malachi moved back to sit beside her, pulling her against his side. "I think you'd be surprised. About a year ago, I wondered if God even existed. And if he did exist, I thought he couldn't possibly be the loving God I'd spent my life praying to." Her eyes widened. "Why?" Taking in a long breath, Malachi put his free hand over hers. "First, I think you need to know who my grandfather was." He launched into a story that would be unbelievable from anyone else's lips. His grandfather had been the infamous Marcus Jones, still spoken of in hushed whispers for the havoc they wreaked across the country. The gang, comprised of his sons and a few criminals they picked up along the way, were responsible for as many or more crimes as any other gang of the time. But even though I've spent my time as a ranger fighting men like him, it's not the stolen property that keeps me up at night. It's the violence he committed against my mother and Aunt Carissa, my grandmother Edith, and the other women they came in contact with. How in the world had his mother and aunt moved past such atrocities to be the women she admired now? Uncle Cade was the only thing that kept them from a worse fate, Malachi continued. He joined the gang at 15 to keep them from being sold off to whoever offered their father the most money. That's horrible, she gasped. The pain he must have experienced, the guilt and shame. It was, and it haunted him for a long time. After he served his sentence in prison, the judge went easy on him due to his never wanting to join, and they had record of him helping others get to safety. He cooperated in a number of ways, and the judge was merciful. But after prison, it took him a long time to reconcile the God of justice with one of love. Wow, Sarah said. She'd never have imagined the family had been through such an ordeal, as perfect as they seemed on the outside. But that's not why I had doubts, Malachi continued. He ran his thumb over her hand, and she wondered if he even realized he did it. About a year ago, we had been tailing a gang of bank robbers and ended up in Houston. In a back alley behind a saloon, we heard a woman scream. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he spoke, and Sarah knew the scene must haunt him still. A man was beating one of the saloon girls, and we ran in to help her. Wallace tackled the man while I tried to help the saloon girl. She was so young, he said as his voice broke, I doubt she'd even turned 18 yet. Most women probably didn't understand what might drive a girl to take a job like that, but Sarah knew all too well. If she'd not ended up at Hope House, no doubt that would have been her fate. What happened to her? A single tear slipped down Malachi's cheek. She was gone before I got her to the hospital. Oh Malachi, Sarah didn't know what to say. It also shed light on his deep need to protect her when they'd first met. I'm so sorry. He took his hand from hers and pulled her to a cradled position on his lap. I doubted God could possibly love anyone after that experience. For months, I refused to open my Bible and refused to pray. I just didn't see how it could help, and my anger at God was just too great. How, in less than a year, had he gone from refusing to open his Bible to the man who held her now? His arms were strong around her, comforting her though it was his heartbreaking story. I can't even say what brought me back, he said. I suppose all those verses I memorized as a child, all the stories I'd been taught, just wouldn't leave my mind. I wouldn't read them in a Bible, but they were written inside me just as deeply. I remembered how so many of the Psalms are of sorrow and even anger at God. When I opened my Bible again, that's where I went. I prayed quite a few prayers of my own sorrow, of my own anger, but slowly my heart softened toward him again. They sat silently for a few moments. She stared out at the trickling water, but would occasionally look up and find him studying her. So I should just keep praying? He nodded, his smile gentle with understanding. Keep praying, be honest with God. Keep going through the scripture with me and Charlotte. Keep listening in church. Keep asking the Lord to show you more of who He is. He smoothed a lock of hair from her face. I don't have all the answers. I still don't know why the Lord allowed that girl to be killed, or for you to live the life you have. But I am also incredibly grateful that He led you here, to me. Was it possible she could have the same unshakable faith as Charlotte, who'd been through her own difficult marriage before Thomas? Could she come out on the other side, the same way Cade, Carissa and Beth had? Could she reach such a place of peace? She didn't know, but she knew the only way she'd find out was if she kept trying. I will. Without another word, she laid her head on his chest and let out all the tears she'd been holding back with various degrees of success, since he caught her outside the clinic. He rocked her gently, murmuring reassurances and drying her tears periodically with his handkerchief. He wasn't afraid of the tears that fell so much more often as she closed in on the end of her pregnancy, only compassionate. Sarah didn't know what the coming days would bring, but for the first time, she could put a name to what she'd only begun feeling a few weeks before. Hope. Chapter 14. That Sunday, Malachi held Sarah's hand through Alex's sermon. It was a timely one, as he discussed the importance of fixing their eyes on the Lord through difficult times. Throughout, Malachi prayed that the Lord would give both him and Sarah the strength to do just that. There had been no sign of anyone new in town, and he and Uncle Matthew had been watching closely. Every evening, before they crawled into bed, Malachi and Sarah prayed together that the Lord would keep her and the baby safe. Malachi added a silent prayer that his bride would grow in her knowledge of the Lord, would come to know Him as Lord and Savior. As we close today, Alex said, I'd like to invite you all to recommit to a life of fixing your eyes on the Lord. It's so easy to become distracted with the things of this world, whether they be hardships or blessings, but nothing will fulfill us like the Lord does. Instead of fixing our eyes on worries and strife, let's fix them on Jesus. Instead of gazing at the things we have, even the family we've been blessed with, fix our eyes on the Lord as the one who gifted them to us in the first place. He led them in a closing prayer, then locked eyes with Malachi. Sarah's sharp intake of breath was audible beside him, and Malachi leaned over to whisper in her ear. You're sure? She didn't speak, but she nodded, and Malachi stood before helping her to her feet. Church family, Alex said as the couple made their way forward, I'd like to offer the floor to my brother Malachi and his bride Sarah. They have something they'd like to share with us, and I know they will be received with the grace of Christ. Murmurs rose up, and Malachi felt Sarah trembling through his grip on her hand. He pulled her close and wrapped his arm around her shoulders, noting the rise and fall of the deep breaths she attempted. Her cheeks were pink with her forehead beginning to shimmer. He glanced down at her one last time, her gray eyes anxious, but she nodded again. Taking a deep breath, Malachi positioned them in front of the people who'd known him since he was just a boy. You're all my family here, he began. You've supported us through times of plenty and times of hardship, times of praise and times of longing. You've been good to my blood family through the years. As my spiritual family, I ask that you'll hear out our story and withhold any decisions until we finish. He launched into the whole story, the one he and Sarah had agreed with Matthew and Alex that they needed to bring before the congregation. The lesson of Alex and Lily's story is that nothing good happens in the shadows, and that the town will rally around a body if they know the need. Tears filled the eyes of folks he'd known for years as he shared Sarah's story of her life on the streets of New Orleans and her marriage to Bertram. Women gasped, and men clenched their jaws and fists at the tale of what she'd endured and the incident that finally led to her running away. Through it all, he saw every conceivable emotion. Anger, sorrow, and pity to be sure, but also joy at how they'd come together and reached a place where they could truly be happy. Sarah and this baby are my family now, and I hope you'll accept them into yours. Unfortunately, Sarah's former in-laws have put out a reward for her kidnapping. If you hear them tell it, Sarah killed Bertram unprovoked in a fit of rage. I know this to be untrue, not only because I know Sarah, but my family and the men who served with me as Texas Rangers saw the wounds he inflicted on her. Wallace nodded from the row behind Malachi's family, a knowing look spreading over his face. He hadn't realized he'd spoken of his time with the Rangers in the past tense until it was too late. But he couldn't deny the peace he felt with the decision. It was time he came home. The church body had listened to the story patiently, save for the occasional fussy toddler or baby's cry. When Malachi finished, Alex stood and placed himself on the other side of Sarah. Friends, Alex said, I know where Lily and I stand. We will love and defend this family with everything we have. We will be on the lookout for those who might cause them harm, and we will join with them in prayer for the future God already knows for them. But Malachi and Sarah understand the gravity of that statement, and want to assure the congregation that they don't want to cause trouble for anyone. If the town would rather they leave, they are willing to do so. Mama's eyes filled with tears, and Pa placed his arm around her shoulders. His eyes met Malachi's, and he nodded his support of their decision, whichever way it went. John Thompson, Emma Archer's father and the owner of the Mercantile, stood. This family has been the heart of Pine Creek for 2 generations now. They love well, and it's our responsibility to do the same for them. We will be on the lookout as well, and Rachel and I hope you'll stay right here where we can help keep you safe. Nathan Archer, Emma's husband, stood beside his father-in-law. The same goes for us. One by one, men stood in the congregation and spoke for their families. Before long, women stood beside their husbands and fathers, echoing their support. Malachi felt Sarah trembling again, but this time he sensed it was for an entirely different reason. She'd shared with him that her true desire had always been for a family, and the one she'd married into had been an almost overwhelming provision. The body of Christ stood around them, the 3 pews housing his family doing the same. Chills rose up his spine, but not the ones he felt out on the trail. The presence of God felt nearer to him in that moment than it ever had, and he doubted anyone in the room was immune to it. Thank you, Lord. Alex prayed over the couple and dismissed the congregation to the church picnic. I think that went well, he said to both of them as most everyone filed out. The Lord was with us today. Thank you for sharing your pulpit, Malachi said. We appreciate it more than you know. Leading Sarah out the door and down the steps, Malachi spotted Belle Thurston coming their way. Belle approached, a look of chagrin marring her pretty face. I suppose I've come to apologize. Sarah's eyebrows rose, but Malachi stayed silent. This was between the 2 women, at its core. I didn't know the whole story, Belle continued. I'm sorry for the things I've said, the rumors I've spread, for everything. Sarah pulled her hand from Malachi's and took Belle's between both of hers. It's all right, Belle. Thank you for apologizing. If it were possible for a man's heart to burst with pride over his woman, his would. Belle gave a small smile. My sincere best wishes on your marriage, she said before turning and joining her friends over near the tall oak trees. Malachi put his arm around his wife's shoulders. He kissed her on the head and whispered against her hair. I love you. Before she could respond, Pa approached from behind and clapped a hand on Malachi's shoulder. Well done, son. The truth is always best. Thanks, Pa, Malachi responded as he followed him to the blanket where his uncles were gathered. Callum, Robert, and the twins stood by as well. He and Sarah joined the group, and all greeted them with versions of the same thing Pa had said. Callum moved closer to him, and Malachi noticed the bags under his eyes that hadn't been there before Rose broke off their courtship and engagement. What's the plan now? Well, Malachi said, if it's all right with you, Pa, I was thinking we might come to the Circle H for a while. It seemed the best choice to keep Sarah and the baby safe. Sounds like a plan, Pa said. There are always plenty of hands around, and a shot fired in the air will have 20 men come running. Malachi looked down at Sarah. Does that sound all right to you? Is there room there? I wouldn't want to put anyone out. There are plenty of rooms, Pa assured her with a grin. And family is never an inconvenience. Plus, Beth is going to be beside herself if y'all are still with us when the baby comes. He winked, and Sarah smiled back shyly. Then it's settled, Malachi said. He felt better knowing that they'd be where Sarah could be watched out for, especially on the days he worked in town at the sheriff's office. Uncle Matthew spoke up then, having been quiet throughout the discussion. Now, are my ears failing me, or did I hear you say it served when you were speaking of your time with the Texas Rangers? The corner of his lip turned up. Thinking about coming home? Sarah's eyes widened, and he saw the hope there. Thought I might, if home will have me. Pa let out a loud guffaw at that. Son, this will always be your home. And I hear a certain deputy's planning to retire, if the sheriff is to be believed. He elbowed Uncle Matthew in the ribs. It's true, the sheriff in question responded. And I could use a young buck working with me to give all the grunt work to. You chase down pigs a heap faster than I do. Sarah could barely believe the fortune she'd been given. Despite still feeling a little like she was imposing, moving into the big house at the Circle H was more than she could have ever dreamed. They'd been happy in their tiny cottage, but would have quickly outgrown it once the baby came with its one bedroom and little space for a baby to place safely away from the stove. The big house boasted 2 stories and 6 bedrooms, as well as a beautiful back porch that looked out onto Beth's garden and gentle rolling hills. It was there she stood that morning, 3 days after they told the church their story. Bumper, the blonde mutt that had stolen her heart the moment he bounded up to her in greeting, sat beside her and leaned his head against Sarah's side. The dog seemed to understand when she was scared and in need of a guardian, as well as when a companion would do. The town had been so kind and understanding, and not one person had blamed her for the misfortune. One might have knocked Sarah over with a feather. The men in Malachi's family had moved everything out to the ranch in short order, not that the young couple had much in the way of belongings. Jake and Beth had given them the entire upstairs, with 2 adjoining rooms that would be perfect for them and the baby. The sun set over the fields, and she heard the cowboys coming back in for the evening. The smell of the chicken she and Beth had roasted earlier filled the air, as did the mashed potatoes and gravy. Lily had taught Sarah plenty of dishes before she left the cottage, but learning from Beth was like learning from the master. She gave her tips and tricks for using fresh herbs and had showed her how to can and preserve the bountiful harvest she still pulled from the garden daily. Beth also continued her biblical education there in the garden as they harvested late-season tomatoes and peppers. Apparently, they'd continue until a frost killed them, and Beth wanted to put away as many as she could before the time came. Light footsteps sounded on the plank floor of the porch, and a gentle hand touched the small of her back. The men will be in soon, Beth said. I enjoy spending a few minutes out here before the chaos as well. It's so peaceful, Sarah agreed. Did Malachi give you an idea of what time he might be back? I know it's just a guess as keeping the peace rarely respects dinner time. She winked, and Sarah was thankful for the warmth of the woman who stood beside her. He said he'd try to be home by 6, but like you said, who really knows? The women giggled at that, and Beth placed a hand on Sarah's stomach. How's my grandbaby today? In answer, the baby rolled in Sarah's stomach and kicked his or her grandmother's hand. Sarah couldn't hold back the joy that spread over her face. I'd say just fine. She paused, then covered Beth's hand with her own. Thank you for treating this baby the same way you treat Hunter. She hadn't realized it until they moved in, but she'd been anxious the baby would feel like an outsider in the family. Beth's watery eyes met hers. I wouldn't dream of doing any differently, honey. Love makes a family, nothing more, nothing less. A thunder of boots sounded in the house, and Beth rolled her eyes. Like a stampede of steers, they are. Come on, let's go get dinner on the table before they eat it straight out of the warmer. The ranch hands tended to eat with the family, something Sarah didn't think was normal, but it had helped her not be nervous when she encountered them throughout the day. Malachi arrived just as they sat down to dinner and leaned down to kiss Sarah on the cheek before he took his place beside her. How was your day? It was wonderful, Sarah said. Your mama's teaching me her ways in the garden, as well as some new dishes I hadn't learned yet. As long as you're not doing too much, Malachi said, concern in his eyes. I don't want you exhausting yourself. His sincerity moved her, but Malachi needn't worry. We take plenty of breaks, and I only do what I feel up to. Beth chuckled from across the table. I have to take more breaks than she does, getting old like I am. The rest of the meal continued in companionable chatter, with the twins arguing over something involving a girl in town. Sarah realized then just how much she felt a part of the family and took in the conversation around her with contented silence. After a while, Malachi reached over and put his hand atop hers, bringing a small smile to her face. Sarah still wished he wouldn't treat her with such kid gloves, but she knew there was passion from the few real kisses they'd had. Malachi still slept in the bed and didn't hug the sides so much at night as before, but he still didn't move to even hold her hand after they laid down for the evening. As far along as she was in her pregnancy, a cuddle would do just fine, but he didn't seem inclined to do that yet either. They'd both been a little distracted with the news from New Orleans, and she hadn't told Malachi how she felt the way Edie suggested. Perhaps, once the baby came and she felt a little more like herself again, she would do just that. Chapter 15. Fiona Graham clutched the telegram to her chest as pure glee shot through her. They'd found her, and they'd found their heir. Richard, she called as she approached his study. I have good news. Her husband looked up from his books, the stench of scotch and cigar smoke heavy in the room. Why he even studied their account books was beyond her, as she'd been the one to run all their investments since the two got married. In fact, most of the business decisions they'd made over the years were hers, with Richard acting as no more than a figurehead for those who refused to do business with a woman alone. Bertram hadn't been much better. Between his drinking and gambling, the fool had neglected to update his will to allow his fortune to revert back to them if still living. Instead, he'd signed a standard will and testament, likely in a drunken haze, that his money would all go to his wife and child in the event of his death. Fiona wouldn't let that happen, and his lawyer was too moral to change the document. Richard pulled his glasses to the end of his nose and looked over them at her. What is it, dear? They've found her, Fiona said with a grin. Turns out the reward was unnecessary, as Hickam was able to locate her at some backwoods town in Texas. Has she had the baby yet? The man looked tired, and Fiona couldn't help but hope he might be out of her hair soon. It doesn't say, she replied as she walked to the edge of his desk. Picking up his glass of scotch, she drained the rest. All it says is Hickam found her, and Potter is rounding up a small posse to bring her back. The private investigator had been clear that he did not do any capturing, only information gathering. What his clients did with that knowledge was their business. Hopefully, Potter would bring her back within the week. Then they'd keep her comfortably locked upstairs until the babe came before poor, sick Sarah would succumb to childbed fever. Or perhaps she'd die at her own hand. It would fit the story that she was mentally unstable. No matter, she had plenty of time to consider the options. What did matter was that within a week's time, the heir to the Graham empire would be back inside the walls of their home. Sarah hummed a tune she'd learned in church as she hung a dress on the line to dry. A soft breeze crossed the pastures, making the tall grasses dance and her hair whip softly around her face. Fall might be her favorite season at the ranch, though Beth kept telling her how special spring would be. The flowers would burst into bloom around the base of the house, the roses and azaleas a sea of pinks, reds, and whites. Herbs would come back and fill the air with a fragrance so sweet it cleansed the soul, and the trees would set their buds as well. The sound of a broken twig behind her ran a chill up her spine. Suddenly, the air seemed to still as she tried to listen hard before turning. It could be nothing, an animal that had gotten loose, but she couldn't deny the feeling that it was a much bigger threat. It was Saturday, and all the men in the family had come out to the ranch to help with the branding of the new calves. Most of the ranch hands were there as well, save the one or two in the barn. If she could just move quickly to the house and shoot off the pistol Malachi left for just this purpose, the men would descend on them like moths to a flame. Help would come in a thunder of horse hooves. Choosing not to look behind her, she ducked under the line to move toward the house when strong arms grabbed her just above her belly. The baby rolled inside her, and she debated whether to fight and risk hurting her child or cooperate and risk a much worse fate. A short, stocky man with dark hair approached from behind a tree to her left, and she knew she was outnumbered. "Lord, deliver me and my baby." Her silent prayer seemed to fall on deaf ears as two more men approached from behind her, one shoving a gag into her mouth. He spoke in low, menacing tones, his yellowed skin and eyes a startling sight. "Now come on, Sarah. If you don't kick up a fuss, we won't have to knock you out." Another tied her arms behind her back. Who were these men? Were they sent directly from Richard and Fiona, or did they answer the reward flyers? She didn't know which she preferred. 4 men surrounded her, and she glanced at the house, hoping one of the women would look out the side windows and let off a shot for help. Someone would have to be in the parlor for that to happen, and when she'd gone outside to hang the laundry, all the women in Malachi's family were helping with dinner preparations in the kitchen. "Let's go, girl," the yellowed man said. "Wade said if we get you back without alerting anyone, we'll get a bonus." He jerked her forward, pulling her. Wade Potter. Richard's valet. It figured he'd send someone to do the dirty work for him rather than come for her himself. He nearly dragged her toward the side of the house and around back, pointing for the dark-haired man to check the windows. "No one's there," he whispered. That was odd, they'd all been in the kitchen moments before. Maybe they'd moved to the dining room, a thought that made her heart sink. The dining room was an interior room, they'd never see her if they'd already begun setting the food out. Her last hope was that one of the hands in the barn would spot her, but she wouldn't risk her baby by making a ruckus. She had to be smart about the situation, lest the life she carried within her suffer. Rounding the final corner of the house, Sarah searched every corner of her brain for a way to get out alive. Before she could think through much, her captors froze. Sarah looked up from her view of the ground to see every woman in her family save Charlotte holding rifles, pistols, and other weapons. Edie stood in front, with both her mother and Beth on her flanks. A man Sarah didn't recognize lay unconscious on the ground behind them. Edie brought her gun up and aimed it at Sarah's captor, specifically the hand that held his own pistol. "If you'd like to keep that hand, sir, you'd better let her go." "I don't miss." He tightened one arm around her and scoffed, even as Edie cocked her gun. "You sure about that, girl?" "Because neither do I." Malachi's Aunt Carissa took a step forward, the intensity of her gaze matching Edie's. "You're outnumbered, gentlemen. Every woman here knows our way around a weapon, and the second one fires the men will come racing in from the fields. You'll have 20 more men on you before you could make it to your mounts. Not to mention," Beth said as she reached Edie's other side, "we've
Ah.
relieved you of said mounts." The man's grip tightened around Sarah's throat, and she felt him tremble with rage at her back. "You'll regret it, woman." "I don't think we will," Beth replied. She raised a pistol in the air and a shot split the sky. "That's my daughter-in-law and grandbaby you've got there, so I'd say you have about 2 minutes before the cavalry descends. Make your choices wisely." Sarah's captor let out a growl before grabbing her awkwardly above and below her belly and lifting her the rest of the way off the ground. "Let's go, boys," he spat. He'd only just turned when another shot sounded, and his grip on Sarah loosened. She hit the ground on her side with a loud thud. Blood poured from his foot, and he hopped around shouting a string of curses. Horses' hooves thundered in the distance, growing louder with each passing second. The cavalry had arrived. Edie's gun smoked in front of her, and she smirked. "I told you I don't miss." The other 3 men eyed each other warily for a split second before staring wide-eyed behind the women. With another quick glance toward each other, they shot off to the south. Malachi didn't think he'd ever pushed a horse so fast, even when chasing down outlaws with the Texas Rangers. The moment the shot had gone off, he'd forgotten about the calves and raced to his mount. Pa had caught up to him quickly, as had Uncle Matthew. From the sound of it, all the other men had come as well, but he didn't care to slow down enough to find out. Approaching the house, his heart plummeted into his gut when he saw Sarah on the ground. A man kneeled down behind her, while 3 more shot off for the fields. Uncle Matthew shouted from beside him. "Ranch hands! Chase down the runners!" He heard faint shouts of affirmation, but only nudged his horse faster. Sarah lay on her side, clutching her stomach, and Edie ran and fell to her knees beside her. Mama and Aunt Carissa's guns were trained on the man who knelt behind her. Malachi pulled up on his reins and hopped off before the beast even got completely stopped. Horse hooves thundered around the group as the ranch hands chased down the outlaws, but Malachi's eyes were trained on Sarah. The relief in her eyes as she spotted him clutched his heart with both warmth and fear. Edie's voice filled the air, nearly shouting over the sounds of the horses. "Where does it hurt?" He rushed forward, kneeling beside them as Uncle Matthew and Pa ran around to apprehend the man on the ground 3 or 4 feet behind them. Blood poured from his foot, staining the ground below him. His face was pale, but Malachi couldn't bring himself to care. Sarah grunted and moved her hand from her back to her front in a band of sorts. "All along here." Edie's eyes narrowed. "Have you been feeling any sort of pains earlier today?" "Nothing other than the aches I've been feeling for weeks," Sarah said through gritted teeth. "This is different." Tears filled her eyes, and Malachi's panic rose. "What happened? What's wrong with her?" "I don't know for certain," Edie said calmly. "But I think the stress and fall might have pushed her into labor." Sarah's eyes went wide. "Isn't it too early?" "No," Edie replied. "You'll be fine if you deliver today. Baby is big enough." She turned to Malachi. "Can you help her stand and get her upstairs?" Lucas approached then and put his hand on her shoulder. "Do you have your bag?" Edie shook her head, her frustration apparent. "I need the big one, at the clinic. Sophie should be there doing some cleaning. Tell her I need everything she can give me. Hurry." Rather than helping Sarah stand as Edie had instructed, Malachi picked Sarah up from the ground, cradling her close to his chest. He worked to fight down the panic that welled up in his chest each time Sarah's face tightened in pain. Edie followed them toward the house, giving instructions to both her mother and Mama as she went. The rest of his family who weren't busy apprehending the attempted kidnappers looked at them with worry. Lily stood next to Alex and caught Malachi's eye. Both nodded, and he knew for certain they'd keep a near constant prayer vigil until Sarah and the baby were out of the woods. He briefly registered the sight of Nana Charlotte and all the children in the parlor as they passed, but just then Sarah tensed in his arms and her face contorted in agony. She let out a low groan and he took the steps 2 at a time, thankful for Edie on his tail. "Just lay her on the bed there," Edie said as Mama brought her a basin of water and lye soap. "Help her with her dress, she'll want something more comfortable." Malachi hesitated for only a moment as he met Sarah's wide eyes. They were married, but he had always given her space to dress on her own. The most intimate part of her he'd seen was her feet when he'd massaged them in the evenings. Another pain spread through her if her expression was any indication, and she nodded curtly. "It's fine, Malachi," she said breathlessly. He sat her gently on the bed before helping with the buttons up the back of her dress. Why were there so many? Surely, they could figure out a way to fasten the things without more buttons than he had fingers. He was nearly to the bottom, the white lace of her underthings visible, when she leaned forward and groaned again. His gaze shot to Edie's, her mouth set in a firm line. "These are coming really close together. Aren't they supposed to start out further apart?" He thought he remembered that from when Mama had been in labor with the twins, and remembered her walking around the house to try and speed things up. "Normally they are," Edie replied. "But these aren't worrying me yet. They're still about 4 minutes apart, and they might spread out again." Finally, when Sarah's contraction passed and he had her down to her chemise, Malachi helped Sarah lean back against the pillows. He wiped a cool rag across her forehead, one Aunt Carissa had brought up, and felt more helpless than he ever had before. Edie felt Sarah's stomach, her lips still downturned as her hands ran along the bottom of Sarah's belly. She glanced at her watch, and sighed in some relief. "Her contractions are spreading out a little. That's good. I need Lucas to return with the things I requested before we do much more." Malachi placed his forehead against Sarah's, the light sheen of sweat on her forehead evident. "Looks like we're gonna have a baby today." Tears filled her gray eyes as she turned her head to place them forehead to forehead. "I'm scared," she whispered. "Will you pray for us?" "Of course," he said. Suddenly, the weight of his role as spiritual head of their household weighed down on him. He proceeded to pray one of the most simple but definitely the most heartfelt prayer of his life. "Father, be with us now. Guide Edie's hands, comfort Sarah, and give us all the grace we need each moment. Keep Sarah and the baby safe." He couldn't bring himself to add, "if it be your will," but figured the Lord understood. "It's in your name we pray, amen." He lifted his head, and caught Sarah's eyes locked on his. Tears tracked down her cheeks. Her lips turned up in a small smile. "Thank you." In that moment, despite the uncertainty of what would happen, he felt peace. Alex always said that prayer wasn't about expecting something specific from the Lord, but of releasing something to him that was already out of your control anyway. "You're welcome," he said before leaning in to kiss Sarah's cheek. Chapter 16. It had been about an hour since Malachi had prayed over them, and Sarah had to admit that the situation looked a little less frightening than it had when he first carried her into the room. Her contractions were anywhere from 3 to 5 minutes apart, but they were certainly coming closer together. Malachi had settled onto the bed beside her and pulled her into his arms as much as was comfortable for her. Whenever the pains came, he spoke softly and gently to her, running the washcloth over her face. He pressed sweet kisses to her hair, forehead, and cheeks, something that might have had her swooning a little if she wasn't in so much pain. Another surge passed, and she felt the sweet relief of knowing their baby would be there soon, but familiar anxieties crept in nonetheless. Edie had gone downstairs to meet Lucas with her bag, and Sarah had to verify something she already knew in her heart. "You're not having second thoughts, are you? The thought of another man's baby, raising it as your own?" Before, the idea had been abstract, it was about to be a reality. Malachi tensed for a moment, then surprised her by chuckling softly. "Absolutely not. That baby may not look like me, but he or she is as much mine as if they did." He ran his fingers up and down her arm gently, raising goosebumps in their wake. "I know labor can be long and hard. I just hate that you're having this kind of pain." "It seems like it might not be that long," Sarah said with a smirk. Edie said, "I'm moving along quickly." As though summoned, Edie reached the top of the stairs with a large bag in her hands. Sarah thought to ask what it was all for, but another pain ripped in a band from her back to her front. It took her breath away, and an overwhelming need to stand surged through her. She swung her feet off the bed and stood to her feet, leaning her upper body over the dresser as Malachi hurried after her and rubbed her lower back. When it calmed somewhat, Edie checked her watch. They're moving in closer, I need to check you again. Sarah noticed that Edie's mouth was pinched, concern in her eyes. Edie, what's wrong? Malachi had been helping her back to the bed, but his head popped up at that. What do you mean? Babies were born every day, Edie wouldn't have been concerned unless she had reason to be. Possibly nothing, but I need to check you. Sarah noticed Edie chose her words carefully. She lay back down on the bed, propping herself up on pillows as Edie adjusted the skirt of her chemise. After her examination, Edie's eyes closed, and she nodded her head in a resigned fashion. She stood and washed her hands again, before stepping just outside the room. Mama, Aunt Beth, she called off the balcony. I need you to bring me as much clean fabric as you can find. She came back into the room, and the sound of metal and glass filled the air as she began to pull instruments and bottles out of her bag. Suddenly, another pain ripped through Sarah, and she let out a yell. Malachi didn't know what was happening, but he knew something was wrong. Edie had her hands on Sarah's stomach and was pushing in a way that had Sarah gritting her teeth in pain. Aunt Carissa and Mama returned with the fabric, and Edie stood up straight with a heavy sigh. Aunt Beth, Edie said, I'm going to need a second bowl, and I need it scrubbed clean with more soap than you think is necessary. She paused and met Mama's eyes. And hurry. Mama and Aunt Carissa scurried out the door and down the stairs while Edie felt Sarah's stomach some more. Sarah's stomach tightened and she let out another groan. How much longer? Edie let out a sigh and met Malachi's gaze. Not long, but I'm afraid this isn't going to be as easy as I'd like. Sarah's eyes widened with fear, and Malachi ran his hand up and down her arm. His heart broke a little as he saw the tears in Sarah's eyes, and he turned to Edie. What's wrong? The baby's positioned wrong, and I'm afraid I'm going to have to perform a cesarean. I felt it earlier, but babies will often turn in labor on their own. This one hasn't. Malachi's heart dropped and he felt Sarah tense. You can't turn it? I tried, Edie said. I'm afraid she's too far along in the process for that. Sarah let out a shuddered breath. No matter what, save the baby. She turned her beautiful gray eyes to him. You have to promise me, Malachi. Save the baby. Tears welled in his eyes at the fear in hers and the thought of losing her. He hadn't realized until that moment just how much he loved her. He'd known he had feelings for her and they were moving that direction, but it wasn't until he was faced with the possibility of losing her and the baby that he realized he'd given his heart fully to them. We're going to save you both, Sarah. Promise me, Malachi. He hadn't ever seen Sarah beg, but the pleading look in her eyes was almost his undoing. Promise me that if you have to choose one, you choose the baby. Tears spilled over on both their cheeks, and a sniffle from the foot of the bed told him they weren't alone. His voice came out barely above a croaked whisper. I will. He leaned forward and kissed her gently on the lips. I love you. Her mouth opened slightly in surprise. You do? Pressing his forehead to hers, the tears on their cheeks mingled. I do. I love you too, she whispered just as Mama and Aunt Carissa returned. They spotted the surgical instruments Malachi hadn't even noticed Edie had laid out on the dresser. Aunt Carissa crossed to the other side of the bed and clutched Sarah's free hand. We're here with you, Sarah. We won't leave you. Sarah nodded, and Malachi doubted she could speak much more. The tinkling sound of Edie placing her surgical instruments in the bowl jarred him. How long? Just long enough for me to disinfect my supplies and administer something that will put her to sleep, Edie said. She poured a solution of amber liquid into the bowl of water that held her instruments. Mama put her hands on Malachi's shoulders and squeezed. Knowing she was there bolstered him. Sarah's eyes met Mama's over his head and her lips turned up in the smallest of smiles. Mama reached over Malachi and put a hand on Sarah's cheek. You just take care of your baby, love. I'll take care of mine. Thank you, Sarah croaked out. That includes you now, Mama said. You're not alone anymore. Fresh new tears spilled over Sarah's cheeks. She removed her hand from Malachi's and covered Mama's where it still lay on her cheek. She didn't say anything, but her eyes held an ocean of gratitude. "All right," Edie said as she approached with a cloth that smelled strongly of chloroform. "I'm going to need you to breathe in long enough to fall asleep. By the time you wake up, you'll have a baby." Her hands were steady, her eyes confident. As children, they'd often teased Edie about being able to detach from the world around her when a project needed finishing. She had an uncanny ability to shift to a singular focus as though nothing else in the world mattered. He'd never been more grateful for it. Sarah nodded, and Edie placed the cloth gently over her mouth and nose. After a few moments, her eyes drooped and met his gaze just before she drifted off. Sarah woke with a slight headache and the feeling that her head was stuffed with cotton. Where was she? Startled, her hand flew to her stomach, decidedly flatter than it had been earlier in the day. Before the panic could set it, Malachi's gentle whisper calmed her. "It's all right, little one. It looks like your mama's awake." The events of the past few hours came flooding back, and she knew the pressure in her abdomen would be much more painful if Edie hadn't given her pain medication. It made her head swim, but she was grateful for it nonetheless. It didn't really matter anyway, all she wanted was their baby. Opening her mouth, she realized her throat was mighty dry. Is it a boy or a girl?" Malachi's lips spread into a wide smile, one of pure joy. He looked down at the tiny newborn nuzzled into his broad chest, dwarfed by his presence. "It's a girl, a beautiful baby girl. She was content to sleep until just a moment ago, but I think she's hungry." Sitting gently on the edge of the bed, Malachi leaned back so Sarah could see their little girl closely. She was a distinct copy of Sarah, with dark hair and fair skin. The only nod to Bertram was her blue eyes, and it brought her some small joy that Malachi's were blue as well. The baby was wrapped in a blanket, but her little fist had pulled up by her face and her lips suckled the air. She was perfect. Sarah barely registered the sound of footsteps coming up the stairs and entering the room until she heard Edie's voice. "Oh, wonderful, you're awake. How do you feel?" Some of the fog had started to clear, but Sarah could feel a little more of her incision with each passing minute. "I feel all right. I'll give you some more pain medication," Edie said, "as well as some willow bark tea. Then we'll help you sit up just enough to feed your little one." Edie's gaze went to admire the baby. "She's beautiful, Sarah." Sarah nodded, turning back to her daughter. Her button nose was screwed up, and she let out a tiny squeak. Malachi and Edie chuckled, but Sarah didn't think that would feel good on her abdomen. Edie gave her a spoonful of the metallic-tasting medication, as well as a cup of tea. After taking 2 long gulps to coat her dry throat, she let Edie help her into a sitting position. The stitches pulled, and she felt she'd been ripped in half all over again. After a few seconds of sitting upright, the pain started to abate. "Are you ready to feed her?" Edie's hand was placed at the shoulder strap of her chemise, her eyebrows raised in question. Yes, but I don't know what to do." Sarah hadn't thought too much about nursing. Suddenly, the process seemed both foreign and familiar. The corner of Edie's mouth quirked up. "It's all right, she does." She took the baby, who'd yet to be given a name, from Malachi and helped Sarah adjust her chemise to give the baby access. Within a second of her being placed on Sarah's chest, her little head turned to the side and began suckling. A momentary, sharp pain took Sarah's breath before settling into a slight soreness that paled in comparison to the feeling of utter calm that overtook her. Edie flared the baby's lips out and showed Sarah a couple of ways to help her learn to latch properly before leaving them alone. The sound of boots scuffing on the boards beside her reminded Sarah that Malachi was in the room as well, something she hadn't even thought to be self-conscious about until just then. They were married, but this was far more of her than he'd seen prior. Well, it would have been if he hadn't been there for the birth. His gaze was fixed out the window, staring out over the Circle H. The evening sun had long since set, but the moon was bright. His profile was relaxed, if a bit awkward, and she knew his mind ran quickly. "Thank you, Lord, for this man. For this family." It wasn't the first time she'd prayed such a prayer, but this one felt different. Tears filled her eyes, and 1 or 2 fell on the baby's soft cheek before she gently stroked them away. Her gratitude was nearly overwhelming, and despite the pain that lingered until the medicine kicked in, she'd never been more content in her life. "Malachi," she said softly. He turned quickly, but seeing her still nursing the baby, his eyes shot to the floor. "Yes? What do you need?" Sarah smiled at his clear discomfort. "You watched my abdomen be cut open and a baby pulled out, but feeding her makes you uncomfortable?" He sighed heavily. I don't know what would make you more comfortable. I know it's how God created it to be, but I'm teasing, Malachi." The baby had fallen asleep, so she gently placed a finger in the corner of her mouth to release the latch like Edie had shown her. After readjusting her chemise, she patted the bed next to her. "Will you come pray with me?" Joy spread over his face as his eyes met hers. "I'd be honored to." There, in the dim combination of a lantern and moonlight streaming in through the window, Sarah gave her life and her future over to the Lord. She asked forgiveness for the places where she had grieved him and pledged to submit to his lordship over her. Malachi held one hand gently behind her shoulder and the other on the baby's tiny hand. "I think this little one needs a name. Have you thought about what you might like to name her?" The sapphire blue of his eyes sparkled in the dim glow of the lamp, and she thought she saw the sheen of tears there as well. "I was thinking Eliza," she said. "What do you think?" "It's perfect," Malachi replied. "What about a middle name?" Sarah had been pondering that as well. "What about Charlotte?" Malachi's eyes warmed. "It's beautiful, just like her. And Nana will be thrilled." Footsteps on the stairs sounded again, and an exhausted but smiling Edie appeared in the doorway. "I want to check your stitches and see how you're doing." The crickets and cicadas sang their nightly song, something that had never sounded quite so lovely to Sarah as they did that evening. "The pain is all right, now that the medicine has kicked in." Malachi stood to his feet. "Do you mind if I go downstairs for a minute and let everyone know the name we chose?" "Go ahead," she said. "If they're still up, that is." "Oh, they're still up," Edie replied. "They've been peppering me for information since I closed you up. Mama and Aunt Beth stayed up here long enough to know you were out of the woods, but they left when you began to stir to give you both some privacy." She turned to Malachi with excited eyes. "What did you decide to name her?" He leaned down and kissed Sarah and Eliza on their foreheads before turning back to Edie. "Eliza Charlotte Carson." "It's perfect for her," Edie said as she went to the wash basin to scrub her hands with the strong soap that sat on its edge. "We'll give you two a little more time before I tell them they can come see," she said and pointed at where Eliza had begun to suckle the air again in her sleep. "I have a feeling she's going to be hungry again pretty soon." Eliza had indeed begun turning her body back towards Sarah's, something that instinctively told Sarah she'd grown hungry. "Really, already?" As Malachi's boots clapped on the floor and down the stairs, Edie approached to do her examination. "Yes, it'll feel like she does nothing but eat and dirty her diapers for the first few weeks, but it'll spread out when she gets a bit older." She leaned back, a satisfied look on her face. "They look good, so now we just watch them for infection. When I come back in the morning, I'll clean the wound again and replace your bandages. For now, just feed her and try to rest some if you can. The medicine is likely to make you sleepy as well." It had, or perhaps it was simply all they'd been through that day. Somehow, the memory of the men trying to kidnap her had taken a backseat in her mind. Suddenly, she realized she didn't know whether the men had all been captured, and panic rose up in her at the thought they might return for Eliza. Did they get them all? Though, her in-laws might not even want a girl unless they were confident they could marry her off young to a wealthy man. Edie nodded. They did, as well as another man who was apparently involved. "I'm sure Malachi's getting all that information now from Uncle Jake, he'll probably have more to tell you." Relief swept through her. "Thank you, Edie, for everything." "Just doing my job," Edie said with a wink. "But feel free to show your gratitude by convincing your husband to stop calling me Ed, now that I'm a grown woman with 2 children of my own." Who is Wade Potter? Malachi ran a hand down his face and studied the list of names his father had given him after they'd run down the attempted kidnappers, and taken them into custody. Apparently they were hired hands, willing to rat out their benefactor. His father, Lucas, and Alex stood in the parlor with him. Uncle Matthew and Uncle Cade having already gone to the jailhouse to book the prisoners. Apparently he's Richard Graham's man, Pa said, and he was working with a private investigator to find her. Malachi wanted to put a fist through the man's face, the one who apparently had ordered the whole thing but not accompanied the rest. So where does the reward money come in? We're not sure, Pa said. It's possible the investigator found her because of a tip related to the reward, but it's also possible he's just good at his job. Matthew and Wallace are trying to figure that out now, but they do have Potter in custody. Good, so the Rangers had been notified. Malachi paced from one end of the parlor to the other, unable to stand still. What about the Grahams? I'm not sure. When I left the jail, the post office had closed for the day, so they couldn't send out a wire just yet. And at that point, they just brought Potter into custody, so if he doesn't say anything incriminating we may have to wait. Unease settled in Malachi's belly. Wait for what? They could just send someone else. They could try and take Eliza. He knew he was panicking, but all the stoicism he developed as a ranger went out the window when it was his family in the line of fire. Alex crossed the room and put a hand on Malachi's shoulder to still him. We won't let that happen. You're all staying here, and there will be guards stationed both inside and outside the house until the Grahams are behind bars. They won't get the jump on us again. Not to mention, he said with a smirk, it appears Edie's a crack shot. Lucas chuckled from his spot in the wingback chair. That she is, and I wish I could take credit for it. Edie's voice sounded from the bottom of the stairs. Don't even try, she said with a smirk before turning to Malachi. They've both fallen asleep, though I imagine Eliza will be up again before long to eat. You might want to get some rest yourself. Whether or not the rage and anxiety coursing through his veins would let him sleep was questionable, but Malachi headed toward the stairs nonetheless. He didn't like the idea of leaving Sarah alone, even with the rest of them downstairs. He'd nearly reached the bottom step when Alex's voice stopped him. Surrender it, Malachi, he said softly. Surrender it to the Lord. Malachi nodded, not turning back to face his best friend. He'd try his best, but wasn't sure how successful he'd be in light of all he'd learned that night. Taking the stairs two at a time, he slowed when he reached the top, so as to not wake either Sarah or the baby. Standing at the doorway, he took in the scene. The lamp had been put out, so the only light in the room was from the bright moon streaming in both windows. Sarah looked peaceful lying there, her hair splayed out around her and one hand up by her fair face. He'd always thought her beautiful, but there in the moonlight, she was captivating. Eliza lay in the bassinet beside the bed, her little fist raised the way it had been earlier, now mirroring Sarah's. Edie must have swaddled her, as he doubted Sarah could have done it with her stitches still so fresh. Lord, he prayed, I'm trying to release them to you. I know you love them more than I ever could, but standing here, I see my whole world. Keep them safe, Lord. And bring the Grahams to justice so Sarah doesn't have to spend her life looking over her shoulder. Sarah lay on one side of the bed, the side closest to Eliza, so Malachi sat gently on the bed beside her. When she didn't stir, he lay back, still fully dressed. He didn't imagine he'd fall asleep, but laid back anyway. Seeing Sarah's face washed in the moonlight with Eliza slumbering softly beside her was beautiful. The sight brought him immense peace. He began repeating the prayers he'd lifted silently at the door. The Lord would walk with them, he was with them that day. Rather than forget all the places he'd been faithful and ask for more proof, Malachi focused on all the ways he had been already. Scenes from his first bumping into her in Tatesville, her bruised face breaking his heart. Their time in the stagecoach, when the walls she'd erected around her began to crack. The look on her face when he'd said he'd marry her, the small smile she'd given when she agreed. How she'd looked on their wedding day, the vows they'd taken. The day he'd pulled her from the tree, terrified of Mrs. Hattie's pigs. All the small moments by the creek that had him believing they could have a love like his parents, to the terror he'd felt when he heard the gunshot that morning. The Lord had blessed them with Edie, a skilled physician who'd been able to perform a perfect cesarean. He'd led the women to look out the window in the first place, keeping the kidnappers from taking Sarah. And finally, as he drifted off, he thought of the moment they'd said, "I love you," for the first time. He'd been so worried for how she'd fare in surgery, he hadn't allowed himself to focus on it too much. Then, in the dim light of the moon with her head snuggled into his chest, a smile spread over his face at the thought. She loved him, and he loved her. Despite all the obstacles placed in front of them, they'd been given a true union. Chapter 18. December, 1899. New Orleans, Louisiana. Sarah fought the urge to shake as she walked up the aisle into the courtroom. Her hands felt clammy, and despite the cold outside, the room felt hotter than a Texas summer. The wooden benches already held a number of onlookers, many of whom were reporters from various papers all over the region. It was the first time she'd returned to New Orleans since escaping 4 months prior, and Detective Turner had informed her that all of New Orleans society was up in a tizzy regarding the case. It was for that reason alone that they'd been able to move the case further up Judge Harrison's docket, as the police department feared all the media coverage would sway a jury's decision. Sarah wasn't the one on trial, as the police department had ruled Bertram's death a case of self-defense, but her heart pounded as if she were. The walls were wood-paneled with gold fixtures from the ceiling. The wood surrounding the judge's seat, jury's seats, and witness stand was ornately carved, and burgundy tapestries hung decoratively throughout the room. Portraits of men she assumed were justices hung along the wall near the ceiling. Heads turned and much of the noise died down as Sarah willed herself to put one foot in front of the other. She recognized a few of the faces in the room, but knew few on a personal level. Most were friends with the Grahams, but many looked on her with pity anyway. Others spewed venom from their eyes. Malachi's presence behind her bolstered her, particularly as he reached out and took her hand. "I'm so proud of you," he whispered. Taking a deep breath, she turned and gave him a small smile. It was the most she could muster at the moment, but his words warmed her nonetheless. Cameras flashed, and reporters who'd been ordered not to speak to her until after the trial looked at her hungrily. Malachi's Aunt Abigail, who'd accompanied them to New Orleans along with others in the family, had warned her that was what it would be like. It was, after all, the biggest scandal to hit New Orleans society since the case was brought against Abigail's father some 25 years prior. He'd been dead already at the time, but his estate had suffered somewhat from paying back wealth earned from ill-gotten gains. Abigail approached Sarah's other side, looking every bit the picture of the woman she'd once been. Eyebrows raised in recognition as they spotted Abigail in the simple but elegant green, bustled dress. She took Sarah's hand in hers. "Head high, shoulders back, you've done nothing wrong." Sarah nodded, attempting to do just that, conveying more confidence than she felt. As she reached the front of the aisle, she saw the first faces that were neither hostile, pitying, or curious. Both of Malachi's parents sat in the row behind the prosecution bench, as did his Aunt Carissa, Uncle Cade, Edie, Lucas, and Alex. Beth held Eliza, and the sight of her daughter gave Sarah a small measure of peace she'd lacked the moment before. Lily must have been off with Hunter, as she'd walked over from the hotel with them that morning. Detective Turner had informed Sarah she was welcome to stay in Bertram's home, as it now fell to her and Eliza, but she couldn't do it. As far as she was concerned, she'd never step foot in that house as long as she lived. She hadn't decided what she'd do with it, but didn't feel it fair to decide until Eliza was old enough to have a say in the decision. Malachi hadn't pushed, and had understood her thoughts on the matter. Thomas and Charlotte sat in the second row with Helen. The twins and Callum had stayed back to run things at the ranch, while Robert was busy at the smithy. Matthew's deputy Oliver held down the fort at the sheriff's office, but had officially announced his retirement when they returned as Malachi had given his notice to Wallace and the Texas Rangers. He'd take Oliver's position and work with Matthew as deputy. Sarah walked to the section they'd pointed out where she joined the other witnesses of the prosecution. No one else had taken their seats there, but the state prosecutor had already arrived. Edward Parsons was a tall, thin man. His suit was a crisp gray, the color of his wispy hair. Through his gold-rimmed spectacles, he stood behind the table the prosecution had been given and studied his notes. When Sarah approached, he glanced up at her and offered her a smile of reassurance. She'd only spoken to him a few times, but he'd always inspired an air of confidence that it would all be over soon. She could only pray he was right. There was apparently a great deal more than just the attempted kidnapping that the state would try the Grahams for, but she didn't know what all it entailed. The next few minutes passed in a blur. The rest of the prosecution's witnesses entered through the back door, Twyla and Timothy among them. Twyla sat next to Sarah, taking her hand and squeezing it tightly. They'd been instructed not to talk too much to one another before the trial, but would be able to visit afterwards. Malachi had taken his seat with his family and now held Eliza in his arms. Twyla turned to Sarah with a raised brow, then back to Malachi and Eliza. Sarah nodded, unable to keep the contentment from her face. Twyla smiled in appreciation. Twyla leaned in close and whispered softly. "And that handsome man holding your baby?" "My husband," Sarah said with a chuckle. "Malachi Carson." Twyla didn't say anything more, but her approval was evident. Wallace came in as well, the rest of the rangers standing along the back wall of the courtroom. Sarah spotted Malachi give them a look of appreciation, and she knew they were there for more than just moral support. There, in the courtroom, Sarah was again struck by how the Lord had answered her desire for family and then some. Twyla sat beside her, as much family as she'd ever had, while Thomas and Charlotte reassured her with gentle glances. Malachi alternated between making faces at one another and glancing around to ensure his family was safe. Every now and then, he'd catch Sarah's eye and mouth, "I love you." More witnesses entered for the prosecution, some of which Sarah didn't recognize. Detective Turner and the Graham family lawyer she did. Finally, the hairs standing on the back of her neck an indication of what was about to come. The side door opened and 4 uniformed police officers escorted her former in-laws, as well as their valet Wade Potter, into the courtroom. Fiona spotted her immediately, shooting a glare her direction that Sarah returned with a calmness she didn't know she possessed. At that moment, Eliza let out a happy squeal and Fiona's eyes snapped to where Malachi held her. Were she not restrained, Sarah didn't doubt the woman would hop over the divide to determine if the baby was a boy or a girl. As it was, her glare grew impossibly hotter as Malachi handed Eliza back to Beth in case she grew fussy and needed to be taken out. When her gaze met Sarah's again, the corner of Sarah's mouth quirked up at the idea that these people had lost all power over her. The lawyer for this trial, different than the one who'd always drawn up their documents, gently guided Fiona's shoulders back towards the front and murmured something in her ear. They'd negotiated house arrest leading up to the trial, but Mr. Parsons had indicated they had quite a few charges to bring against them. He hoped they'd be put away for good. Neither of her former in-laws looked well, as the investigation had clearly taken its toll. Sarah held no joy for their misfortune, but she couldn't deny a sense of justice at their finally being held to task for what they'd done. No matter what happened, she'd trust the Lord. He had brought them this far. He'd been faithful, even when she hadn't been. Malachi glanced at the tiny bundle of blankets in his mother's arms. Eliza was fast asleep, and he marveled at how it was possible that a child not his by blood could be such a child of his heart. There were even times he forgot, especially when she smiled and a dimple appeared in her right cheek, the same place he had one under his beard. The trial went quickly for the first few hours, Sarah having to excuse herself occasionally to nurse the baby before returning to the witness holding area. He was grateful for Mr. Parsons, the prosecutor working for the state of Louisiana. He'd been thorough what to expect with both of them. Malachi didn't know what all charges would be brought forth, but he knew they would be many. Sarah took the stand early in the trial, as the initial statements centered around her kidnapping. He saw her face pale, but her words were strong as she placed her hand on the Bible and swore to tell the truth. Mr. Parsons interviewed her first, and she told the whole story from marrying Bertram and the abuse she suffered, to running away and meeting Malachi and the Rangers in Tatesville. When she got to the part about the kidnapping, her voice wavered slightly, but recovered quickly. "Had my family not been there," she said, "I'd most likely be dead now, and my baby raised by those who'd taken her." Her. That was the first time Malachi had heard Sarah verify that Eliza was a girl, and her former mother-in-law's head whipped around with a murderous expression. The Graham's lawyer was tough when he cross-examined, and Malachi wanted to deck him more than once, but Sarah held her own. It seemed the angle he was working was that the Grahams intended her to come back unharmed, and the men who found her were overzealous. Why, the man said, when you were all alone, would you want to leave the only family you had? It seems rash to run at 6 months pregnant, when the Grahams could have taken good care of you. Sarah's eyes narrowed. At the time, I sported 2 black eyes and a busted lip from the last child they'd raised. I figured I'd take my chances. The judge's eyebrows rose before he pursed his lips. If Malachi wasn't mistaken, the man looked impressed. Wallace testified on behalf of the Texas Rangers that she'd indeed been injured when they came across her, as well as a doctor from New Orleans who said one of Bertram's house servants sought him out. Apparently, on more than one occasion, he'd set broken bones and stitched up gashes for Sarah. She'd paid cash and had refused to give her last name. Twyla, the house servant who'd found Dr. Palmer, and the man who'd previously been the family lawyer, testified as well. Malachi's fists clenched during the doctor's testimony, almost wishing Bertram were in the room so he could lay him out. He didn't really wish him back from the grave, but he'd be lying if he said the image wasn't satisfying. When the defense cross-examined Dr. Palmer, Malachi had to take deep breaths to calm himself at the characterization of Sarah as unhinged. Is it possible, the short, balding lawyer said as he tucked a thumb under his suspenders, that Mrs. Graham's wounds were self-inflicted? That was another thing. The snake refused to use the last name Carson. Perhaps, the lawyer continued, she wanted others to believe she was a battered woman because of an altered mental state. Dr. Palmer scoffed, and Malachi wished he could shake the man's hand. Hardly. It would be very difficult for a woman her size to inflict wounds of such intensity upon herself. Not to mention, when I reset her arm the second time, the injury was accompanied by bruises consistent with a man's hands. He turned to the judge. Your Honor, I've brought all of her files, as well as my notes on them. I'm happy to turn them over for official investigation. The rest of the day passed quickly, with the Grahams being the last to take the stand. By that time, Malachi learned they'd been brought up on multiple counts of fraud, conspiracy to commit murder of a former associate, and bribery of a law enforcement officer. The state of Louisiana clearly desired to put the Grahams behind bars for good, and they'd been investigating them far longer than anyone realized. Fiona Graham took the stand last, her husband having gone before her and given the talking points one might expect regarding the charges unrelated to the kidnapping. As far as Sarah was concerned, he stuck to the narrative that they feared for the safety of their grandchild. My daughter-in-law is unwell, he'd said. It would have been irresponsible for us not to try and bring her home and keep the baby safe. It didn't appear that the judge believed him, nor did the jury. Fiona took the stand and smoothed back her gray hair. She looked sickly, her skin an odd shade of pale, and Malachi imagined she didn't always have that appearance. After being sworn in, Fiona answered with similar wording to Richard, but as a slightly better actor. She sniffed as though holding back tears, but her eyes remained cold as she answered the lawyer's questions. I think any grandparent, she said with a dramatic wipe of her eyes, would do everything they could to keep their grandchild safe. Particularly when we know she killed the baby's father in cold blood, it was our responsibility to leave no stone unturned until we found the child. The defense approached, eyes a mask of compassion and understanding. And you planned to raise that baby as your own, didn't you? Another wipe of a non-existent tear with the handkerchief. Yes. We'd have loved her like we loved Bertram, a love that carries on even in his murder. And because of that, we'd have seen to it that Sarah got the best care available for her condition. And what condition was that? Well, Fiona said with wide eyes, she's prone to hysterics of course. As well as hallucinations. Bertram had been worried about her long before his unfortunate end. He'd come to us about how he might get her help. She gestured toward Dr. Palmer. And the day she broke her arm, she'd tried to kill herself. Bertram stopped her, and had to hold her tightly to keep her safe from herself. That wasn't abuse, that was an act of selflessness. Sarah's jaw dropped, and the woman she told him was named Twyla rolled her eyes. After a few more questions in which Fiona tried to lie her way out of the other charges, Mr. Parsons came forward to cross-examine her. He poked holes in most of her statements, including those about Sarah's mental health, But Fiona was unflappable in her assertions. What kind of people would lie so callously? The jury went out to deliberate around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and they were adjourned to come back the next day. As soon as the judge left the room, Sarah rushed forward into Malachi's waiting arms, and he could feel her trembling. "I'm so proud of you," he whispered over and over as he rubbed his fingers in a circle on her back. "You were amazing." Sarah hiccuped into his chest. "Thank you. Whatever happens, my love, it's over for you. Those horrible people have no power over you anymore." He prayed he told her the truth, and that justice would be served. The other possibility was just too distasteful to consider. Chapter 19. Sarah waited with bated breath to get Malachi's opinion of the Christmas Eve meal she'd cooked. "What do you think?" A roasted honey ham, dressing Beth had taught her to make rolls, and a host of other sides she hoped would be delicious had the table nearly groaning with their weight. Eliza lay on a blanket on the floor, chewing a wooden horse toy her Uncle Simon had made for her, happily slobbering and giggling. Malachi took a large forkful, sampling a little of most items on the plate. In fact, the only thing that wasn't included might have been the pumpkin pie she'd made. It was Charlotte's recipe, and she had to admit that licking the mixing spoon hadn't been a chore. "It's the best meal I've ever eaten," Malachi said with a grin. "Delicious food, my wife and daughter here with me, a man couldn't ask for more." They'd moved back to the cottage for the time being, their house on the Circle H property still being built. Malachi worked on it every spare minute he had, but with his duties as deputy, they'd really only just begun. Sarah didn't mind though. After the Grahams were convicted of all their charges 3 weeks before, a sense of peace had fallen over her, and the little cottage became a refuge of sorts. According to Charlotte, it had acted as such for a host of weary travelers over the years. She blushed as Malachi continued to heap his praise and playfully tossed her napkin at him. "Oh, stop. It's not better than what we'll have at your mama's tomorrow, I'm sure." "Oh, but that's where you're wrong." Malachi stood to his feet and walked around the table to kiss her squarely on the lips. "It was made by the woman I love, and that makes it the best meal I've ever eaten." Sarah grinned, blush still high in her cheeks. He'd become increasingly more affectionate in recent weeks, particularly after the trial. It had apparently been weighing on him as heavily as it had her. Still, she longed to be the closest to her husband she could be since Edie had informed her she was healed enough to do so. That had been a slightly awkward conversation in itself, and Sarah didn't know how to broach the topic with Malachi. They finished eating, tossing easy banter back and forth, until Malachi suggested they take Eliza for a walk down by the creek. "It might give me room for seconds," he said with a wink. That evening was decidedly warmer than it had been the past few weeks, and they weren't the only family out enjoying the weather. The sun set over the trees and had painted the sky in a rich hue of pinks and purples by the time they reached the creek. With Eliza bundled snugly in the carriage, Malachi pulled Sarah tightly in his arms. "Penny for your thoughts, wife?" Dare she broach the subject just yet? No, she'd get to it. "I suppose I'm just thinking about all the ways the Lord has blessed me since coming here. Even the cottage has started to feel like home, temporary as it may be." "I feel the same way," he said as he rubbed his large hands over her arms, and they stared out over the creek and the woods that sat in the distance behind them. "Lily has been a great help to you with the baby while I'm at work." "True," Sarah said, "but she'll be pretty busy with her own by the summer." Lily and Alex had recently announced they were expecting again, and Sarah suspected Edie might be as well. The last appointment she went to, Edie seemed far more exhausted than usual. She'd also excused herself after Sophie knocked over a bottle of particularly strong-smelling antiseptic, filling the room with its pungent odor. Malachi reached up and smoothed a lock of hair from her face. "Have I told you that you get more beautiful by the day? I'm so proud of the woman you are, of all that you've learned, and of the mother you are to our little girl." For the first time in her life, Sarah felt valued for what she brought to the table. She'd been loved at the orphanage for who she was, but marriage to Malachi had brought out a need in her to serve those she loved. It felt good in a way she couldn't deny. She stood up on her tiptoes and pressed her lips to Malachi's before pulling back with a grin. "Have I told you that you get more handsome?" She fell in love with him a little more every time she watched him hold Eliza and forgot that he wasn't her biological father. Soon enough, she vowed, they'd be married in more than name only. Malachi couldn't believe the family the Lord had placed in his lap, the one he never imagined he could love so much. Eliza still kept them up most nights, but the snuggles in the dark made it all worth it. He found more to love about Sarah every day. Kissing her sent lightning up his spine, and just seeing her warmed the winter chill right out of him. He knew she felt the same, but hadn't quite worked out how to address the physical side of their relationship. Technically, they'd agreed to a marriage in name only, but everything had changed. Hadn't it? It certainly had for him, and as they walked in a comfortable silence back to the cottage to put Eliza to bed, Malachi warred with himself about whether to mention it. Lord, lead me here. I'm not sure what to do. He wasn't even sure how long after having a baby a mother was supposed to wait, and he certainly didn't want to be insensitive if she was still sore. Edie had said healing would be a slow process. Malachi locked up for the night and washed the dinner dishes while Sarah nursed Eliza and got her swaddled. She'd slept in their room for a while, but she made quite a few noises in her sleep. Lily had suggested they move her into the main living area. There was a corner that stayed even warmer than the bedroom, so they'd moved her there. Everyone seemed to sleep better that way, and Malachi would be so thankful when he finally had their house finished. His family and the ranch hands had been helping, but it was still a slower process than it could have been with him in town most days. Sarah sang a gentle lullaby while rocking Eliza in the chair Simon had made for them as a gift. Her low, gentle voice filled the room and he found it soothed him as much as it seemed to soothe Eliza. Standing, she laid the baby in the crib, before crossing the room to him and kissing him gently on the cheek. "Thank you for being you," she whispered in his ear. Chills ran through him at the close contact, and he closed his eyes. "My pleasure," he said. It came out a little choked, but he didn't dare pull away. Instead, he pulled her closer and brought his lips to hers. His arms wrapped around her waist, still a little more curvy than he supposed it had been before the baby, but appreciated nonetheless. Her arms wrapped around his neck, and she returned the kiss with more fire than she ever had before. "Malachi," she whispered, bringing her forehead to his. "I'm ready to be your wife." His eyes widened. Are you sure? I mean, can you?" Edie said I was fully healed, Sarah said with a grin. "And I'm ready." His breaths came quick, and he pulled her close for another long hug. If nothing else, it grounded him and might slow his racing heart. No doubt she felt it, as she just placed her hand gently on his chest. They stood that way for a moment, before Malachi reached up and took it. His eyes met hers, one last need for assurance in his gaze. She nodded, and he led her around the table and into their bedroom. Shutting the door softly, he chuckled at how far the Lord had brought them, and sobered gratefully at where the Lord would take their family in the days to come. Epilogue. April, 1900. Pine Creek, Texas. Eliza shifted back and forth on all fours, trying so hard to lift a leg and arm at the same time, only to plop back onto the blanket Beth had set up beside their end of the table. She pushed back onto her bottom, sitting up with a look of frustration on her face. Beth chuckled beside her. "Won't be long now, and you'll be chasing her all over your house." They'd moved into their new home at the Circle H a few weeks prior, and Sarah couldn't be more grateful for the 3-bedroom cabin with room to add on if they ever needed to. Malachi had gone above and beyond, ordering the best stove and sink he could find from Dallas. Who'd have thought Sarah would grow to enjoy cooking as much as she had? "I know," Sarah said as she watched her daughter with a grin. "Before long, we'll be knee-deep in babies around here." She glanced down the table at Lily and Edie, both of whom were due in the summer. Beth's eyes misted over as she watched Hunter, Titus, and Penelope play with rocks and dirt to their left. Ray and Paula's oldest children, a couple years their senior, helped them shovel their treasures into empty flower pots. The whole thing brought the little kids great joy. They still had their moments of toddler fits, especially Hunter as he was younger, but all three had grown into little pictures of who they'd be as they grew. It made Sarah both excited and nostalgic at the same time. The family spread out along the long picnic table Simon had built for his mother a few years prior, each talking and laughing in at least 5 different conversations as they tucked into their simple meal of chicken, potato salad, and beans. Both Simon and Nicholas had brought dates, but Sarah didn't expect either to last. It seemed they brought different young ladies to each event, and often cycled through them. Callum, on the other hand, didn't joke with the family as Malachi said he always had. He was friendly, and responded when spoken to, but the light had gone out of his eyes. Sarah caught Aunt Carissa sending worried glances his way more than once and lifted a prayer, that he and Rose could patch things up sooner rather than later. No one really knew what happened, not even Callum, but Malachi had purposed to help him get to the bottom of it if possible. As though her thoughts had summoned her husband, strong arms wrapped around her from behind as Malachi pressed a kiss to the top of her head. "I see everyone started without us," he said with a wink. He'd gone to pick up Thomas and Charlotte from a friend's home where they'd gone to help them get some projects done around the house, and been gone a little longer than expected. Charlotte smacked his arm playfully. "Oh hush you, we wouldn't have wanted their food to get cold on our account." She moved to the end of the table and sat down next to Paula, the wife of the Circle H foreman Ray, and their children. Their youngest, Penny, climbed up in Charlotte's lap and gave her a big hug around the neck. Malachi knelt down to pick up Eliza where she'd begun flapping her hands at the sight of her papa, a toothless grin spreading over her face. "There's my bunny," he cooed. "Have you been good for your mama?" The meal continued in light-hearted banter and a few silly arguments, until Thomas stood from his spot across from Charlotte and cleared his throat. "Everyone," he said, "Charlotte and I have an announcement to make." The noise died down at the table, and even the children came back to sit with their parents at their beckoning. Wide-eyed, they watched Thomas expectantly. "You are our family, and you always will be." As a young couple, we mourned the idea of never having moments like this, never experiencing this depth of family. For that, we thank you. His eyes welled with tears, but both his and Charlotte's face held smiles as they caught each other's gaze. "For years, our calling has been in Pine Creek, first as pastor and then as spiritual mentors to Alex and Lily." Lily had shared with Sarah how helpful Charlotte had been in helping her step into her role as the pastor's wife, while Thomas had been vital in Alex's learning the ministry. "But in more recent years," Thomas continued, "we've felt an increasing burden for the children at Hope House." His eyes twinkled as he looked at Sarah. "We don't have long left on this earth, but we know that God has called us to spend them in New Orleans with those children. Going back and forth has become increasingly hard on us, and we feel He's called us to make a permanent move." More than one person at the table sniffed, but tears flowed down Sarah's cheeks unbidden at the thought of their leaving. She'd grown so much under Charlotte's discipleship, but she knew the children of Hope House needed them more than she did. "We will," Charlotte said, "come visit as often as we're up to the trip. But the house has grown to a point where they need another house parent, and 2 is better than 1. Particularly for the young men, as the only adult there full-time is a young woman. We look forward to the opportunity we've been given." Sarah nodded, knowing which of the boys who'd been just children when she arrived were now firmly in their teen years. They needed a man as their role model just as much as she'd needed Charlotte. "We'll certainly miss you both," Jake said with a shaky voice. "You mean more to all of us than you know, but you don't go without our prayers and our love." He motioned for everyone to stand. "In fact, why don't we gather around Thomas and Charlotte and pray for them on their journey ahead? Alex, would you do the honors?" "Of course," Alex said as he stood and helped Lily from the bench. Sarah took Eliza from Malachi, then stood in front of him in their little group. As Alex prayed for health, protection, and a powerful ministry for Thomas and Charlotte, Malachi wrapped his strong arms around her and Eliza. He pressed a kiss to her hair, and Sarah pondered their own journey. From an unwanted orphan, to a bitter youth clinging to the dream of a family, to a fearful widow on the run, to the woman who stood there in the lush soil of the Circle H, the Lord had done what He said and brought beauty from the ashes of her former life. He'd used this family to heal her broken heart and the couple they prayed over to plant the seeds that would eventually become her faith. He'd fulfilled the desires of a little girl on the streets of New Orleans in a way she could have never imagined, and as she held Eliza, joyful expectation filled her at what He might do next. The end. Thanks for listening. If you haven't already, please subscribe to this channel so you never miss an upload.